This looks way...
Alright, let's start this up. Let's start it up. And do we have game? Well, let's see. Yeah, we got a game. Welcome to our game where it's paused, and you remember this? Yeah, so, right. Let's try and explain what's gone wrong. First of all, I hope you appreciate my sinkhole here. I sure do. Yep, got a sinkhole, which I will eventually be doing something with. I don't know what, but we'll figure something out. And you know what? Let's put an access road in here. Just dig a road. And the idea behind digging this road is just give some access to the emergency services. What will be like, hey buddy, your motorway's flooded and no traffic's going to get in or out. There they are. They're doing the job there. So, right. Why did this happen first off? Well, first off, when I was first playing the game, I was like, oh, I've got flooding here. Well, if I just dig a deep channel there, that'll work, right? And the answer to that is sort of, not really. And then I was just like, you know what? When I've made it really deep, I can't actually build new bridges and such. So let's rebuild the bridges. And in order to do that, I was just like, level terrain. Find some level terrain and then do that. In half an hour's time, I've got to check on the cake, by the way. I've made a vanilla sponge. So this one here, as you can see, I've got to get some water. Let's just unpause the game in the meantime. Get some stuff happen. Yeah, so we got our water tanks, and hopefully they won't get washed away. Hey, welcome to the thing. Previous game, but there was some flooding, so now I've got to rebuild a lot of my city. But hey, on the plus side, at least that means I've got metro lines which can go all the way from here and cross down there, and then eventually we'll get all of this working again. Eventually. Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Yes, sirree. So I've lost all my my forest industry. That's not very good. So I've got to rebuild that. This is strange because before, when you build like an industry and say, okay, I want this to be a farming industry, you just do that and then it will start building farming buildings. But now you've got to go into industry specialization. So forestry main building. Well, that looks like the main building entrance there. Let's get some plantations. What do you mean I can't put a plantation there? Get back on the plantation, boy. Yeah, boy. Space already occupied. Space. Look, there it goes. Ugh, what an idiot. Put one there. And put one there, there, there. Got loads of plantations. Right, let's have some stockyard for some logs. Yep, cleanup is going to be busy dealing up with that immense spill. So we'll just do logs here, logs there, Wood chip storage. Had wood chip on the wall, and the house was very small. She didn't seem to mind at all. They told me up in the year 2000, won't it be strange once we're all fully grown? If I sing any more, I will get a content strike. Yeah, that sucks. I kind of built these... Well, these roads are far too small for what I'm doing. So, let's make them bigger so I've got more room to swing a cat, etc. Now, you're complaining about something there. Oh yeah, I had a blimp thingy. Yeah, I lost it all. I lost it all with the flooding, you see. So, it all has to be rebuilt. But hey, it's better than starting a new game because, well, the prison managed to survive. Prison didn't get flooded away. Although they are out of power, so let's extend that pylon there. I'm sure the prisoners will appreciate having power again. But let's just focus back on the forestry industry. Going to need a lot of lumber in order to rebuild these houses. Industry, a pulp mill. Pulp and mill. There's a pulp mill. And from Sweden. Welcome to me pulp mill. Biomass pellet plant. We shall build a biomass pellet plant. And a sawmill. Yep. I mean, you're going to need sawmills if you're dealing with wood. You've got to have them. A small tree sapling field. A small field with rows of planted tree saplings. Tree saplings field produce raw forest products. Extract needed placed on forest area inside industry. Right, okay. And then a large tree... large tree plant. Get on the plantation, boy! Get on my large tree plantation. Medium tree plantation. Small tree plantation. And forestry maintenance building. Got to maintain the forestry. What do you mean I can't build? There, I can build on that. Forestry workers barracks, yep. There's a barracks for the forestry workers. And I've already got forestry main. Right, so this forestry rebuilt. Let's rebuild some public transport. I'm using blimps, which comes under air. So, let's put in all the stops, what the stops used to be. Space already occupied, you can't do that. Right. So this is just going to be rebuilding things, and unfortunately I can't do a time-lapse because I'm streaming this live, so just hope you guys, you know, just enjoy the show. Just bear with me as we rebuild after the Great Reset flood. The days of Noah were upon us, you see, and so there was a flood. Whoops. Oh well, whatever that building was is now an ex-building. It has ceased to be. Can I move that point? No. Not really, is the answer. Right, let's try and do a curved section here. The other thing about having a really low river is, for whatever reason, the blimps don't fly based on relative ground level. They fly on absolute ground level. So they were just like, yeah, you've got a really deep river. So imagine there was no water in this map and it was all just land. That's how the blimp saw it. So when they were flying over the river, they were sinking into the water. I'm just like, that don't look good. I need to bring the water level back up. And unfortunately, bringing the water level back up, there was a huge amount of water here. It just spilled everywhere, and everything got wiped out. So that's why we're rebuilding. But hey ho, you live and you learn. I'm sure God said that. You live and you learn. Except God's immortal, so are you really alive if you're... you know what, I'm not going to question God. That's not my place to do it. So do that. And do another one here. Like so. Pop one in there. Pop that there. Hello there, Alphabet Cat. Welcome to my Let's Rebuild the City, because I accidentally brought up the river level and it resulted in a massive flood, and that's why I've got a sinkhole here to deal with the excess water. Eventually, I think I might, when I unlock enough squares, I might dig a channel from there to there. We'll figure something out. Or maybe I'll just have, like, the water comes now from here. Can I do that? If you thought now you get extra, even dirty water is crystal clear. Oh, that's a drain capacity. And that drains even more. Well, I don't want to drain any more water here, so let's pause this game. I keep pausing the game. I should just unpause it, shouldn't I? After all, it's the city's not going to rebuild itself if I keep pausing it every 5 minutes. And so we want to pump water from here. So to pump water, we use a water pumping station. Yes, that's one thing. A tank reservoir, pumping service. Oh, that sucks up water. 42,000 feet. Right, so let's suck up a lot of water. So we'll do that. No, if I do that, they'll be too close to one another and therefore will not function. Because they suck up so much water. They sure do suck. Right. No, heating pipes is redundant. We don't need the water pump to be heated. So I'll do that. And we're going to have just a small little service road. Go from there to there, like that. And then let's just do another service road, what follows along to here. You don't need service roads. There's nothing to service, apparently. These are just solid state machines which never go wrong. But I think to myself, you wouldn't have a pumping station where you couldn't access it, because what if something goes wrong with it? Anyway, we've got a fire watchtower here. Flood protection is very important. Just ask the nationalist, most famous Dutchman, Faust. What, has he got his finger in a dike? Dutch scum. Right, so we got that there. Now, what about sewage? Our sewage pumps have somehow managed to survive the flooding. And that's good. That's not a bad thing. So we'll have the Spectra Evaporator, as it's called. This is just some mod, and I was like, yeah, I like those numbers. They're massive, so let's just have that. And then we'll put a little park next to it. A small park. There we go. There's a small park. And put some power in there, like so. And you're complaining, you're sick. Why this? Not feeling too well because of noise pollution in the area. Uh-huh. Why do I have a street like that? You know what? That street is redundant. I don't think we need a Phillip Street there. I'm not sure what that was about, but as we can see here, what it is no longer about is Yes, well, we want power to go there as well. So that's good. We seem to have got... Yep, the flood there has been dealt with. Very good. We can delete these temporary roads now. Yep, just delete those. And they're complaining about crime in Knowles. And it seems we got no cop shop, so we're going to have the new police headquarters precinct building there. There we go, and that should deal with all crime in Knowles. And you are flooded, Mr. Freshwater Outlet. So let's have you here and have you here. There we go. So in case we get too much fresh water, we can just push it back into the river. And let's have another little park, small playground. That'll do. And there we go. Now those are connected to the electric system. And yep, there's a tiny little thing there, and they've got a little thing there. And this is our commercial tourism thing, and they're complaining about lack of educated workers. Well, we did have close to 100,000 people in this town, and it's now back down to 3,500, which is... That's a moderate-sized town. It's 1246. And, yeah, okay. So, they're still complaining about criminals here. The cops have got to do their jobs. Come on, catch me some coons. Let's get them. And, let's get it done. Their load is empty. They gotta get some. What if I made like a one-way in and a one... Yeah, you know what? I'm doing that right now. So let's do it right now. So we got a one-way in. And then we'll upgrade this road here. There we go, one way out. And this one, Katie Wright Street. No, you're not. There we go. So they just keep on going. Yep. And I'm anticipating problems, so I'm going to make this a priority road. So that's priority. You give way, and that's priority. There we go. May go around there, but they could also go around. You know what? I'm going to make this one a one-way as well. There we go. So people just keep on going in. They can go around there, but they've got to wait. And that should help with the traffic. And you know what? You might say, a hobbit, that's not necessary. Yeah, it bloody is necessary. So a one-lane road here like that. And slightly better, I think. That is slightly better. And they've got pedestrian. Where are these pedestrians walking to? You're going up there. Yeah. So where are you going? Let's follow him, shall we? Now there is actually a tool which will show me like the path. So perhaps that's what... So you're crossing there. I don't approve of that, but anyway, you're crossing there. Oh, this is flooded. Right, so you can't use that path. So this path I built, they're not using it. Instead, they're getting up to the bridge, and they're going to walk the bridge instead. Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Open the door, get on the floor. That is a great song. Do you remember when there was like party music, and the party music was like, it wasn't just like, I've got a wet ass pussy, my pussy is wet and it smells like wet bread, and I've got a wet ass pussy. Wet ass pussy, wet ass pussy, wet ass pussy, and they just like repeat the same words over again. Yeah. There were fun songs like De La Soul, Me, Myself and I. Why don't Americans like roundabouts? You know what? I'm not sure why, but the city planners over in America say like, oh, you know, roundabouts are dangerous because people don't... Well, here's the thing, right? It depends what sort of roundabout there is. Like over in Europe, I found out they got this system called priority on the right. So you're driving on the right-hand side of the road, And say you're on the road, right? And you give priority right. So that means someone that's coming into the road you're already on, you're supposed to give way to them if they're coming in from the right. Unless the road you're on has a diamond marking on it. And the diamond marking means you have priority, you carry on. Now, in England and the United Kingdom itself, gonna have to think this one through, actually. What if I put it like there to there? Yeah, let's try that instead. In England, if you're on the road, you have priority. And then, so you think to yourself, okay, when do you don't have priority? When you're merging onto a new road. So if you're at a junction, well, a roundabout is just a series of junctions. And at first when I was roundabout, I was like, oh, there's a lot to take in, and I was looking left and right. And then eventually I realised, like, you just got to look to see what's happening to the right, because that's where the traffic's coming from. But at first they were quite daunting, and it took me quite a few weeks before I was just like, I know what I'm doing now. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm cool. Was not always like that. So yeah, now mind you, most roundabouts in Europe have a system now where it's just like, yeah, the roundabout is a priority road, so when you're on it, you just keep going until you get off of it. Not all of them are like that, as I found out in a supermarket I like to go to. It's ugly, but it's functional, and eventually these poles can get replaced. Now they're complaining about garbage, so let's get some garbage facilities. You need to deal with the garbage, yeah, you know, man. St Albans. The big one is Hemel Hempstead, and there's also one in Swindon. Actually, if I look at one, is Skyline the game with the mega blocks? I'm not. No, I don't think, because like SimCity 2000, you could build ecologies, which are a lot like Judge Dredd style mega towers. This game, you can have high-rise buildings, but yeah. No, I had to look at the Swindon Magic Roundabout, and it makes a lot of sense to me. You have to look at it from the best thing to do, if you're not sure, is go to Hemel Hempstead or Swindon Magic Roundabout drone footage, and you get an overhead view of it, and you go, oh yeah, so that's how it works, and you just realise that the Swindon Magic Roundabout is, imagine like you had like a block, and you go around the block, and you can go around the block in both directions because it's just like a city block. So like, for example, this city block here, you know, you can go there, you can go there. Oh, well, let's say there was, okay, so this is a city block, for example. You can go there, you can go there, you can go there, you can go there. So you're going around. This is a city block. But you can also go the other direction. You could go there. Say, for example, I'm coming in here and I want to leave there. So I could go there, 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 there. Or I could go there, 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 there. So there's two ways of getting to it. So all the Swindon Magic Roundabout does is imagine these like T-junctions here. Imagine if they were all just roundabouts. So, like, okay, this is a roundabout, so I go round, okay. And now I want to go there. So roundabouts go clockwise, so I just go there. And then this is a roundabout, so nothing coming on the right. Okay, go round there. And then let's see, nothing there, so just go round and there. Now I want to come off here, so just go round and there. And let's say I was going the other way, so I want to go left. Hang on. Yep, that's right. So just go there. And I want to get to there, so go round, go round, and I want to come off there, so just go zip, like that. So yeah, Swindon Magic Roundabout, once you understand, it's just a city block with roundabouts all around it, and the city block is actually quite small and you can see all of it. It's not as daunting as it first looks. A friend of mine said, oh, when you do lorry driving, you should familiarise yourself with the Swindon Magic Roundabout, because you will be expected as a lorry driver to go over it. And I was just like, yep, that's fine. Just close your eyes and pray to Allah. And that's all you need to do. just drive over it, mate. It's like Nice and Manchester all over again. Was Manchester a truck of peace, or was that a bomb of peace? Oh, I can't keep up with all the piecings. SimCity, Cities of Tomorrow. Oh, okay. Is that a new game? Because SimCity 4 no, it wasn't. SimCity 4 came out like early 2000s, I think. It was not a new game. So there's our previous industrial area. So do that. Connect those. What's going on there? We got those, but they're complaining again about lack of protection. So let's do a mini cop shop. And yeah, lost fire, didn't I? So we'll have a fireman over there and little fireman over there. And oh, look at that park. That could be bad. So we'll put fireman there. And slowly but surely, we'll get back to where we need to be with all the things working again. And once we put all these things in place, people want to move back because they're getting all the utilities they expect in a city, like fireman and doctor and you know, all those things that one would need. And let's have a little fireman over here. Let me use my little fireman to put the fire out. And yep, they seem to be protected somehow. Oh yeah, there's a firehouse over there. And they got their fire, so they're fine. And that's a prison. There's no police nearby, but oh, I had a police helicopter depot. So let's have that there. And then, let's see, a little cop shop. Little cop shop, I'm going to put it in over here. This is the entertainment district, and it's nice to see now there's demand for commercial. That's rebuilding. Do one there, and they're complaining about oh, someone's not picked up the garbage in here in the forestry area. You can create a cyberpunk dystopia, the Blade Runner in COT. Yeah, I'll have to check out this game then. Like I said, when was it? 2013? Yeah, that would have been SimCities 5. I looked in, it had like the always-on DLC and things like that, and I was just like, okay, EA's trying to shit on yet another thing I had fond memories of, so I think I'll give that one a miss, thank you. They're not getting enough power because that power's not connected, so let's just connect the power. There we go, power is now connected. They're not getting power because power's not connected. Let's give them a small park somewhere. There we go, small park. Very nice. And it's now coming up to the hour, so this is where I need to check on my cake. I've only played the first SimCity game many years ago. I first played SimCity 2000, then I played SimCity. And then when I played SimCity 3000, it's like, the save games from 2000 could go into SimCity 3000. I thought that was very cool. In many ways, SimCity 3000 was the best. Although SimCity 4 was an interesting take on it. Like, you build lots of little cities, which... So, like, instead of just saying, oh yeah, there's like a town over there, it's like, yeah, there's a town over there because you built that town. Oh, and that's not going to work without power. So let's give it some power. There we go. And now we'll just begin draining the swamp. And I just want it to come from there, so let's get rid of this one. There we go. Now redundant. Got to check on that cake. Don't want it to be burnt. The metro is buggered. Well, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to it. Nothing here, so don't want houses there. You don't want to live on the main road. So I'll just put some shops in. Just some low-grade resident. Right, so let's speed things up and then just have our city slowly rebuild itself. Be right back. I always preferred Command and Conquer to Red Alert. The ore patches that regenerate, Soviet Empire and things like that, didn't like it. Oh. One moment, chaps, it seems like it's buffering. Let me fix that. But no data, the stream will end shortly unless you restart the game. Excellent connection, there we go. Right, so let's just leave that. Be right back. Okay, so I just had a look at that, and it's still in the souffle phase. Come on, yeah, Generals was actually quite good, especially Zero Hour. Zero Hour felt like a mod pack in terms of all the content and craziness it provided. But I myself, when Generals first came out, I was disappointed because I'm like, no, you're getting further and further away from what Command & Conquer is. Why not just call this a different game? Don't call it Command & Conquer because it's not. But that criticism aside, it's still a great game. So, right, drag stop to move. What you're saying? I had a yes, I did actually have a metro station there. This is gonna take some time, so I've got to pause it. And pause it there, OBS slave. And so, yep, they're now coming back there. And there's the ones there. There was one there as well. And so the cycle completes. Now let's see if that fixes itself or what happens. So there's a train going there, and it's waiting, and then it stops, and it goes on. And then we've got trains here. Da -da, da -da. Da -da, da -da, da -da, da -da. Da -da, da -da. Da -da, da -da. I just call to say I love you. Oh, that's a good song. I like that song. That song just, you know, I think, what? You're going the wrong bloody way. No. No. Right, let's put all... So, yeah, it went there. Went there. And then there. And then finally... So there's a break in the line somewhere here. It's not working anymore. Right, that should now work, he says, for the umpteenth time. No, what? No! You're doing it wrong! Oh, you absolute bastard. You fucker. You bellend. Right, let's try and get this all working again. Hey, it's still called King Edward Park. That's because someone came in the chat yesterday. The American faction cross between Bioshock's Columbia and Team America Fright. Yeah, the Iron Harvest DLC America. Yeah, I've not played Iron Harvest. I actually know one of the guys that was working on it. One of the is working on some of the artwork. Don't remember exactly, but I lost contact with him. Sort of drifted apart. So and then eventually came out and was just like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, you know what? Maybe if it comes out on special offer or something by Array, I'll give it a go. But I'm just, I've been a bit burnt out with RTS games. I mean, maybe I'll replay Sins of a Solar Empire because that was a good RTS game. In fact, I still play it sometimes today. So yeah, and I said I was going to give it another 10 minutes, but I don't think 10 minutes is going to be enough to fix the souffle issue, so we'll just do that. And come on, do that, yeah. And over here we'll do the same thing, so do that, there we go. Yep, that's good. And that's fine. Right, so that metro line's working. Now to fix this metro, well, that metro line's working as well, so all looks in ship shape and Bristol fashion, to use the old saying. So what if this metro line, which sort of goes there, and I could actually bring it around, couldn't I? Alright, let's go with this idea, this crazy idea. Can you build buildings in Iron Harvest? Do you get like a construction yard or builders and, you know, you mine resources? Or is it just like, here, you're on the front lines of World War One, Europe, and these are the units you get and that's it, fuck you. Because Company of Heroes was kind of like that. You could build buildings, but it just did not feel that satisfying. And I know a lot of people saying, well, it's a World War II game, it'd be unrealistic. Yeah, I don't think anybody was complaining that, oh, Red Alert wasn't very realistic, were they? No, I think people, when they're playing Red Alert, say, yeah, this game's fun. And I got the Command & Conquer Remastered Edition, and it was a lot of fun. So, I'm going to change these lines. Back and forths are good, but circulars are even better. Yeah. I did like that there was Navy in Red Alert, whereas in the lore reason in Tiberian Sun was just like, oh yeah, it turns out Tiberium really likes the sea, so it's all clogged up with Tiberium, and you can't have things that, because Tiberium, and, well, in the first game, there was like gunships and hovercraft, but later on, that was the idea behind like hover technology of GDI, because, or burrowing underground for Nod, as it's like, yeah, you can't really use the sea, so you have to like fly over the sea, and thus hovercraft. So I liked that. The Tiberian Sun was a very interesting game, and I didn't play enough of it, really. It came out after Total Annihilation, and it didn't make as big as impression on me as Total Annihilation, because that game was like a proper simulation. There was bullet physics. Like, you had cannons with shot. I remember, like, I get these artillery, and I get them to fire really close to themselves, and it'll make the barrel go up really tall, and because the barrel's going up really tall, then it would, like, more than 45 degrees, the range would be a lot further. And there were some maps where it's like, oh yeah, this map has low gravity, so like, shots go even further. And some maps have more wind than others, so wind is viable. But there was nothing, like, later on when you have solar panels, it's like the solar panels, the power produces based on intensity of sunlight, like Dyson Sphere program. None of that in that game. It's just like, yeah, solar panel produces 20 power. And it's literally, if you just, because I used to do modding in the game, it's just like produces energy equals 20, or produces energy colon 20. There was no equals in it. Yeah, because back when I was playing, like, the demo, I played the demo so much. I used to put...
Meteorologists have issued a severe tornado warning for the area.
Oh, come off
Residents
it.
should seek shelter immediately if any is available.
If any is available, yeah, exactly. Right, let's pause things. Emergency services. Disaster response unit. Yeah. Oh, the disaster response unit, that got flooded away. So, so did my post-sorting building as well. Let's put that there then. And we'll do a... This is... So I got two big urban areas. One there, yeah. And this was my second heavy high density residential area. So we'll stick another large shelter. Space already occupied. Meh. Put one there. And this one is not so big, so we'll just have a small shelter in there. And it won't be enough for the people here. They're all fucked. But hey, it's just a tornado. It's not like it's no big deal. You know, tornadoes are here, neither here nor there or anywhere. Worst case Ontario, etc., etc. Where do I get... I need to check on the cooking. Right, so I did have a postman office sorting building here as well. So I'll do that, and I'll put the little postman offices somewhere around. Put one there. Put one there. Stick one in there. Oh, it's noisy. I don't like that. Well, put up with it or move. One there. One there. And, oh yeah, we're going to have one in there. And we'll have one there. There we go. Right. Be right back. And let's get out of this thing here. There we go.
A tornado has touched down in the area. Seek shelter immediately if any is available.
Well, the cake's getting there, but it's taking longer than what I expected. Cross between Company Heroes and Command and Conquer. So what, is there base building? Do we get construction complete, or what? What goes on then? I do actually have some road maintenance buildings. Well, that's good. But I don't have any over here, so let's stick one of those in. There we go. Road maintenance. Hello, road maintenance. We come to fix your thing. You okay? We come to fix your thing. We're gonna fix it up good. Alright. Get to the shelters, everyone. So we got a bunch of mail vans coming out. That must suck. You've just survived a flood. A massive flood, which was admittedly my fault. And the entire town has got to rebuild. 9,000, that's pretty good. You know what, I think I'm going to have a rule in there saying you can't do a left turn, because they should go around, do that, and then come back up. I think that's the done thing. So, let's just watch these guys as they do their work shift. Well, that's good. All my custom rules I had here for this roundabout seem to be working. So it's going around, and then, alright. So let's upgrade that to a highway ramp. They go slightly faster. But then how do they get down if that's a highway ramp? Where's the other method of ingress? Yep, that's a good point. Right. So now, this one here, and this will also prohibit pedestrians from going up here. So turn lanes, that's what we want. So no left turns, just right turns. Straight ahead turns. No, there's no straight ahead, so just, yeah, you go right. And then I want a rule here stating that, you know what, I think this is going to actually justify, oh, it's got traffic lights, so that's fine. There we go, you give way. Oh, you know what, I don't, so they're going round. Let's just watch that, shall we? Let's just go in first person view, so, alright, I want to turn right, do I? Yeah, I'm turning right. So I'm just Yeah, you know what, that doesn't look like a normal road to me, so, but this bit looks alright. So we'll just watch this for a bit. We're in the roundabout, and everyone's going to the emergency shelter, but I think the tornado's over, so let's do the all clear, so everyone can get out now. And this is going to become roundabout. That's right, and it's a 3-lane one, so 3-lane. There we go. And now, as this is roundabout, let's change the rules. There we go. This is now roundabout. If you're on it, you have priority. If you're not on it, you give way. Yep, that's looking good. That's a bit of a sharp incline. I think I can do better. I know I can do better. Da, 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 do, 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 Might have to rebuild that. That's not a problem. Oh, no. Do not like that. That's not good. So we'll do one for coming off. And then we'll do one for going on. And let's wiggle that a bit. So I think that looks better. That looks better. There. That there looks about right. And then I'm going to do some... You cannot go around. There is no U-turns in this, so... Let's just have a look. Yeah, I want you to go straight through, and I want you to go straight through. So now let's just do some lane stuff here. So you just go forward, and you go there. That's fine. Now let's check, seeing this bit. Yep. Priorities are all reset. Now, do this one again. Do that. Nope, not having it. There, we'll do that. There we go, we now have a path. And there's a bit of a kink there. I don't approve of kink. I like things to be nice and straight. So, there we go. I think that's a lot better. And then, of course, there's this path here if they want to take it. This nice coastal road. And it seems a fair few people are using it. So, I'm going to upgrade that to one with a bit of grass. Bit of grass. Now, let me think. I'm going to check in another 2 minutes. Oh, I can't just hold down shift and it won't upgrade all of it for me. What do you mean you won't do that? You son of a bitch. Oh, you've been using the wrong one. Oopsie doopsies. Highed too high. It too high. Yes, quite. So we got ourselves a bridge and a tunnel because, yeah, why not? Just don't question it. Sometimes it's easier not to question, just accept that this is the way the game is. There we go, and this one here, gonna just slightly position you up there, and then this up here is gonna be there, and I'm gonna change the speed limit on here. I'm gonna make it, you can do 50 miles an hour, so 90, that's close to 50, oh yeah, 80 is 50 miles an hour. Alright, so you can do 56, or 90, what have you. That looks okay to me. Yep. Alright, so now if I do that. And this lorry does not understand the idea of a 2 or 5 second gap. No. And hopefully there's going to be no more flooding there. So now... No, I don't want you using that road. So, lanes again. You can just go that way. And you can just go that way. So both of these can go in. They can go in there. They can't go around. Seems very strange. It should just be like forwards, but it's not. You know what? It is a bit strange, isn't it? It's not right. It is not correct. Now that's better. Oh, but look, we've got a pylon in the middle of the bloody road. Oh, the bloody cheek of it. There we go. That's better. In fact, I should upgrade that one as well, because 2 lanes is better than 1 lane. Oh no, you've broken the pylon. Oh no. Oh no. There we go, pylon's back. Right, so now let's have a look at this. What we're doing. So they're coming up here. Yep, that's all working. And bit of hesitation there. I'm going to do the same thing to that as I'm going to do to the other end. So I've got a nice in and out here. Well, I say nice. I've got... It's never going to be perfect in this game. Some things have to be accepted, and that's one of the things. So let's do a bit of landscaping. Soft 10 terrain. Actually, no, before I do that, let's get rid of that, yep. And keeping an eye on the time, because I do have... Oh, fuck me. I said softened terrain, not... What the hell have you done? No, that's awful. Bit of emergency terraforming later, and we're getting something that looks quite good. So now we go back for the... It was a 6-lane road we were using. There we go. And we'll do that up to about there, like so. And then it says it needs a tunnel. Right. So I can... Okay, so it's just going to have to be like that. Rightio then. So 4-lane... 3-lane. So we're driving on the left. So one of them is going to be here, because that's the only place that's let me do it. That one's there. Now let's use the move it mod to kind of move that there and that there, and there we go. It's still relatively roundabout-ish. Just pull that out a bit. Pull that out a bit. Roundabouts don't have to be perfectly spherical. It looks nice from the top. Okie dokie. Oh, and of course, now that I've changed the nodes on it, let's just make sure... Yep, there we go. It's a roundabout. So if you're on the roundabout, you can carry on driving until you get off the roundabout. If you're not on the roundabout, you've got to wait your turn. And... The more graduated you can make a turn, the better, really. I wish I could show some real world examples, but just look at any major city in the UK or France or Germany, and you can see that when something's coming off a junction, especially if it's a heavy traffic high speed junction, they try to make the curves as straight as slight as possible, so you do the least amount of steering necessary, because you don't want someone when there's a lot of traffic around and it's busy and things are moving fast, you don't want them having to deal with stuff. So that's 90. That's gone down to 40. Oh yeah, that's right. Just do that. Yep. Make that 90. Make that 90. There we go. That's gone down to 100. I want no speed limit. How's about that then? And that's 90. That's a good speed. That one's 40. It's a bit less. Yep. In fact, we'll make that. Make this a 90 road as well. There we go. We'll say that's our national speed limit, because that's close to it. There. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Has my city blown up yet? It looks like everything's not caught on fire or burnt, so I just called to say I'm chippy. Yep. You know what, let's go in the Discord, see if anybody's there. Let's make this a bit more sociable, shall we? And I'll just go, no, that's not the one. Go in that one and just say, here I am live streaming if you want to join in. Excuse me. Right, there we go. So what's going on here? Well, this road is broken and it seems that nothing's going on, so what do I do? Nope. Can I upgrade it? Was hoping the road maintenance vehicles would do this automatically. I mean, honestly, if this is what's going to happen, then I'm just going to disable tornadoes because, look, if the disaster happens automatically, then you should fix the shit automatically as well. I mean, what's the point of me having road maintenance vehicles if they don't maintain and repair the roads? Oh, sorry, it's more than your job's worth. No, I've got to repair this metro line as well. I mean, honestly, you guys, this is just not okay. Oh, no. And that was not okay. He interrupted me when I was watching All My Balls, and that's not okay. No. I am not cool with that. So there we go, we seem to have a demand for industry, that's very nice. And, oh yeah, let's just fuck up the train some more, fam, why don't we? What the hell is this? What's going on here? This is not normal. So I've got a bunch of people walking there because, like, I don't know. Nope, don't want a roundabout. I want that. There we go. And then we'll take away the bits which are redundant, like that, like that. That and that. That's redundant. Nobody needs to disembark there, so we'll take those bits off. And that bit as well. Oh, I think I know what I need to do now to repair this, so... Put that there. Put that there. And then... Put that there, and then... There we go. Right, that should work a bit better now. Hello. So I've got... Oh, that's okay. They can... So they can walk there. These ones can disembark, and then they can walk there. Yeah, I mean, that would work, Marco, except I've got tunes muted on my end. So, like, well done. Marco Coletti couldn't lick a stamp, fight sleep, put the cat on. And I think he'd admit that himself. So, it's a main road, and I don't want... There should be a nice way where I can just say, yeah, bridge there to bridge there. There should be a tool to do that. Or maybe what I'm saying is that I should have these on another road so that they're not overlooking the main road, but... No, that's fine. Look, if they want to get to the other station, they go down there. They can walk. Walking's good for you. Yeah. There we go. And let's see. They're still slowly rebuilding over here. Well, if I put a school in place, yeah, we've got a capacity of 375, so we need a few more primary schools. So do one there. One in there. One over here. There we go. Capacity slowly increasing. One there. That looks like a good spot. We'll have a primary school. Can we fit a primary school in there? Just about. Primary school there. Primary school in here? Yeah. You don't need that apartment complex anymore. And another school just about there. There we go. So they all got schools to go to. And we need some higher schools. So we got a secondary school there. And wasn't there like a metro station around here? I'm sure I had the King Edward Park metro station. Yeah, there it is. So there's a pathway there. That's fine. So if I put that there, then the kids can ride the metro to school. And you're complaining saying it's too noisy, durr. Well, we got a fix for that, mister. It's too noisy here. How about you have no house? You have no house. You have no house. Oh, you have no house. You have no house. No house, no house. You have no house in the street. Talk about the son of me. With a murder face. Knife and explosion. No, I've missed Pickles the drummer. Ah. I was pleased to find out they are doing a new death clock. I hope they'll finally finish it. So let's just put in a little shop here, a little shop there, and a little row of fruit stalls or something there. You know, so some snacks for high school students. So they come out. I'm a high school student. I work at Drugstore 2.0. He's a volunteer at the road maintenance depot. Wow. So the road maintenance depot, that something which should be a full-time job, it's just staffed by volunteers. That's fucked. Do I have... You know what? It might break some things to do this, but... yeah, so I'm going to leave it. Because I like to put overpasses instead. This is a main road, but that's okay. I think that'll be alright. Because mostly it's just they're changing from one metro line to another metro line. And I don't think you can have an underground pathway. So let's find out. Is an underground path possible? Nope, space already occupied. Can't do it. Well, if I build it lower. Lower. So, I assume that should work, but then, like, it doesn't work, so... So yeah, you got a bunch of people, they're coming up, going around, going back down again. So you cannot make a, you cannot make one of those, in other words. Okie dokie. How are we doing on water? Well, we've got loads of pumping capacity, even more draining capacity, and it looks like... Oh, look at that. They've pumped so much that this sinkhole is starting to go down. So what if I very gently, not aggressively, but very, very gently, so let's use the soften terrain tool, make this sinkhole a bit more shallow. What does that do to the water level? Well, water level's still around about the same. Yep. But this is starting to look a bit better. I don't know about you, but... Hey, look at that. So what's the water level doing? Who knows? It says it's operating normally, so, yeah. we'll take that. It's operating normally. And if I look at the water supply, we don't have any water tanks though. So I'm going to build some tanks for the water. Thank you for the water that refreshes and hydrates me. And we'll do those because we're just following the road. And let's hook it all up. Connect that there. There we go. So there should be even more incentive for them to start sucking up the water here and putting it into these water tanks. You see a police helicopter. Is it gonna land in the water? Oh, just about. That's what I mean. It's like that's not how to do aircraft piloting. That's bullshit. Go underneath the guy ropes for the large. No, those aren't guy ropes. Those are wind turbine kites. And returning to depot. There we go. You've only done 3% of your work shift, lazy bastard. What's the prison population like? 70 out of 500. What if I introduced a policy, let's have a look at policies, of harsh prison sentences. There we go. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. This is it. That's our commercial area. This one here is a high-density residential area, so I'm going to call this one zoning, districts, industrial, commercial. So this is a district. Just a normal paint district, right? So this area here. And that's not the name. We're going to call this Peach Tree Residences. Right. So we're going to have some area-specific Peachtree Residences policies. Recreational use. Recreational use of controlled substances, which attracts more tourists, but also requires more police presence in this area. So we'll do that. We'll have harsh prison sentences. I believe this is the entertainment district, so I'll have a policy there saying you can have recreational use. And tourists as well, recreational use, there we go. And if we go to, where's the other, I think this is the other high density area as well. Not as high density as it used to be, but it was. What with there being no roads here anymore. So, no, sorry, you can't do that. Alright. Go underneath and then around. Go around, right and round. Down and down, right and down. And do a bit there. And put that there. There we go. So we're going to say this area is another high density residentials. Yep, so flats in other words. There's just going to be flats here. And let's try and soften the terrain as well. So, yeah, see that? Yep. Okay. Not an ideal area for having high density residential, but let's soften the terrain and see if that fixes anything. So let's make this area here sort of from there to about here. Go up again. So this area here, yeah, we're going to call this area George Floyd Sober 1 year. There we go. And policies. Allow recreational use, because it won't matter. He's been sober 1 year. And harsh prison sentences. There we go. Citizens will prefer working over education. Only a small portion of the eligible will go to Stony University. Yep, there we go. Right, there's all the proper policies. Hobbit, your city is looking at Milton Keynes, all square streets. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what you get when you. That's what you get when you're boring. Although that said, my first city place, not that part, but here, I mean, you know, that's kind of a nice place to live. And we still got Cromwell Street, yeah, Cromwell Street over there. That's a nice place to live, is Cromwell Street, especially number 25. And got some messages in the. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Just some messages about an upcoming recording date, where I've been asked to. It's like, hey, your presence is required in the recording room. Yeah, sure. You can have my voiceover. That'll be fine. I'd say okay. And the winner for Australia's sexiest female goes to Fiona McPherson. Congratulations, Fiona. Come up to collect your award. Your prize awaits you, Fiona McPherson, Australia's sexiest woman. Right, so there we go. And we can see there that these waves are caused because of just like... Look, I mean, look at this one here. It's already, like, sucked all the water out, and it's just like, oh, I need more water. Give it to me. I demand all of the water. You peasant, give it. I demand it now. So we got this area over here, which I'm thinking of making, like, a tourist park attraction thingy-bob thing. Bob thing, thingy-bob thing. Cozy Sawmill. We're gonna... Yeah. Cozy, so we're going to call this Free-Fingered Joe Free-Fingered Joe Forestry. When you shake hands with danger, you shake hands with Free-Fingered Joe. I was going to say Dro there. So let's see. Raw. We got 89 tons, which is just going for raw output. 14 tons is going into paper, and there's 24 tons of plain timber. So I think what that means is we've got a bit more demand for industry, haven't we? So let's have some more engineered wood plant. Yep. Another pulp mill. Pulp mills take a lot of water, but that's okay. Sawdust storage. Put that there. Wood chip storage. Put you over there, like so. And plain timber. Processing mill need to be placed inside industry area. That's where you're going. So right. They're now inside the forestry industrial area. Yep. And not enough raw materials. Well, they'll soon fix that. And I think, do we have any railway lines? We do not. It seems have no railways. No railways. There is a thing for the ferry here, so I'm thinking to myself, we'll have a ship, and you can have the Westhafen Lagerhalle, a warehouse from Berlin's Westhafen cargo port. That's nice. I can have ferries, but I can't yet have cargo hubs. Cargo train terminal. There's no point of that without the railways to connect things. Oh well. This area over here, yeah, I'm going to soften all that terrain. Let's do that. So, soften terrain. Make it all nice and soft. Soft as shite. And let's make the brush size a bit bigger. Oh yeah, look at that. That's nice and soft there. No one would ever complain about this place being too harsh. No, why would we do that? No, this is nice and this is lovely. Right, so there's still demand for industry. There's not demand for much else. So I'm thinking to myself, industry. If I was industry, I'd want access to high-speed, a high-speed thingy. Yeah. And you know what? I would also want this to be a 5-lane road. So that's 4-lane. There's a 5-lane. We'll just upgrade that and that and that. There we go. So now there's dedicated turning lanes, like so. There we go. Seems a bit strange, really. Like, okay, you're doing that, but why? And then they're going on, and they want to get into here. Yep. And there's a big queue going on here. They're all slowing down. They're slowing down as they get onto the roundabout. And then some come off. And then they're getting to here. Well, that makes sense. There's going to be a lot of traffic because they want to get to Three Fingered Joe Forestry. I'm going to increase the speed on this road as well, just to encourage a bit more to use this one. So, make that 90. Make that 90. 90, there we go. 120, nice and fast. Zoom. And they get to here, it's still 90. I'm sure they won't appreciate that the traffic's now noisier because of the speeds, but hey ho, what can you do? Move out, I'd suggest. Move out indeed. Yep, that looks about right to me. And then let's have a little road here. Because I think, why not? That's not going to cause too much of an issue. So there we go. And let's have an industrial... Where's a good place for an industry? I mean, like, here there's already a fair bit of industry. Well, let's just extend it. We can do that. We have the technology. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Yeah, we have technology. Yeah, we're really smart. Yeah. We're so smart. And let's say, hey, you're a really smart man. You can just get in and out of the thing here. Yeah, but where's it going to connect? Oh. This is going to suck. Let's see if anybody takes, like, just, it's so bad. You don't have roads like that. I know, I just went like, oh yeah, let's go over here and you see, we're going to split this 6-lane road into 2 separate ones. Yeah, Who's been... BioRay, why are all your messages getting deleted? What's happened there? All your messages about, like, the... that game. You know, we were just talking about that game, and you jackknifed your lorry last night doing a ventilation shaft to Edinburgh. You should. Did you stream it, or did you? Because I mean, I wouldn't mind watching you do that stuff. Yeah. Speaking of which, I should do some work at some point. But I woke up and I was like, okay, I'm going to make a cake, and then I'm going to play my computer game. Ha ha ha! You play computer game. That very good. So we have our new industry, ice cube factory. That's a good thing to have. We need more ice cubes. There's not enough ice cubes in this one. Hey, somebody used the road. They used the road. Oh, that's really cool. And I just realised I could use a paved road, or instead I could use small industry road instead. And we're gonna be an underground view for some reason. So let's rip up all this tarmac and just strip it back to the bare concrete. Yeah. We industrial park now. Yeah, we industrial park. Ooga booga, give me Air Jordans. There. Horrid, dirty concrete lanes, which are very noisy, but harder wearing than concrete. Build ghettos for the man, dem. Look, over here, we've got George Floyd sober 1 year, where you've got recreational use of controlled substance allowed, and let's just have a go over policies. So we've got a smoking ban. Yes, actually, you know what? That's going to be really funny. A smoking ban, but yeah, you can smoke crack, but not here because of a smoking ban, but you can, like, crack. Helicopter priority? Nah. If you want the ambulance here, you're gonna have to wait a while. You can free Wi-Fi. Hey yo, give me some of that free Wi-Fi. Harsh prison sentences, schools out, so that they just prefer going to work instead of education because ain't got time for all that. And no, I don't want an educational boost. And let's not encourage them to recycle. They're just not going to do it anyway. And harsh prison sentences, so there we go. Any of them that do get arrested, they get double sentences on the cap. And I've also got Peachtree residences over here. That's another high density residential thing. And this is my tourism and entertainment. And over here you can smoke. So there, we got that. Got a nice little area over here. A few street lights because I've been using mostly these little plain streets here, which I think is quite a nice feature. And in this part here, we've got nothing really happening because it all died. Thanks, Flood. I was okay, didn't really want those people around anyway. So let's have a look. Our schools will soon be at capacity. There's a primary school, but let's face it, it's not really going to be much good, is it? It's not going to do the jobs, is it? Put another school in there. Put another secondary modern in Where's the metro line? So there's a metro over there. Okay. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say I care. Do 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 do. So they can egress from here, walk over that crossing, walk over that zebra crossing, and the school is there. And I think I should stop this soon and eat some soup. And also level that terrain. Because, mate, like, seriously. Oh, great. I can just, yeah, I'll put my car over here, shall I? There really should be a thing like, okay, you're building that building, I'm just going to level things for you. That is a bit better. I mean, yeah, it's a bit better. It's not 100%, but it's better than before. Now, there's still demand for industry. Oh, and they would be demanding water, because, like, yeah, the ice cube factory, funny enough, needs a water supply. Funny that. So just following the roads. That should just be a rule. It's like, you build a road, you put a pipe underneath it. Well, I just saw a bit something coming in there. They're sort of stopping and like, yeah, but you're holding up the entire flow of traffic. So I'm going to D-zone, not all of it, just some. Well, okay, I'm D-zoning all of that then. Because I don't want them stopping there. Is there anything I can put in there, like a plot? I'm going to put a plaza in there. Oh, yes, a plaza. Oh. Plaza. What about... Yeah, that's a 4x4. That'll fit. And we'll put in a Zelda triangle. There we go. Welcome to my industrial park with the turbines and the things that raise the land value. And the dead trees that have died from the smoke pollution. And is this still working? Not operating. Let's have a look at our water. Water availability. Not good. So, can I bring this up again? Ooh, that was a mistake. Right, okay. Bring the brush size right down. Like so. I love that softened tool. That makes things pretty. Right, and then let's see what happens here. Now that I've done this... not that I can see what's going on, because it's bloody night time again. Is there somewhere I can say I don't want it to be night? Well, I suppose not really. Let's have a look at post... Yeah, post office city, so blah blah blah. So that's got good service. It's all got good service, and then they come to here, and that gets done there. There we go. So originally, I just built this as a sinkhole as deep as I could. And the reason for that was there was like all of this area was flooding. I was like, okay, I'll just build a massive sinkhole, then the water can fit. Like over there, there's a little thing. And if I look here, yep, it's just going on there, and then it got fresh water outlet, that's right. And we got a bit of sea there, which is nice. And we have an unconnected pylon, but that's okay, because that's all got power once again. Very good. Very good. So let me think. If I was going to build a highway, I could bring it through there and there? No, I really want to build it around. I want to use this area, you see, but I want a highway in it. Or a motorway, as we say in England, yeah? Let's see. What shall we do? This looks like a suitable area for an industrial zone. Hello, lizard. Hello, everybody. Let's have some. We're gonna have another just industrial area, and I'm thinking to myself, can I do a zone for it? Industrial specialization. We could do farming. Yeah, why don't we do some farming? Like I've got to paint the area first. Right, so paint an area. All of this area here. All of this area. Farms. And just, yeah, why not? There we do. And so, what name are we going to have for this farm? Let's find out. Hello. Let's call this
Hello, Hobbit.
Hello. I'm going to call this the Ram Ranch until somebody comes up with a better name for it. So,
I think it's a good name.
yeah, we got some cowboys at the Ram Ranch. So now we need to make this a farming specialization. There we go. It's now farming here. And
Chippy Ranch.
yep. This is nice. I'm just going to use the brush tool here. I'm just going to say all of this is now fertile ground. Now there's a lot of trees here, but that's okay. Because apparently where you've got trees, you don't have fertile ground. I'm not sure why that is, but them's the rules. So, we'll have a collector road. So, large avenue with grass. That sounds nice. Alright, I'll have some grass in my avenue in the Ram Ranch. So we'll do that. And we'll go around. And we'll do that. Now, farmers always like to parcel up their land into circular bits, what makes it hard to do ploughing and such. So this is a great idea. And let's go... do that. Yep. That. Now, if I put too many junctions on that collector road, it's going to make the traffic a bit shit, so let's not do that. So we'll do some of that there. And then have it just flow around. No, we won't have any of these slow gravel roads going to the big road. Let's do that. Struggling to say the word that. And Le Hobbit Farm can come afterwards. Bear Ray. Yeah, you come to my my Champs-Élysées, and I will show you the paradise. Oh, yeah. So now, let's get some pipes in. So, if I was a farmer, I would want water. Doesn't need to be heated, but hey ho, I was going that way anyway. No, that's just ordinary water pipes, that's good. So I'll pop those all in there, like that. And we need another water pipe along here, like that. There we go, there's water. And do that there. Do that there. And then put something in over here. Like so. Yep, that's all looking good. And you know what? Not that really rural locations have need for like a metro system, but I'm going to put a metro station in my farming area. Because they've got this thing flying overhead, so I might as well do it. And so let's see, like that. And now metro is here, and can't fit it in there, not quite. So we're gonna just organise some stuff. Oh, by the way, announcement, Sunday show, in a change to the advertised billing, it'll be starting about 9 minutes prior, and that's because we've got some exclusive Godwinson Keno to play. So that'll be at the start of the show, and then thought that could be a fun little introduction. So, yeah, that'll be something to look forward to. Let's just reorganise this road around here. No, this isn't a road. This is a metro thingy. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, Luke in a book.
To the...
Hello, yeah, Luke in a book. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm Mal B. Just got to look for my new book.
Larry fucking da. He's playing Sims.
You playing Sims, yeah?
Well, I'm playing SimCity.
Well, that's a good game, to be fair.
Yeah. So.
But I've got the game here from where's this? Yeah, I've got it on CD.
BioRay was telling me about SimCity 5, Cities of Tomorrow, where you can build a dystopian Judge Dredd style megapolis.
Cool.
Yeah. Sounds like.
I'll tell you, I've got a good game you can look up, Orbit. It's quite good. Where is it now? It's actually quite difficult. It's called. I've got rid of it now, so I forgot what it's called. Forget about that.
I think
it was a good game, though.
The hardest game I ever completed, where I was like, for whatever reason, I was just like, no, I want to see it to the end now, was Monster Bash. And it was one of those Apogee shareware games. It was a platformer. And, yeah, it was just... your pet dog has been stolen by Count Chocula. So you got go and rescue all the animals. And there's zombies, Frankenstein's monsters. There's the Hand from Adam's Family. And they all, like... And you've got a catapult, but occasionally you can pick up power-ups. So, like, your catapult can launch heat-seeking missiles, or a big boulder instead of just little stones. I just like the idea that, you know, you're this 8-year-old boy, and your pet dog's been stolen.
Was that on PC or Genesis?
1993, something like that.
The hardest game I've played is Echo the Dolphin. That was fucking rock hard, that one.
Yeah, Sonic
was
the
fucking-
Hedgehog was pretty hard as well.
Yeah. Games were brutal back then. Like on the
Yep.
fucking the
Mega
Genesis
Drive.
and the NES.
Yeah, I mean, they
Fucking
weren't
brutal.
hand-holding. Like, the original GTA, I forgot about it, but you had lives. Like, you couldn't just get busted by the police because you'd lose one of your lives. And, like, eventually you could get to the game over screen. So, it was quite an achievement to finish the original GTA.
Yeah, it was the achievement to fucking complete any fucking game back then, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It really was.
There weren't power-ups everywhere. You didn't have, like, auto-regenerating health like these shooters, you know?
I played the first auto-regenerating health one. That was Call of Duty 2? The World War One one. And you just sort of took a bit of a breather, and it's like, oh, that's okay. No, you're back in the fight again. It's like, oh, I've got a severe wound. Like one of my arteries has just been shot, and blood's coming out. Ah, you know, just catch a breather for a few seconds. You'll be fine.
Oh, Grim Fandango was pretty good. I do remember that.
Yeah, Grim Fandango. Yeah, I had that.
LucasArts game.
Yeah.
I played
this
Beneath a
Resident Evil
Steel
game.
Sky. Beneath a Steel Sky, A Day of the Tentacle. I love those point-and-click adventures. There was this bit that really annoyed me in Beneath a Steel Sky, though, where I had to read a walkthrough to how to get it. Maybe I should actually just play the game sometime so I can describe it, but there's this bit where you have to jimmy open the lock with a credit card, but you get multiple credit cards in the game. You can only use one credit card to open it, and it's like it's one pixel on the screen where you hold the credit card over it and suddenly it changes like use credit card with lock, and then you can open the door. Yeah, I think I'll replay Beneath a Steel Sky at some point. There is a sequel to it. I haven't played Beyond a Steel Sky. I do actually have it on my computer, but I just need to... I've got a snide copy. That's not operating. And that's not
Hey, you
operating.
Flosse. Got Flosse in chat.
Oh, okay. Hello, Flossie. Please don't step on me.
How have you nailed down the Stoke fucking accent, Donny? Like, you shouldn't be able to do that, for fuck's sake. Pretty good, right?
You see, the key to impersonation is all you need to do is listen. That's really all it is.
Yeah, but, I mean, I can listen to Liverpudlian accents all the time. I can't do them.
Oh.
I don't know, I guess I've heard one too many Charlie voice notes.
Yeah.
The duck thing, though, the duck thing's weird because women can call anyone duck. Like
My
in Stoke,
duck.
they call everyone duck. But with men, you're only allowed to call young girls duck. Apart from old men with flat caps, they can call everyone duck for whatever reason.
I thought
Don't
that
know
was
why
just
that-
an Oxfordshire thing, like, hello, my duck, hello, my lover.
Oh, do you have it as well? No, we have it round here. We have
Yeah.
it round here, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not just, so just for, oh yeah, my duck, my lover, that's just... And there are people in Oxfordshire, I've heard old men talk like that as well. That's not just like a West Country thing.
Yeah, it's an old people. It is like it's fucking weird. It is weird. It's if you're not the right person and you say duck, you've basically offended someone around here. If you get what I mean.
That's strange because around here,
It's
like,
fucking strange.
saying my duck is just like, oh, okay, yeah, how you doing, my lover? It's like, oh,
But if
call
you
me
said
my lover.
that, if you've got a flat cap and you're 65 and you say it, it's like, yeah, he's earned his right to call people duck. If you just if you're just some normal bloke, it's like, nah, fuck, you're not calling me duck. Yeah.
Probably the other thing that helps as well is like someone's demeanour. Like, I seem to get away with saying things that others can't. And
Yeah.
I think it's like I've got lovable retardism. So like people just go, oh, he's just a retard. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's bless him, he's trying. Hello, you cunt. What does Harvey say? Harvey says whatever the fuck he wants to, mum.
Why are there loads of Canadians online? Because their population is incredibly small, but they're always online, aren't they? You notice that?
Same with
The
Australians.
weather shit, they're always indoors. That's why.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, but are you saying that? But I looked at like a average hours of sunshine in North America versus Europe, and like you have to go into like Italy and Spain before you get like there's like New York has got, well actually that makes sense because New York and Madrid are on the same latitude, but like New York gets the same amount of sunshine as Madrid, and oh hang on, we're going to get some flooding there. So it's just detected that I've filled in that sinkhole, and I just saw a wave of water, and it's gone. All right, okay. Problem solved itself, yeah, I guess. So here we go. Here's the Ram Ranch and Amy's Baking Company. Yeah, I guess that's a building you have in an agricultural zone. You have people. Yeah, why not? I mean, you're right next to the fields, but no, you don't go right.
Top Cat's carpet right there. That big lake.
The UK is roughly on the same latitude as US-Canada border. Yeah, I mean, our country. Yeah, but even so, our country doesn't get nearly as much sun as they do. Like the place with the least amount of sunshine in North America is Washington State, and Washington State is on par with the south of fucking France. Fucking.
It's because it's got a rainforest there.
Well, maybe it gets cold weather in from the Pacific because I don't know. I mean, like what I've seen of Washington, it doesn't look like a south of France Mediterranean climate. All right, so this
volcanoes there too.
Yeah, wow, cool. I'm going to rename this street here. I'm going to call this Donny. Is there a way? Donny Viaduct. Fuck, why not? And Bedford Boulevard. Nope, that's going to be renamed to Our Phil Carriageway. There we go. There, you got your names in the game. Feel honoured. Oh, and that's the point.
Hell yeah, Hobbit. Honoured by you.
And, yep, the metro lines, they're both stopping there, so if people want to get, like, take the train to go and work in the fields. Let's see, here comes one now, and it's got 64 passengers. Is anybody disembarking? Well, yep, there's 2 free workers. Alright. Judy Finch, an uneducated child. And you are... so you've come to the agricultural district because you want to... Are you going to the Chirpex launch site? Definitely not SpaceX. So... Oh, I see, and they're using this as the central walkway. Well, that makes sense. That's a bit better then. So they're going up there, and then they're going here. Oh, we can launch a rocket. Okay, let's do that then. Let's launch a rocket. Poor Judy Finch, she's going to miss the launch of the rocket. Yay, we've launched a rocket. Hang on. And it's going to hit the dome and then it will explode. Because
hit the
space...
firmament.
Yep, that's it. Because space isn't real. I am a flat earth respecter. George Floyd sober 1 year. Well, I'm pleased that King Edward Park managed to survive the flood. It looks like it's recovered, which is nice. Although it doesn't look like any of the buildings in the park have survived, so I need to fill those in again. Yeah, that's a good idea. Park build... Oh, hasn't even got the main gate anymore. Right, so I'll put a gate in. And then we'll put in the side gate. And let's have a park plaza. So, park plaza. And some chessboards. Got anything fun planned for your Friday? Oh, a gazebo. That's an idea. Yes. Let's have 2 gazebos. Don't know what I'm going to do for my Friday. Probably eat some soup with some ham and cheese sandwiches with bread what I done made myself. Have a couple of beers.
Make a pizza.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Oh, and have another gazebo. Can't have too many gazebos in the park, right? Everyone likes gazebos. And let's put some rest rooms where homosexuals can have a rest and nothing else. So one.
You should name a rest up after our favorite cat.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. Let's have that right now. So I'm just going to pause this bit. We're going to have a motorway refuge area. Right, so that's all done, and now let's get the soften terrain tool. Oh no, that's leveling. That's not the same as softening. So let's soften. Okay, you don't pronounce the T in soften. Softening. French is even worse when it comes to silent letters. Yeah, that looks nice and soft now. Right, so now we've done that, I go into highways, and no, it's not there, it's intersections, that's right. Motorway refuge area, that's the one. And like so. Yeah, that looks roughly lined up. So now, let's put in, reconnect the motorway link. So we'll want a 3-lane. 3-lane highway. The whole point of French and Norman English is to flex on plebeians who spell things the way they pronounce it. Well, yeah, I know. Well, I think it's silly. Because that you see, that's like levels of sophistry where I'm just like, now I want to cause you physical violence and put your head on the spike. And it's like, oh yeah, well that's why you suck, because you're not as sophisticated. And like, fuck you. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that argue for sophistication, but I don't see any practical point. What is there any, like, here's a tangible benefit of sophistication? Ballet?
No.
Classical music? Like, I suppose if you want, like, an artist, and it's like, okay, you need to practice your art, like, the Renaissance artists, were they sophisticated? Or were they just, like, masters of their art? Because to me, sophistry is just, it's lying. That's all it is. It's lying, and you can't prove
Worse than
otherwise.
Linux.
Yeah, that's it. But it's one of those flexes where it's like, no, I want to cause you harm. I want to do a Nordic on you. I want to cause you harm. There we go. That's looking pretty good. And I think, let's see if I can put a couple of parks or something. So I'll have, is there something I could do here, like, well, that's, yeah, that's, oh, hang on, park. Don't need a car park, because people aren't staying here for a long time, so just do park with trees. That's nice. and do another park with trees here. And we'll call this one Top Cat Alley. And this one here on the other side, we'll call it Charlie Big Spotatoes. And, oh no, we're not having that. That's redacted lane. That name may not be mentioned. And Cherry Street, no, just redacted lane. There we go. But I don't. I mean, if I was like in one of these places, but like, yeah, I want to have a piss. So let's put like some light commercial here, and I think that would do. Yeah, because you can park there, and then you can walk underneath the motorway to the other side. I don't have a rape park yet, Bayer Ray. No, you're suggesting I get to work on that. Okay, I'll take it under advisement.
Brutus Park.
Yeah, Brutus Bum Park. And let's have a let's move that pathway back there like that. There we go. That's looking pretty good. And now, as this area is now going to have things on it, let's just have some pipes. So I'll do pipe there, pipe there. You don't have pipes where motorways are because you wouldn't want to dig a motorway up to access it. But fine, we'll just, yeah, whatever. It's fine. DOA Memorial Drive. That's an idea. So I think this one here, Wilson Boulevard. Let's rename that. So DOA Memorial Drive on that one. And King Edward Park is now being renamed to Rope Ape Park. Like so. There we go. This reminds me Willy Bum Bum song, but played to tune of Jewel of the Fates. The nice thing about the Willy Bum Bum thing is the lyrics go with pretty much everything. Willy, Willy, Willy Bum Bum. Just, it does. Oh yeah, and then let's put the speed up as well. So, no speed limit, no speed limit. You just put your pedal to the metal. Not 140, I said no speed limit. Pedal to the metal. There we go. So now we have our got an area of a bit of light commercial can build up here. Is that right? On Top Cat Alley? Yeah. So a couple of shops can be there, and already we got somebody. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna have a little rest here, and no toilets have been built, so I'm just gonna use the fountain. Dirty bastard! Look at him. He's going straight to the fountain now, and he's just like, he's having a shit. Remove this citizen. There, he's now been deleted. Not having you.
Hello.
Hello there. Welcome to Hobbit Stream's shitty Skylines. So you're live. Don't say kike or nigger.
When Emily.
What are you lads talking about then?
Funny names to give my streets and parks in City Skylines. I've got a George.
Has old Floppy C been attacking us anymore? Has he?
I don't know, but
I haven't seen him.
I've made a Top Cat Alley, and next to it I've got a Charlie Big
When he in
Potatoes.
Phil's chat last night or something.
Sorry?
That was fake Toppy.
Oh yeah.
Floppy C of the GMP.
Dylan Volk, and we had a fake Chaggett and a fake Tuck yet.
Nice.
Fake Jagger. Fuck's sake.
Oh
hell,
yeah, in the
the genuine
PPP
faggot ain't worth a
5-hour
fuck, is he?
the 5-hour streamathon. Yeah.
That was probably John Michael Kelly, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
John Michael Kelly
Did
treats
I tell you I spoke to John Michael Kelly in VC yesterday?
No shit.
Where he came in for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I briefly
He's not
saw
American,
him.
so it's not the JFK.
No. Name a
Well, I
gym
think we
after
knew that
Hemi.
anyway, didn't we?
Have I got... Actually, that's the point. I think I lost all my saunas along with the other thing.
Phil Meach. Is Phil being chewed out by Courtney then, is he? Is that why he's muted?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm alright now.
What's this weekend's tipple then, Phil?
I've only got what's it called, Saint Etienne. I've calmed down now. I'm only on 5% beer.
Oh, that's nice.
You don't
that.
do a toppy C then, do you?
That's nice. This Saint Etienne.
Yeah, I'm fucking now.
You are having the push French lager. I know it well.
Oh dear,
Yeah,
fucking
Saint Etienne.
toppy.
Saint Etienne
Fucking toppy.
from the
Steve,
Loire
what a dickhead.
Valley.
Saint Etienne, brewed in Swindon. That's why it's brewed.
It's actually
Saint
brewed in
Stephen.
Swindon, is it?
No, it's brewed in the Republic of Ireland. It's got lower
right.
tax rate than that.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, the Republic of
Well,
Ireland.
Dolmio's made in Holland, isn't it? When's your Dolmio day? Made in Holland.
When's your show Pornography to Children Day? Dormio.
Carlsberg's brewed in Northampton.
Yeah.
Carlsberg's owned by Jews as well.
Oh wow. You're telling
Where's
me they're in the brewing
Pause.
game.
Is that Burton on Trent? Is it?
Carlingsburg.
I know I've passed by the brewery a shitload of times, but I can't remember where it is.
Now,
I've
where's the
been
place
there
where
for
I've got the
ages.
two metro lines that intersect? Oh, they're over here. So, yeah. Where's... Right, I'm going to have a university around here then. My town got flooded out, so I've had to rebuild, not everything, but quite a lot of stuff. I've lost a lot of my infrastructure. As one does.
Coors Brewery's in Tadcaster.
Tadcaster.
Tadcaster? Where the fuck is that?
I don't know.
It's in Yorkshire. Samuel Smith's brewery's in Tadcaster as well.
Oh dear.
If ever I was going to go to Yorkshire, that I would want to visit that area.
Fuck, that Gobbinson was fucking keno, weren't it?
Well, that's why
The exorcism of Top Cats.
the Banter Nationalism will be going a bit earlier.
To Godwinson live news alerts.
Because there's some exclusive keno, I'm starting Banter Nationalism 9 minutes early on Sunday. Let me see. So yeah, got the university there, got pathways so people can walk to it. Hasn't got water. Students like being able to use student toilets, so let's give
Hobbit
them
there,
that.
is he, or is he off cooking or something?
Who?
Hobbit Meach.
Who?
I'm still
He's
here.
there.
Hobbit.
Hobbit's here.
Yeah.
Hobbit mate.
Yeah, of course I'm here.
Hobbit mate.
What?
Hemi,
what?
clean the shit out of your ears.
Yeah, mate.
What is he talking?
Yeah, what do you
Oh,
mean
he
he
must-
isn't here?
Oh, he must still be muted from the other day. Hold on.
Ah, you bellend.
Oh, that's it. I can hear you now.
There we go.
When he was droning on about lorries while I was trying to fucking listen to Phil, I muted him.
Oh, bastard.
What was I saying about lorries?
I don't know. You and fucking Nordic. I muted the pair of you.
Oh, yeah, no, fair enough. No,
You're taking him through the fucking theory test for lorry driving while I was trying to listen to Phil.
oh, yeah, that was right. Nordic and I, because he says, oh, I want to be a lorry driver, so it's like, oh, well, I'm studying the theory at the moment, so let's do these questions together. And, wow, what's going on over here? What's going on? Like, my river has suddenly gone like, no, fuck you, I'm not a river anymore. What? What's going on over here? Oh, it's these things. These water pumps are sucking up all the water and are just like, there's like not enough is happening. Wow. Okay. All right.
E&E, mate.
But
E&E, mate. E&E,
me. You gonna play Halo with me,
E&E,
mate?
mate.
Mate. Hello, mate.
Alright, let me turn
How
you
are
down.
you doing in there?
Burnt face, man.
What's going on in there?
Mate.
When you come to my gym, I hope you box, mate. Yeah.
You need a
Sit on
bulk
Uncle
up, mate.
Toby's lap in there.
I'll sort you out, mate. I'll get you on the good gear, mate. Get you strong. Get you fit so the birds love you.
I might need to get on the gear, to be honest, mate. I'm not putting a lot of weight on, unfortunately.
Eat
You
some
mean
of my
Nutella
cooking,
and
I'll
pork
help
pies?
you put the weight on.
Start drinking those. What are those fucking? Can you still get them? Do you remember? It's like a tin can, and you fucking rip the ring pull off, and it's like full
Wheat
of milk.
gain,
And it's like
4,000.
fucking like pure protein.
Wheat gain,
Yeah,
4,000.
pretty much like that.
Nutri-Milk. Nutri-Milk is what Smackheads drink.
Nutri-Milk, that's the one.
Nutri-Milk.
And they do chocolate, strawberry, and banana. Don't they?
No, say it with
Can you
me.
still
Beef
get
You
that?
want it? Can you? If you want the most amount of protein in a meal, you want to have stewed steak. Have stewed steak. It's got like 70 grams of protein in each can. Fucking eat that every day. Eat that
Promise
every day. You'll be a fucking.
Promise, it smells like fucking dog food when you open the
Yeah,
can.
exactly.
Inside of McDonald's, so I'm trying to, you know,
Eat like a
unhealthy
dog.
gains.
Eat the dog food.
yeah, mate. Whiskers Nationals, mate.
Stewed
Pedigree
pudding.
challenge.
You need stewed
Pedigree
pudding.
challenge.
Ritz crackers. Ritz crackers have got massive amounts of calories in them here now.
Oh yeah, yeah. So eat celery. Eat loads of celery. Your fucking gains will be out the roof. Honestly.
Celery.
No, if you want to gain loads of weight, drink Gold Top milk. Just neck a bottle of that every day. And eat stewed steak, and you'll be fucking massive. You might be a fat bastard though if you don't fucking
Nah,
exercise.
yeah, well,
Like,
we know someone who drinks Gold Top every day, and that guy can't walk 15 minutes out of breath.
I
yeah,
want a
makes you
fucking
fat bastard.
Hadra.
So, yeah, that's
Hadra.
right.
Phil knows. Do you know Hadra, Donny? You ever come across Hadra?
Never.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I've heard of, is this
He's
the
a
guy
gym
who like
poet.
stands on a fucking table and flexes in the mirror and shit?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's a fucking gym sal who avoids cardio. He was always like, with me, he's like, fuck cardio, you don't need any cardio.
Oh,
I was like, you fucking do,
if you
yeah.
ever meet him and you're walking 15 minutes, he's out of breath, like you have to
He's
stand
a fucking-
still.
Yeah, but it's not
Recovery.
even that. You meet him and he's so fucking like missable. He's like absolutely. Like I went up to him, completely chadly fucking shook his hand, and he like wilted, didn't he?
The golden gun versus the virgin fucking meathead.
The golden gun versus the fucking virgin gym cell.
It's sad.
He just sat next to me all night talking to me like we're old mates, didn't he? It's fucking unbelievable.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and then Hobbit came and chatted to fucking. You didn't even ask Lioness how a cunt slut was, did you?
No, I didn't. Wait, Hadra was... Oh, Hadra was on the other table, that's right. I mean...
Yeah, he was sat next to me. He's the one with the big square forehead and the squashed up ears.
That's it, yeah. No, Dave and myself, we were sat on the kids' table because there wasn't enough room for us in the big boys' table.
Well, you were the moon-faced Twitter slut and the fucking Iraqi fucking terrorist table, weren't you?
They're definitely not a Chechen rebel freedom fighter.
Dude. The fucking Cappy stitched you up as well, Ian, didn't he? Didn't even tell you were going to meet Hadra, did he?
No, he didn't. I was like, I saw him. I was like, what the fuck's he doing here? Is this like a coincidence where you just trapped me or something?
Oh dear. Cappy on one of his fucking. I know. I can change him.
Oh, well.
Change, this time after all change, he won't fucking beat me to it.
Has anybody heard from Cappy recently?
Nope.
No, he seems to be avoiding you, doesn't he, have it?
I got a text message from him the other night where I was telling him like AdBlue contains urea, which is extracted from pig urine. So LOL, all those Muslims breathing in that, you've just committed haram. Yeah, good luck avoiding bacon when you're breathing in pig piss, mate.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, where did you hear that from? It's like, yeah, my dad told me. And because my dad was talking to my old boss because they used to work together. And he's saying, oh, yeah, they got pig piss in the AdBlue. The urea in it's extracted from... My dad says, oh, that's a load of bollocks. And it's like, no, it's kidneys, mate. But he looked into it and it's like, oh, yeah, you're right. It is extracted from pig urine. So we were talking about, like... artificial fertilizer, and saying that back in the old days, people would use piss for gunpowder because it's got phosphate. It's got
Well, it was used in leather as well, weren't it? That's where the phrase "spending a penny" comes from, isn't it?
Oh, I heard that was because like the first public toilets cost a penny to use.
I heard it was because they used to literally buy piss.
Oh, okay.
That's where spending a penny.
Well,
that's the origin that I heard.
The thing about that though is that that was it. We're also talking about detergents and saying like, oh yeah, the first detergents that the Romans were using, those were they were literally washing clothes in piss. That's how they did it. And
yeah. Well, if you ever been to a pig farm, the first smell that hits you is ammonia, isn't it?
well, I used to drive past a pig farm on my way to work, and the first smell that hit me was pig shit.
Yeah.
And
well, if you're actually down close with it, down anywhere near them, you get fucking you get literally smacked in the fucking face, mate, with ammonia.
Ammonia. Hormonia.
Because you can use ammonia for cleaning, can't you?
Well, that's what they do use it for.
Yeah.
And like I said, AdBlue contains ammonia, which urea, which keeps reduces the sulfur emissions or something. Oh, I don't know the chemistry behind it. I assume it's sulfur emissions because that's the real polluting thing with diesel.
I thought it was nitrate. I thought nitrates were the problem.
Yeah,
with diesel fumes.
nitrates, nitrous oxide, that's another thing. Because it's compression engine, that makes... because the pressure and the heat's enough in the engine, it combines nitrogen and oxygen together and you get up nitrous oxide. Or is it nitrogen oxide?
Because diesel engines are a steel block, aren't they?
I don't know about that. All I know is that they have to withstand high compression ratios, and I'm getting a bit of gridlock here. So these are tractors importing agricultural products to... So this is my farming district, and there's a couple of like farms, but there's still all this like this traffic coming in to import agricultural products. I'm like, no, I just wanted a farm in the Ram Ranch. This is tits. What if I do like a farming building? There we go. Farm. Oh, it's because most of this land isn't fertile, so it doesn't count. Well, the river's all fertile. It's too bad I can't build on that. Oh, it's because all the forests are in the way. So I got a clear forest? Whatever. Let's build a farm building on it somewhere. There we go. Now I can build a small crop field. Not in industry area. Oh yeah, that's right on the edge. Let's build it out a bit more then. Build that out. There we go. There, you're a farm now.
Oh,
Top
Yeah,
Ian.
it's here.
It's Top Ian.
Not sure if that's a 50cc engine.
Sounds like Top Ian's in and he shit himself again. What the fucking hell is that?
It's a diarrhea one.
Ew.
I think someone needs to change their diet, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Bit too much of the Vindaloo.
Too much of the Caribbean.
That's basically all I hear when Ralph starts talking.
That's the covered bomb.
Well, it's just fucking verbal diarrhea, isn't it?
Let me tell you about my girly tikka masala maid. Let me
What
tell
on
you
earth
about
are you watching, Phil?
the
I was in
Hegelian.
Googling pod.
Let me tell you about the Hegelian dialectic, mate.
It doesn't. It's gay. Can we
I-
say the Hegelian dialect?
I
dialect?
understand so much
Boring.
because I use these $5 words, mate. Unlike you, Phil.
Oh, did anybody watch that fucking Peterson debate I put in? That nigger on it is so funny.
Oh, what was they had a debate with? Who is this? Where is this?
It's quite an old debate. It's Peterson and Stephen Fry versus some nigger that swallowed a fucking thesaurus and Michelle Goldberg talking about
Oh right,
social
I got that
justice,
video
free speech or
recommended.
something.
Can't escape fucking Jordan Peterson. I
That
tried.
one, that one is a funny one because that nigger is fucking hilarious. He's literally like, imagine like a comedy sketch about like a nigger using big words. It's just like literally him.
You motherfucking thesaurus, bitch!
Yeah.
You gotta say
No big words and
Emancipation
shit.
Proclamation about 5 times in any speech.
Acclamation.
Yeah.
Africa. Nigga.
Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah.
Fucking Ralph. Why does Ralph not know when he's fucking beat?
Because he's not willing to go back to the Waitrose 24-hour Shell garage.
Oh, mate. I like how everyone thinks he's some sort of high flyer. They're like, oh yeah, he's advising the government. He ain't advising the government. Give me a fucking break.
He was
I
a
was
fucking.
advising
We all know.
government on
We
the
all
lockdown,
know he was
mate.
a fucking janitor. We all know he was a janitor at fucking
He's
Goldman
a customer
Sachs, don't we?
services representative, probably, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
He'll be an ICO Virgin. Please, I am government advisor. Show me Virgin.
He probably used to wheel in the TV unit with the video player underneath for Goldman Sachs when they had a meeting.
Hey, fuck you, bastard, bloody.
That's more than you've done,
You go,
mate.
Mr. Goldman. Is your TV with the video underneath, mate?
They
you
wouldn't
was
even let you in the
bloody
door,
plan,
mate.
That fucker has never been to a private school. He's absolutely
Yeah.
fucking lying his ass off.
What do you mean? The Bombay private school of private things, that's a little school.
Private
There's no way a Paki goes to a private school and ends up talking like a fucking New Delhi gutter rat. It's just no way. They fucking love RP. Any chance a fucking Paki gets, they'll talk in RP, won't they?
What's it well, because they know having that accent is the worst accent.
I
Yeah.
thought he was a. I thought he was a Hindu.
He's not, no, he's half Indian, half England, and he's lived in England his entire life.
Well, he's supposedly got. Is it a white mother, isn't it?
He's got a white mum and a Dravidian dad. I know it's Dravidian because he claimed he was Aryan. I was like, wrong. Wrong region.
Well, in
He's a
that case,
Dravidian.
it must have been like black as coal tar because he is quite
Yeah.
dark himself.
That's what his dad was like a proper fucking Negroid Indian. He's like, shit, me watermelon, please, sir.
I've totally been to private school, mate. I mean, all of his LinkedIn could be fucking made up for all we know.
It's probably all made up to
Mm.
make himself look good. It's all attention seeking. It's
Are
like he
you
goes on
telling
speaking
me
corner.
that Hindu might lie on his resume?
Well,
One
I thought.
person lies, imagine my
Didn't someone
shot.
say they'd looked into him and found out he's worth 10 mil? I mean, is that legit?
It's bollocks. He
Yeah.
might be worth 10 mil. I don't fucking give a shit. He's still wrong. Not everything. Like, mate, Dominic Cummings will save the white race. That's a fucking mate. I love.
But
I
no,
love
you forgot, Philly. It's my mate Dominic Cummings, mate.
my mate Dominic Cummings gonna save
Yeah.
the white race, mate. I love the cope of Tories.
My
They're like,
good
yeah,
friend Dominic
yeah,
Cummings.
he's gonna do it. The Tory party are gonna do it. It's like, fucking
You
are
don't
delusional.
understand. You're jealous. You see,
I love
because
the way he's single-handedly like started and set up the AFD. Yeah, you can't even get Collett to do fucking basic shit correctly.
Yeah, is he fuck? Like, who gives a fuck about the AFD? What have they done? Really, they haven't done anything.
They're fucking UKIP. UKIP are fucking useless. BNP were useless. The BNP's legacy is getting fucking Dagenham blacked. That's the BNP's legacy.
wow, good going there.
I know someone in the AFD, therefore I am the AFD. It's like, we should copy the AFD. It's like, no,
Like, fuck off.
fuck off.
Fucking
fuck
crowd
you.
cunts. Where's Ralph living now anyway? Is he back in?
He's in Germany.
Is he back in England or is he still LARPing in?
Still in
fucking
Germany,
Germany?
allegedly.
Mm.
Hopefully he fucking stays in Germany with his people. They're all packies now, aren't they? May as well stay there.
Well, there's a lot of
Yeah.
Turks there.
Same thing.
Oh no! So there's 1,000 miles of difference between Pakistan and Turkey.
Only say
I don't know.
Islam's not a race.
SS Sniper Wolf's half
Yeah.
Turk. She's alright.
They say Islam is a race. They say Islam isn't a race. And I say it is a race. Don't fuck around. But we know it's a race.
Islam isn't a race. Well, how come they're all packies then?
Exactly. They are. They say, actually,
If-
it's like, nah.
If Islam ain't a race, why are they all packies? Apart from the ginger ones, but that's only because they're fucking bent.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I wish I'd downloaded that fucking PPP video when PPP schooled him on the fucking Bible. That was fucking brilliant, that was. Here's the brown leader of the white race. He's piss-winded. He's piss-winded. You remember that? The PPP fucking response
Oh yeah,
video.
yeah.
Here he is, the brown leader of the white race.
14 in the chats, mate.
14 mate. 14 in chat mate. Mate.
Do you reckon Collett's secretly gutted that we don't attack PA anymore?
Well, all he has to do is just be a lolcow again, and I'm sure we'll have something to talk about.
Well, you know, once you've had a paedophile, it's like if you've had a paedophile in your ranks and you still live in it, it's like, well, what can we say? There's nothing you can do really than be a paedophile. That's about as low as it gets, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I'm more interested
Yeah.
in. I'm more interested in finding out what Thomas Biden Rees dark past is. That's what I'm interested in. But he said there's more. That'd be way more
We need to
interesting.
get a Frithwolf on it. We need to get Frithwolf going. We need to get a Frithwolf going through his bins.
Inspector
No.
Frith.
More importantly, we want Thomas Barden Rees to think Frithwolf is going through his bins.
Yeah, I'm following Frithwolf.
Inspector Frithwolf. Inspector Frithwolf.
Fuck you, bloody.
Do.
I want to put that on actually. Is it? Fuck you,
Oh, I
bloody
got-
bastard.
Somebody left a message on my answering thing, and so I was just like deleting messages, most of them from my dad. And I was like, "Hello, Robert, can you hear me?" He's like, "What? No, you're talking to my." But anyway, so someone rang me up. Now, I assume Jan is a girl's name, right?
Yeah.
Jan short for Janet. It's not short for Jonathan, is it? But anyway, so
Jan is fucking Dutch, isn't it?
well, either way, I just said, yeah.
Dutch for John, isn't it? Because they're fucking queer bastards. They use women's names. Don't they?
Well, the Dutch are scum.
I'll tell you, it's really weird when people call a boy Kim. I mean, who's going to call a fucking boy Kim?
Someone that wants the boy to be bullied.
Yeah.
Jinx love to call her.
So anyway, my answer machine, it's got my voice, and I said, yeah, leave your name and number after the beep. And it says, like, Jan, if that's you, Jan, then I'm leaving you a message here, Jan. And then I just delete the rest of it, because I'm like, I'm not Jan. You've got the wrong number, you dumb cunt.
I remember there used to be a kid at my school called Kia, and he was a proper fucking spastic, he was.
Speaking of which, my phone keeps beeping at me, and I'm intrigued to find out why, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Fucking hell, Phil.
Whoa, what's up?
Taking off again.
He's gone.
Oh, sorry.
Bobby's just disappeared.
Fuck's sake, is it still taking off again?
Phil's got a web page open on his laptop.
I found some sound effects.
Phil's got a web page open with Flash on it, and his fucking laptop's gonna die.
Yeah, well. We've got sound effects. These are some sound effects.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Those are some weird sound effects.
That's James Chan fat material, isn't it, that kid, laugh?
So the kid's like, I'm gonna make you some sound effects.
I'm thinking of chopping up Toppy's thing, and doing it to Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba.
Toppy, you say?
But the I just called to say I love you is brilliant.
What do you reckon, that or Born Slippy?
Born Slippy, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, because Born Slippy's
Slippy,
that
yeah.
lager, let's shout in, lager,
Mega white
lager,
thing,
let's
mega.
shout in.
So there's
Mega
0 out of
white
8
thing,
fire
mega
engines in
mega.
use, and the fire is literally coming right next to where the fire station is.
Could I?
Whoever's working here needs the fucking sack.
You need the Pogues. What is it? The Pogues? What's that song called? The fucking.
The Wild Rover. No, not
No,
that.
the fucking.
Yeah, the Wild Rover, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the Wild Rover? That one.
Yeah.
Or Fairy Tale in New York.
Yeah,
I don't like
you need a sad drinking song, a sad drunken
I like
song.
the odd song, but
Oh,
I can live
if
without.
you're talking about sad drinking songs, what about the Alabama song by The Doors?
I thought you
Oh
heard
yeah,
about the
show
Alabama
me
nigga.
the way
Alabama
to the
nigga.
next whiskey bar. Yeah, I might do that one.
I thought you heard about the Alabama nigga song. I'm an Alabama nigga.
And I want to be free.
Cover.
I grew up in Alabama, fucking my sister and cousin.
I was gonna do like a smash cut of all Toppy's like incoherent ramblings, you know, the ones where you can't make anything out there.
But I was very, very drunk.
Yeah, here's coffee. Here's coffee, listen.
Love you, dear mate. Okay, Toppy. Okay. Is Phil still going through sound effects?
Yeah, I am, yeah. Some weird ones.
And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play the Wild Rover? No, never, no more.
That song has forever been ruined for me thanks to the Clover advert.
Yeah.
Aston Villa. There's an Aston Villa chant that's to that. I can't remember the fucking chant.
My favourite football chant
it
is
is-
"You're not
it's
singing anymore."
Aston Villa.
And I was like,
Aston
why
Villa
would they say you're
FC.
not singing anymore? And the idea is like their team's doing badly, so they're not feeling like singing.
Forever blowing bubbles.
Pretty bubbles in.
Why?
Do you know what my
Exactly.
favourite
Yeah.
Oxford United stories is? So there was this bloke, right, and he thought it would be a really good idea to propose to his beloved on the football pitch at the stadium. And so he's there on one knee saying, will you be my wife, and presenting her with an engagement ring. So all of the Oxford United like things saying, does she take it? Does she take it? Does she take it up the arse? Does she take it up the arse?
Oh fuck! You should. I went to see Villa once, and it was Dwight York's first game back after he'd left. Fuck me, the shit that was getting fucking shouted at him. I can't remember half of it, but I remember most of it was fucking absolutely disgusting. He was getting the "Are you sure?" the "Baby sure," and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Dwight York's a scumbag. He deserves abuse.
Fucking black cunt.
So does Jordan, for that
He's a
matter.
shit father as well. He's a shit father as well, isn't he?
Yeah. I have a lot of
Well, he is
respect for
black. He's
Harvey.
got a disability, hasn't
I mean, after reading about Harvey Price and all the shit he has to put up with, I have so much respect for that kid. I mean, I wouldn't want to...
I love that. I love how he just fucking chads it out with when he smashed the car window in.
he? Didn't give a fuck, did he? He was like, yeah,
he
whatever.
just
Just
like,
bloke with it.
yeah, it fell off, falling
He's
over.
like,
Mum, this
like,
car
you seen the
window's
advert?
broken
Auto
again.
glass repair. Auto glass replace. That's what he should have said.
He was just
Wait,
like,
what?
yeah, and yeah, what the fuck's your problem?
Got insurance, aren't you, you fucking silly bitch? Get it done. I bet her insurance premiums are through the fucking roof of that fucking bastard, aren't
Oh,
Right.
yeah, pretty much. Guaranteed.
they? Oh, it was Harvey who broke your car again. Well, that's the fucking course, yeah. We'll insure you, £1,000,000 a week.
I mean, it must be to the point where auto glass repair just give her Christmas cards.
Well, she just ends up fucking the bloke. She just ends up fucking the bloke from Auto Glass.
Yeah, they're on first term basis now.
You can move in with us and fix the car every fucking day after he's fucked it up. He's like, yes. Get in.
No, I think I'll decline that offer.
What, you won't bang Jordan?
What, living with them?
You can just say put the fucking monkey in a cage or something.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't want to.
Then I think he'd get jealous and kick the fucking door in if he was banging.
Yeah,
into
too, that's my fucking message. I mean, mum.
Yeah, yeah. That Harvey funny.
Believe it or not, I never found Jordan attractive. Katie
Okay.
Price, mind you, yeah.
Not Joe. Well, I don't know. I've had a wank over both, if I'm going to be honest.
A wank over both.
Phil's less
I used to have a
discriminating. than I am.
Katie Price picture on my wall.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'm a bit older than you, so I used to have that one. That you ever seen that one? It was like an old Athena poster where the bird's got like it's a black and white photo, but the lingerie has been picked out in blue.
Oh yeah. At the Cali
And there's
Brook
like a
as well.
bird in a corset.
The
Both
Cali
me and my
Brook.
mate had that poster on our wall.
I like
Cali
that
Brook as
poster
well.
of the tennis girl, and you
Carl
can
Brook,
see
the
her
boxer,
bum.
Cali Brook.
Oh, where she's scratching her bum. Yeah, that's fucking quality.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That should be in the fucking Louvre. That photo should.
It's up there with the Mona Lisa. It is a work of art.
Yeah, and that bird with a green face from the 70s. Do you remember that one?
Oh, what, in Star Trek?
No, there used to be like a painting in the 70s. It was one of those paintings you saw that like everyone had. It was like the fashion, And it's like just some Spanish bird with a green face. I think it was Spanish bird anyway.
Can't say I'm too familiar with
And
that
it was
one.
like the height of sophistication to have that.
I wouldn't mind having a reproduction of the statue of David in my house.
Nah, Venus de Milo, mate. That's what you want.
Well, why not both?
It is. I don't want a man's fucking wink. I don't want to see a man's fucking winky, do you? I don't know. Do you, Hobbit?
Well, it's besides the point, and anyway, it's partition, it's small.
It isn't besides the point. It's a fucking naked bloke in your house.
The Patricians.
Well, I was saying the house, I mean the garden.
Still a naked bloke in your garden of it?
Oh
What the
no,
fuck?
no, a statue of a naked man, how terrible.
What are you, some kind of
Fucking
fag?
hell, you'll be joining fascist fitness yet next time, mate.
Can I not? Is that an option?
So I've got a naked woman in my garden now. It's like she's got no fucking
No,
arms.
you
You
must
sort
join
of pair
fascist
there.
fitness.
You saw an elaborate plan to lure Scuggy in his house.
First you
There's
get
a
the
Like,
naked
now,
Scuggy.
man in my
is it
garden.
Scuggy? Is the statue of David? Is that Scuggy bait? Is it?
First you get the Scuggy, then you get the Casimir. That's how it works. Ooh, I'm doing a poo.
First you get the gays, then you get the women, then you get the kids. That's what you. That was the racist group from Hollyoaks. That was their mantra, Phil. First you get the gays, then you get the women, then you get the kids.
Yeah, I mean that
Well, someone said-
makes sense.
I'm sad that you didn't reply to my comments. That's what someone's just put for me.
Who said that?
Rory Wilson. Oh,
Who
sorry,
the
man.
fuck's Rory Wilson?
I don't fucking know.
Well, Rory Wilson, your
as
comment is
Toppy-
now being replied to.
Not replying to him.
Has Toppy left you a passive-aggressive comment?
Yeah. Oh, someone joined my channel and wrote a comment. They're called. Their name's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Of course, she's asking for money.
yeah, I'm all right for
Straight
money,
to the point.
thanks.
Yeah, yeah, I have, thanks. Fuck you know. How long do you give it while till she's got Phil upside down by his ankles, shaking the money out of his pocket?
She's seizing the means of production.
The Chad Courtney versus the Virgin Phil.
Ah, she's learned
So
all
the
the
person's
lessons.
called Hemi. The person's called Hemi Gay is a fat gobby cunt. That's their name. They said, yeah, pump up the jam and let's get fucking fat. That's what they said.
Bomb up the jam.
Pump up the jam. What the fuck?
Dad, have you got any money?
Pum
What?
pum the
Fucking
jam.
hate my life.
No, I'm fucking skinned.
It's meant though. It's like, hi Dad, back from school. So, oh, you're
Oh,
right, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
fucking
Got any money? So, fuck yeah, of course.
Do you reckon
Yeah.
that's Toppy then, Emmy Gay?
Yeah, I have
No, it's
got
too
money.
funny,
Thanks
that.
for asking. I got it by doing work.
Yeah, stop being a kid. No, I'll give it to. So
Why?
she only wants
What's she gonna
Why,
do
it
with
says-
it?
waste it on online shit. Probably Roblox or some bollocks like that.
No, tell her to play a decent game. Roblox is shit. Tell her to play
Let's
City
play-
Skylines.
She got that on a Games Pass, but she doesn't play it. I tried downloading it. She's like, "This is my computer." Like, it's fucking mine. I bought it. No bad. She
Well,
plays
you should tell her,
Fortnite.
she's like, Hobbit's making a
Minecraft
shit
with
capitalist
Roblox.
city. I need to show him how to make a real Soviet one.
Yeah, there's a game for that as well. There's a Soviet
Yeah,
city builder.
Yeah, it's resources and things. Yeah, there's just so much central planning on it. I was just like, no, this is too
It's dead
autistic.
hard, isn't it? It's dead
Too
hard.
autistic for me.
I wonder what that account of that parody account of me is a reaction to. Is it a reaction to Is it a reaction to me being in Ralph's channel? Is it a reaction to Unwashed? Is it a reaction to Top Cat? It's like fucking yeah, come at me, bro. But I don't know what the fuck your problem is. You're gonna have to fucking tell me, mate.
It was made 6 months ago.
Oh fuck. So it must be who were we upsetting 6 months ago, Hobbit?
I don't know. There's a queue.
Yeah.
Gay. It's
I think
Hemi.
I might have to
GK.
respond and have to go. Sorry, mate. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry, mate. You're just gonna have to let me know who I upset that you hero worship.
Me gay is a fat gobby cunt.
Imagine fucking hero worshipping someone on the internet. It's so much you have to defend their honour.
Well,
You have to
okay.
defend their honour.
I was going to say that there's people that like, there are like Hobbit fans that like that respect me. But I mean, I was called a genius the other day, an elusive genius.
Elusive genius.
I am an elusive
really?
genius. Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to think that our fans would only ever attack someone just for the sheer fun of it, not because they felt that our honour had been impinged.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, let's do this then.
Oh, this roundabout's going to be gay.
It's like I'd love to like go like for a month without having to do any fucking community drama, but the problem is these fucking clowns, they won't stop. They won't stop being fucking clowns, will they? They have to keep being fucking stupid all of the fucking time, don't they?
Well, to be fair though, it's more entertaining than whatever bullshit's in the news. So I don't,
Yeah.
I don't particularly mind. I mean, if they want to be,
But it's like you go back to the start of this. Not start of this year, start of the previous year. So the start of the previous year was Brutus kicking off against fucking woes. So then we had all the PA bullshit. That all stops. Then Brutus goes, look what they've done to PA. I think I could do with some of that. So then Brutus starts. Then fucking who started after Brutus? I can't remember.
too
I'm just
many
fucking
to
losing.
count.
Yeah, exactly. Every time one of them has seen what a fucking pasting somebody gets, someone else goes, "Oh yeah, I think I'll step up for a bit of that."
Yeah, I like a bit of abuse.
Yeah. I wonder what upsets them more, that we're funny or that we don't care.
Well, we care enough to make fun of them. Oh, that's
We
the
don't
thing, though.
care
The
to-
problem with Spurgs on the internet is just like, if you don't take things seriously, then you're feds because you're just like, you're trying to, I don't know, be not gay or something.
Okay, Kike Slammer 1488. You're the serious person, aren't you? I'm not, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Who's really going to make a difference in this world?
I am, because I'm going to drive you off the internet. That'll be funny. Because
Oh.
you'll cry about me forevermore, but I literally won't care because I'll just move on to another target.
Well, Hemi's just admitted that he's a fed that just wants to get these people off the internet and deny them their freedoms to be a spurg on the internet. Why do you want to deny
Well,
them?
they are free to be a retard on the internet, just as free as I am to point out they're a retard on the internet.
Oh, but if you point out they're a retard on the internet, then you're part of the problem, not the final solution. Yeah.
Yeah, not Kike Smasher 88. He's gonna solve everything by being called Kike Smasher 88, isn't he?
And the member of parliament for Nuremberg, Kike Slammer 88.
Well, Dave Smith started his political career when he used to go under the username of Kike Smasher 1488 on the internet. I mean, you're never going to see that in someone's fucking bio, are you?
I wonder when, like, Tommy Robinson dies, what they're going to put in his biography. Tommy Robinson, neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
But he loved the Mossad. Yeah, Tommy Robinson, neo-Nazi. But guys, I was like, I was part of... Yeah, you're going to be remembered as a neo-Nazi.
I think Mark Collett was recruited because it's a bit weird. Because I haven't said this for ages. I almost forgot about this fact. Did you ever? I can't find the interview again, but there was some interview I saw with Tommy Robinson where he said he was approached to control the right and he turned them down.
Yeah.
And then the next thing, Mark Collett's gathering up everybody on the right.
Amazing.
Yeah. And, these two, one of these things is not like the other at all, honest.
Well, the bit which annoys me about it is the fact that Laura Towler and her husband have been hoovered up, but Mark Collett remains suspiciously free.
Yeah, didn't someone mention that he got arrested again the other day as well?
I don't know about what Mark Collett got arrested.
I think Godwinson mentioned it on Tuesday that he's been arrested again.
Mark Collett?
No, Sam Melia.
Oh,
Jack
Laura
Handers.
Towler's boyfriend?
Mr. Towler.
Husband?
Should we just call him husband? They're married now.
Mr. 100 Fingers?
Ooh, that Octavia RS looks nice, I bet. Just had one past me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we were talking about the Skoda the other day, weren't we?
It's nice. It's a red one, and the writing on it is black. You know, the writing on the decals on the back. They're black.
That's it. We were talking like if I won the lottery, and my friend who'd said, "Oh, if you win the lottery, buy me an Aston Martin DB9." It's like, okay, and then you're just going to sell it. It's like, no, I won't. It's like, all right, you'll drive it for a month and realise you can't afford the insurance, then you'll sell it.
Oh, all the parts. Because isn't the thing about the Aston Martin that if you have to ask how much, you can't afford one?
Oh, yeah, but no. That idea of like, okay, I'm not going to ask how much it is, and it's like, but I had £4.5 billion in my bank account. Oh, well, if you have to ask, then you can't. You're telling me the Aston Martin's worth more than £4.5 billion? This is just a blank check to written out to cash.
Well, you know, everything's they're all built individually. So, say you dinged your say someone crumpled your door in, you couldn't just go to a scrapyard and get another Aston Martin door.
No. Oh, okay.
They have to make you a new door by hand. I don't know if it's still the same, whether they actually use proper production, but in the old days, that's the way it was. You had to have a door made by Aston Martin.
Yeah. So it's a proper like bespoke item then.
Yeah.
I like
I can't remember. I saw that. I saw it on.
You saw it on How Do They Do That?
I do quite like that. That's the Aston Martin in the Living Daylights. That's a nice one. It looks kind of Mustangy.
But that's why I said to my friend, I said, would you rather I buy you a car which you can't use but looks nice in your garage, or would you rather I bought you a Skoda Superb and I pay for like 10 years insurance, 10 years servicing, and I'll even give you like 50 quid a month to use on fuel? I mean, that's not going to cover you if you're going to be driving like a lot, but hey, you know, first week's free. It's like, no, I'd rather have the DB9. I was like, well, you're a fucking idiot. And he is an idiot, actually. He doesn't listen to my stream, so that's okay. But he knows he's an idiot. Like, he's always buying, like, parts for computers and then selling them on because, I couldn't get this or I did that. And it's like...
Are you streaming right now, then, Hobbit?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I think you should warn people.
I did. Right at the beginning of the show, I said...
I didn't hear you because you were muted then, because you're a spastic.
What? Because you're a spastic. You're a towel.
You're a spastic because you were droning on about fucking lorries and I was trying to listen to Phil.
You're
it was on in the bot.
Oh yeah, but
you're
then like, when was this? Because like you were talking to me last night on the show.
No, it's on my phone.
Ah.
You were muted on my phone, but not on the app. but not on the PC.
Yeah. Well, that's
I was
okay.
kind of wondering whether that'd be the same across all platforms, but obviously it's not.
No. I just, yeah. Oh, you didn't hear the bit I said. Well, I'm not going to repeat it now because I was using some gamer words, just saying you're live on my stream and don't say this or that. Yeah.
Absolute gamer.
Gamer.
Absolute gamer.
Gamer words. Right, so now I've rebuilt the roundabout yet again. Let's put some... Oh, the priority signs are all saved in place. That's
What are you
good.
playing now?
I'm playing City Skylines.
Oh, City Sushi.
Yeah, City Sushi. And it's the same as before. I'm thinking I'm going to make that a 2-lane one. And the idea... So, chat, if you're still there and you're looking at me doing all this stuff... What happens if you remove all the speed limits? You let your
Did
dog...
they do it? Didn't somebody actually do a real world experiment on that? And they found out that people who drove like a million times more carefully.
Yeah, there's a town in Spain.
And they
where
were a lot more. And they were a lot more courteous and everything, weren't they?
There was a town in Spain where they removed all traffic lights and stop signs and things like that. And yeah, it just turns out people will they will drive sensibly and work with one another. They also found like traffic worked a bit better. Like there was a bit less
Yeah.
hawky-balkiness.
Well, I've always thought that there's a problem with these speed cameras and things like that because basically, it's assumed now that if you're driving the speed limit, you're driving safely.
Well, it's bullshit.
Because they've linked safety and speed, haven't they?
Yeah, and it's bullshit. I want you to just carry on driving. You just carry on driving. So no stopping, just carry on driving. And they're trying to move.
Yeah, because also the traffic will find its own level anyway. It's like, so basically, if I'm driving in if I'm doing 40 and a 30, I'm driving unsafely. But if I'm doing 30 and a 30 and it's snowing, and the road's icy, I'm still driving safely. It doesn't make any fucking sense, does it?
No.
That's just the way I see it anyway. Drive.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'm doing some stuff. I've got this really busy off lane from the motorway, and there's a big queue, and there's people, they're coming to this roundabout. Some of them going to the residential. Most of them are just carrying on the bridge.
It's like those smart motorways are complete and utter bullshit.
Ah, well, you say that, but then again, you know when they flash up like the speed limits?
Yeah.
I found out the reason they do that is because on motorways, traffic bunches up, and then you get congestion. So what they do...
But it doesn't actually work in practice. Whatever that theory is, it doesn't fucking work. Because I've been on smart motorways, and there's always queuing fucking traffic.
But have you noticed, like, nearly everybody ignores the speed limit. They carry on going at the speed they're going to. And then they get to the bit where it's congested. Like, when they actually say, okay, do 50, do 40, do 30, I actually drop my speed down. I don't put the brakes on.
I think if they did... I think what they need to do with smart motorways is have that, but not back it up with speed cameras, because you know the smart motorways are backed up with speed cameras.
Oh God! Like I actually get PTSD from when I see the cameras flashing. It's fucking terrible. I hate it.
Yeah,
I really do.
So I think smart motorways would work if they weren't backed up by law. I think people would be more likely to obey.
The idea of having
all it means is just slow down a bit. There's some traffic coming up. So,
but also the idea that you're going to have a speed camera on the motorway, it's just like, well, that's dangerous because people are now looking at the speedo instead of the road.
Yeah. Well, do you remember all those safety films about nodding off? Is it when they tell you if you nod off for 1 second, you'll travel X amount of feet?
Yeah, so if you're looking
looking at your speedo's not unsafe.
Well, it just goes to show they don't care about safety; they care about making revenue. They care about punishing you as a motorist. There's no, like, for example, other countries, they're more inclined to use carrot. Like, I've noticed with their public transport systems, they're fairly cheap and they're good. But whereas our public transport system is, fuck you, it's expensive. But if you're going to be a motorist, we're just going to fuck you hard. Because
Well, it's stick and stick, isn't it? It's not carrot and stick. It's just. Do you want stick or do you want more stick?
do you want stick or do you want the barbed wire stick?
Yeah. Do you want a stick or the baseball bat?
Yeah.
£7 spent on a fucking outfit in Fortnite.
You need to
I literally said, okay, there's your £7. I went upstairs and I watched him make that purchase. I was like, for fuck's sake. The fucking kids are dickheads nowadays, I'm telling you. I was lucky if I had £1 a week when I was a kid. That's how much pocket money I got. Like £2 or £3.
You got pocket
like
money?
Oh yeah.
Well, that said, actually, my dad never gave me pocket money, but my nan would give me £2 a week. So.
Yeah, I had about £1 a week, £2 a week. Do you know what my sister used to do? My older sister, because I was only like fucking 5 or something. She used to swap my pound coins for 20p's, and she used to say, "This is worth more. This is." And I go, "Oh yeah, wicked, nice one, Dad." I remember her doing that for fucking ages.
Oh.
Bitch.
I'll tell you how old I am, boys. I used to have pocket money in pound notes, lads.
Fucking hell! What did you have? Did you go riding around on your penny farthing as well? See? Emmy's like, I'm not that old, but you know, my fucking penny farthing was quite fucking mint. He used to go.
I wasn't that old when pound notes disappeared, but yeah, I used to have pound notes when I was a kid.
Fucking
Hey,
hell.
I remember when the £2 coin was new, and then that's when my pocket money went up from £1 to £2 a week.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What was that?
Right, I'm cold. I'm gonna.
I remember like when I was a kid, like the grocery shopping was right next to the newsagent. So my dad would like give me £1, and I'd go in the newsagents, and while they were shopping, just read the back of all the horror books.
Yeah. Where's the traffic tool? There should be something that says about traffic routes. There we go.
I do miss the fun of going in a video shop though. You go around a video shop, look at all the covers, read all the backs.
Yeah. I used to like borrowing games from Blockbuster, and that was good.
I never used to do that. I never liked renting games, but yeah.
I did. I used to like rent a game every week, and I'd complete it and then take it back. That's what I'd do. Oh yeah, it's good. It was good. It was good, like renting out DVDs and VHS. It was a good experience as well, wasn't it? It wasn't just about the.
Yeah.
It was about, oh, we're gonna go up and get a video or something. Oh, wicked. Yeah, good.
It's kind of good. It's kind of good as well because like you went in there like you'd want the latest film, but they were all out. So then you'd have to pick something else, wouldn't you? So it was like,
yeah, you were forced to. It's like, well, we fucking.
Yeah, you kind of got. You got into a bit of disappointment. You learned a bit of disappointment early as well, didn't you, when you was a kid?
Yeah. Especially if you went with your dad, because your dad would be there saying, "Well, we fucking drove up here now, so you're gonna pick some out." Definitely.
Yeah.
I'll pick some bollocks up. But, all right.
The video shop where I was from didn't give a fuck. I used to use my mum's video card to get 18 certificate films out.
Yeah, they were the days.
Oh, yeah.
What was good back then as well, because TV wasn't always good. You were forced to go outside because TV was kind of shit, wasn't it? To be fair, it wasn't always good.
Oh, it was like that was like 3:30 till 5, and then everything got boring, didn't it? Like after Blue Peter, everything got boring, didn't it, on the TV? So, so there was only like till. So it was only like till then, or then like there was like tea time on a Saturday, weren't there?
Yeah, pretty much. So as a kid, you were kind of forced to go outside, weren't you? Because it was like shit inside.
Yeah.
What were you gonna do?
Well, I've said this before, but like gaming, computer
Did the
gaming
same.
used to be a more social experience, didn't it? Because
It
you'd
did, yeah.
go
So
around
when I used to
go
play
around your
Golden,
mate's
right?
house and stuff.
I used to play
Yeah.
Golden. I used to bring all my mates around because it
Yeah.
was multiplayer, 4-player, 3-2.
Or there's also kind of trust element as well, because you'd like swap games with your mate or something. Like you'd have a game you wanted to borrow, and they'd have a game you wanted to borrow, and you used to swap games. So there was like a trust element as well, weren't you? Because you had to like trust him to give you your game back. And stuff
Yeah, I
like
didn't
that.
trust my mates, not after the way they scratched my CDs.
Yeah, well, you see, I was. It was cartridges or cassettes when I was a kid, anyway. So
Fucking hell. Emmy's like, I used to drive down the road, play some games, play some fucking backgammon on my penny farthing.
the other social element of gaming when I was a kid was like chatting to your mates while you're waiting for the fucking game to load.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
Gauntlet.
five.
Someone just mentioned Gauntlet on the Amiga. That was fucking
Oh
mental.
yeah, Gauntlet on the Commodore 64, mate. Waiting for the old tape to load. Whee! The old modem sounds. Whee!
Hemi said you
Love that.
rented a Neo Geo arcade machine. I loved Metal Slug and that sort of stuff.
ZX Spectrum, that was good because you had to have like a degree in coding to get the fucking game working. It was fucking meant that was.
Oh, well, you actually had to like type the games by hand. Yeah, I never did that. Oh.
Type load. Yeah, you had to do that on the Commodore 64 as well. You had to type load.
So,
Yeah.
Do you remember?
They're
Did you ever have any of the games with the security where you had to have the manual and it'd say go to page 4, paragraph 3. What's the first letter of it? Did you?
oh yeah,
ever do any of that?
the early DRM.
Yeah, it's the
I had a
anti-virus and stuff.
I had a Vextrex as well at my nan's. That was fucking good. You ever heard of a Vextrex?
No, what's
Yes.
that?
Yeah, it was
It's
the one
got
that was
like a-
vector based.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That was.
Well, why is
You
sewage
threw that in
building
the bin as
up?
well.
I mean, there's sewage lines and the sewage is draining. The capacity's fine.
I remember my uncle had a BBC Electron and he had Elite on it, just like the wireframe one. And I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
fuck. I was like, fuck this game. The docking is impossible.
Yes. Like the keys and the key. I played it once and I was just like, this is bullshit.
This is bullshit. You're supposed to dock in a space station and the cunting thing's spinning around while you're trying to dock in it, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but you had to hold like down 8 different keys at the same time. It's just like, am I playing a game
Yeah.
or am I using the organ? What is this?
Or is this Twister?
It's like, I get they were trying to make a simulation, but mate, you don't pilot. That's the thing actually that really annoyed me with Star Trek.
Top has put a comment. Top Cat has made a comment.
No,
Said, I don't know if this is fake cat or Top Cat. Let's have a look. It's fake cat. It's real cat. It's real cat. And he said the best way of engaging with and inspiring the working classes is streaming to 20 other people on YouTube and doing what Hemi tells us.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
exactly. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're all fucking mongs. You're all mongs that do as you're told.
We're just brainwashed simps, mate. Didn't you know that?
Yeah. It's brainwashed mong. I'd like to think the one thing about our group is that we're not all fucking brainwashed.
No, you're wrong. We're all brainwashed mongs. Top Cat have spoken.
Yeah. So what Toppy's saying is he's really a fucking beta male because he couldn't wrestle control off me. Is that what Toppy's saying?
It sounds a bit like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what Toppy's saying is Hemi's more powerful than he is.
Well, he couldn't even stand up to me, and I'm just like, mate, I wasn't even. I didn't
You're
even.
just a brainwashed. You're just a brainwashed, drooling retard, Hobbit.
Well,
He couldn't even stand up to you.
yes.
Don't say a lot for Toppy if you can't even stand up to a brainwashed, drooling retard, does it?
No, exactly. So, is this traffic working better now? I mean, it's fairly bad. Well, let's have a look at. If I look at traffic.
Proper. Anyway, Hobbit, proper men run away from girls, don't they?
Well, yeah, because why do you want to get friendly with a girl for it? Are you gay?
Oh, gay. She's had a dick. She's had a dick in her. That's gay. That is.
What,
If
you
you're
kiss
putting your
girls?
dick where another dick's been, that's gay.
Yeah,
I don't
girls,
like girls. Girls are
Girls
gay,
suck.
Emmy. Like you, you're a cook.
Yeah.
If you ever
suck,
dated
yeah.
a girl, you're a fucking faggot. Yes.
If you kiss a girl who's sucked a dick before in her life, then you're literally kissing a dick.
Yeah. Kissing dick juice.
When you kiss a girl, you've kissed all the men she's been with.
Yeah.
Don't mind kissing dicks, Emmy. That's the most manly thing ever. You don't even read Jack Donovan. It's
What, you
land
scared of
far
a dick?
love.
You scared of a dick, you fucking gay boy?
It's cowardly
physique.
simp here.
Post physique, John Kelly. Post physique.
Can't even do a nationalism if you're playing games. I'm done with this scene.
Exactly.
Girls are fucking icky, mate. Girls are fucking icky. They make me feel sick, mate.
You gotta be in the gym all day with sweaty men. That's what you gotta do.
If you want to be a real
that's
man.
fucking manly, that is.
Yeah.
But the best workout is getting your shit pushed in. That's how you work your glutes out.
Oh, I love getting my shit pushed in.
If you want to be a real National Socialist, you got to follow Geordie the Jew, haven't you? If you want to be a real proper National Socialist.
Right,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take the word.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's what George Lincoln Rockwell would have done. He said, if I didn't drink milk, I'd only be good enough to play for Accrington Stanley.
Accrington Stanley, who are they? Exactly.
Exactly.
I don't get that comment though. He's like, "Oh, you streaming to 20 people." So what does he expect me to do? Explain fucking why marginal because that video was about marginal utility. What's he want me to do? Talk to normal people about that? They're not gonna listen.
Who wants to do a stream that sounds like Mark Collins or fucking Iron Dukes? Who wants to do that? If people are moronic enough to think that that's fucking highbrow content, it's like I don't want to broadcast to those people. I've always said if I only ever had 25 subscribers and they were the people in the chat, I'd be fucking perfectly happy with that. I don't care. I'm not an internet fucking whore.
It makes me wonder though, who are the other 600 subscribers you've got? Who are they? Because I don't see them in the chat.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? It's interesting, isn't it?
Is that I mean, surely you don't need 600 minders on GCHQ to keep tabs on you.
Well, we got a great Manchester Police now, haven't we? I bet.
That's it. Moving up in the world. We're finally getting the fame and recognition we deserve.
Hey, Flossie.
Everyone. Hello.
Oh, hello. We're
I've been
live and
streaming.
streaming. Don't say kike or nigger.
Kike and nigger.
Don't say fuck or bugger.
That's it.
No, I
Toppy's
saw
in
you
the chat. Say
streaming.
hello to Toppy, Flossie.
Is it the real Toppy or is it the fake Toppy?
We don't know.
Wait, is there a top cat in the chat?
Toppy's become a Toppy's become a parody of himself now.
Oh,
No, it's not in your chat. It's in my chat. He left a comment on one of my videos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was
did
going to
it?
say, I didn't see him in my chat. I don't think he'd be interested in my Let's Play City Skylines
I
game.
thought he was your number one fan.
Especially now if your City Skyline volume's too loud, Hobbit.
Oh, that's
I mean,
for
that's
sure.
really what all this kicked off. To be honest, if you want to talk about the start of the Toppy feud, that's where it started. That Christmas stream when we were all drunk and your volume was too loud on your game. Do you remember that one?
Oh no, how terrible.
Do you remember that? That's when he first kicked off. Do you remember?
I think, no, there's been other things where he's been critical about me with volume and the thing, and can't hear it, rubbish stream.
But I thought he was your number one
I
fan.
thought that was the start of it.
Oh.
What do you reckon, Donny? Where do you think the Toppy Toppy discontent started.
It was like the pink. It was somewhere between the pink news and certain games. There was a certain game that he played that the Top Cat liked, but once it went into like Sims territory, he got very upset.
He liked me doing Euro Truck Simulator. He actually liked it when I played Surviving Mars, which is a Martian city builder.
Like
Euro Truck Simulator days were your best days, though. You fucking betrayed your fan base.
Well, that's a sore point, isn't it, with old Skippy Tits upsetting up it.
Well,
I skipped all the music that day.
I'm not going to be doing a drunk driving stream tonight because I've got a prior appointment. But there will be drunk driving.
I'll do an IRL drunk streaming, driving and drunk streaming. I'll outdo Topcast. See if I can outdo him.
How about Skippy Tits skipping the music for you, mate?
Yeah, your music's shite. You can have my music instead. Let's listen to Crowded House for the...
You gotta listen to Gordon Lightfoot, mate, and cry, mate.
Let's listen to Crowded House for the umpteenth time.
The Rocky
Or you can listen to Everlasting Love.
God. I think when it gets to the point that people are making parody accounts of you, you are a joke. Like, you know, it's... Yeah.
No, the real point you become a joke is when people can't tell whether it's a parody account or not.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like Poe's Law. Yeah. Oh, God. It'll probably be around this evening being passive aggressive and it'll be funny. Because that's the thing, I think he thinks he's upsetting people and he's not. He's just like, it just makes us laugh more.
Yeah, it's comedy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here he goes again.
What are you talking about, Flossie? He deeply upset me when he skipped over my music.
He did, and that was out of order.
Wait, he's caught in a snare now. It's like the more he struggles, the tighter the worse it will fucking get. But
caught in a trap, no way out.
Caught in a trap.
You're in cahoots with Donny. Show your face, Flossie.
We're in cahoots across the Atlantic.
Cahoots.
Yeah, okay. I don't even know what he what have we... Well, for a start, if we're in cahoots, we're not doing it very well, because he knows about it. But
yeah, it's like Andy Worski planning.
Yeah, but also, like, what have we done? That's neat.
You brought Pip around.
Well, I brought her around. That's my fault.
According to him, I did though. So that's a funny.
Cowardly
sin. Be blamed for that.
That was like September of last year, and he's mad about that.
That was ages ago. She's been gone for a long time.
He don't bear a grudge for long, does he, old Tuppy?
Oh no.
No, he is an injustice collector, isn't he? He's probably got a list of all the things that people have done that he feels were wrong. Yeah.
You should write a list and read it out on stream.
Well, he's got like the main outline of what people are, and then he just makes the rest up, doesn't he?
Outline.
Like Hemi Meech letting his wife slick fuck Africans, Meech.
Like what? I think for a start, I think it's just like it's completely disgusting to bring people's wives and kids into it. For a start, like they're not involved. You just don't do that. Isn't he standards gang? Yeah, it's low standards that in it really.
I think he's
complete lack of
no standards gang.
No, he is no standards. He's anti-standards gang.
It just seems to me when you're on the internet, if you say what you are, that means you're actually the opposite. Like Mark Collett and his national socialism, Toppy and his fucking standards, A and his standards.
Oh God, A. Yeah, you used to get some teenage boy telling you how you should live your life. Like, okay, yeah, all right, kid.
I want to date virgins.
It's like, I'm old enough to be your mum. Okay.
Admittedly though, he is living up to his standards. He is still a virgin. Like, he is.
Yeah,
He
he
hasn't had-
will be forever. He will be forever at this rate. Yeah.
Top
will
sell.
remain pure. Will remain pure forever.
Yeah.
It'd be like Tuffy in his mid to late 30s, scared of women still.
He's got to
Scared of,
protect his
like-
virginity from
Yeah.
from cum demons that will steal his precious seed. That's how you
How
lose
did we
your real essence.
how did we get here, Phil? Where a man's virginity is important as a woman? How did we get to this
yeah.
point, Phil?
Autism.
Autism, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
all these Royal Oak people and high Tories are
It's
like,
like-
yeah,
it's
I'm
like they've
19 and I'm
swallowed-
on the toy.
It's like they've swallowed. They spit out liberal values, don't they? It's like
Yeah.
if you put a man's virginity on the same level as a woman's virginity, then
Fucking
what you're
key,
doing
innit?
is you're preaching equality, which is a fucking
It's
liberal
lock and key,
value.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Like a key that opens up loads of locks is a master key.
yeah,
A lock that is opened by many keys is a shitty lock.
yeah,
And that's how it is with men and women.
yeah, exactly.
I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting men get with like women who are just like complete slags or anything. But I mean,
Why not? Are you saying
do-
that STDs
do-
aren't fun? You should speak to my mate Dave.
no, I'm not talking about STDs, but like realistically, like in today's world, does a man really think that he's gonna get a woman who's a virgin? Like, really?
Like a virgin.
Does it? I mean, and does it really matter? I mean, unless she's like
Really.
on OnlyFans and shagging people here, there, and everywhere, does it really matter if she's not? You know, I mean,
Well, that's the
call
thing,
me
you have to-
call me a libtard, but
Okay,
Just
Soy
libtard.
face, you a soy face libtard like
Yeah.
Phil now, eh?
I'm a feminist soy face libtard. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
That's
don't
the
know,
thing.
God.
There is an element where you have to deal with the world as it is, not as
Exactly,
you like
yeah.
it to
Well,
be.
the reason why they advocate for this stuff is because it's cognitive
They're
dissonance.
gay.
What, they're gay, and it's cognitive dissonance. It's like, I
Yeah.
can't get pussy, but then the brain goes, hey, instead of dealing with reality, I'll give you this bullshit lie that the reason why you don't get pussy is because you're saving yourself for a 19-year-old smoking hot Aryan waifu. And it will happen if you just keep going on about it. Just keep waiting.
Women love that shit, you know. Women sit around going, "Oh, I can't wait to meet a man who's like obsessed with
Virgin.
finding a virgin wife. Who just like is saving himself for a virgin wife." I mean, that's what I thought. You know what? When I was a
would
teenager, I
love
loved
a
men.
33-year-old virgin who's kept himself pure
Yeah.
until this time. And it's
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry,
Because that's not abnormal.
I
or-
couldn't have possibly done it sooner than that, because I had to wait until I was 33 before my body reached its physical peak, and like I can like play like a chess grandmaster and check out my abs. That makes the women
Yeah.
horny. That does. You gotta have big abs.
But it doesn't, though. Like, I think I said this to you guys last night. It's like, I mean, yeah, some women do like that whole like beefcake thing, but most don't. Like,
What would you know?
I
You're
don't.
a woman. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
keep
don't
listening
know
to these
anything.
bodybuilding things.
My head's just full of glitter and
Yeah,
fluff.
yeah.
and-
You're a woman.
What
You
you
don't
have
know
to
what
do
women
is-
want. I'm gonna
you
listen
have to
to
do
these men
is-
who are definitely not gay. They will tell me what women
What do you
want.
know, Flossie? You're a woman. I'm a man in Roosh.
All you
I'm
have
a
to
man who's
do
watched
is
Roosh. I know far more about women than you do, Flossie.
The
all you
manosphere.
have to do is keep going to the gym every day. Then when you can bench press 200 kilograms, then you walk up to any woman,
whole
tell
Laura
her that tell her you can do that, then throw money at her, and then she'll drop her knickers. That's what I've heard. Something along those lines. That's what works.
But it doesn't even work. Like, I've never had a boyfriend who's been rich, like, or minted. Like, they've all just been like, they've had like normal jobs, like just a normal income. And I've never even thought about it. And I'm not just saying that to be like, oh God, I'm so, like, I don't care about money. I genuinely don't. I mean, I wouldn't want to be with someone who was just lazy, a slob, and couldn't be asked to work. But I mean, them earning a shit ton of money, it's like, you could get with someone who was really rich and be completely miserable. Like, what's the point?
You get to sleep with the pool boy.
Well, if you look at incel forums, like the running thread through the whole thing is just shitty personalities.
Yeah,
But
well, that's
it's
it.
the last thing they look at is themselves and the fact they've got nothing to say.
Yeah,
I mean, imagine talking to being a woman and like talking to an incel, and literally all he's going to say is how shitty women are and what everything women have done wrong in society. Now they've ruined everything.
Oh, you won't like me because I don't have enough money and this and that and the other. It's like no, women don't like you because you're a dickhead. Like that's why they don't like you, because you're not a nice person. And funnily enough, that's not attractive. It's not attractive.
I've never even had a 10-minute conversation with a bird that doesn't involve something spurgy. Like,
yeah.
I don't see how they have
you watched
so
The
many
Greatest Story
problems.
Never Told?
Do any of you lads remember having a problem getting laid when we were younger? Like, as long as you had a functioning penis, like, you were pretty much good to go.
Yeah,
if you're willing to talk with women
it's
and
like,
say,
as
do you fancy a shag?
As everyone knows, I'm fucking fat. I never had problems pulling birds.
Did you have a problem talking to birds, Hemi?
No, talking to birds while sober probably was a bit of a problem when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's a problem when you're sober,
But no,
like you're drunk.
I talk to any girl. If there was an abandoned girl, if there was a girl sitting on her own, I'd talk to her.
But women don't have the standards that these incels think that they do. Like, they just don't.
Yeah, but the incels have got full of mental blocks, you know. You've got to be absolutely perfect.
Well, these Muppets think that the average woman is like some dickhead off of TikTok, and it's, you know, that could be further from the truth. Like, normal women are normal women. Like, they don't have all these outrageous expectations in men. You know, and if they do, there's plenty more fish in the sea, man.
Exactly. If you avoid the women who are just gold diggers, or and that's not most women. Most women just want someone who they fancy, that they get on with, it. They
must have
make a woman laugh. That's important.
The other thing as well is they're looking for women on the internet, and internet fucking women are just as weird as internet blokes, aren't they?
Well, that's it. It's the whole I mean, I know it's difficult to find people, especially with things as they are at the moment. But I mean, I don't know. It's just such a weird thing. I'm so glad that I grew up in the time that I did, because when I was a teenager, it was just like you'd go out, you'd have fun. Like now, if I did that, they'd be like, "Oh, you're a degenerate. You do blah 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 blah." But me and my friends would just go out to the pub, and we would just have a laugh. It was just normal. It was fun.
Well, I mean, can you imagine a kid today surviving in the 90s when you had to organise a piss up through landlines?
Yeah.
Everything would fall apart for them. They wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't regret having fun in my teens and my 20s. I mean, I've
degenerate.
I've done that now. I mean, and they think that means that you were some sort of harlot or something. It's like, no, it was just you'd go out with your mates, you'd have a laugh, you'd get drunk, and then
you'll be laughing when you're burning in hell.
I just can't understand a kid that's fucking 15 and he'd rather be on the internet talking about National Socialism than trying to get himself some fucking poon.
Well,
I just don't fucking understand it.
Hemi, I can understand this, because these are the sort of they're not. I don't know what they are these days, but they're the sort that don't want to talk to girls. They just want to play Hearts of Iron. And go,
because girls are gay. Girls are gay.
Girls are
icky.
The world
that technology's created. Everyone's shut in, sat there playing their computers like little incels, instead of we didn't have.
I find this ironic, considering I'm playing Skylines.
When I was their age, I didn't have a computer or anything like that. I went out and I got drunk with my mates, and I made mistakes.
Exactly.
I lived my fucking life.
That's what everybody did, isn't it? That was just normal.
Yeah. Well, these are the
Like-
sorts of people, they'd do what we did and they'd be like, oh, I regret everything. I don't regret anything that I did when I was younger. I've just learned from my mistakes.
There's no point regretting stuff like that.
No.
It's how you learn, isn't it? And
Yeah.
I mean, I could tell you now, I could not go out and drink like it. I could not do any of the stuff that I did when I was younger. Now
No,
I'd end up in A&E, but it's like I don't regret doing it. You know, funnily enough, I don't regret having fun with my mates when I was younger. I never met any men LARPing online as fucking like Lord of the Manor or anything. I would have thought that was really weird. If some bloke came up to me and started talking to me about politics when I was that age, I'd have just been like,
I was in the
whatever.
army,
I'm
Flossie.
like, I just want to get a picture of cheeky Vimto, piss off. You know, I just.
They're like, oh, did you know about my Lord and Saviour Adolf Hitler? And I'm like, excuse me, mate, you're in the way of me getting to that putang over there.
Yeah, just trying to get to the bar. Like, get out of my way.
Look, you're in the way of me and my beers. Can you just can you just get out of the way?
Yeah, like okay. Oh god.
But like, I question whether people like us that have enjoyed our youths, whether we'll have like these midlife crises and go off the rails when we're like in our midlife, because we kind of used our younger years to get all of that shit out of our system. Like, I feel sorry for these younger generation. Life's gonna hit them so hard in the head.
They get I mean, I could be wrong because I'm not them, but like you said, when they get older, aren't they going to look back on their life and think, "Oh, I wish I'd done that. I wish I had more fun. I wish I hadn't been such a
Reading culture critique.
Yeah,
They'll
like maybe
probably
instead
be
of spending
deluding
all my
themselves and saying that, oh well, I'm glad you said I was very sensible. I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. I was well behaved. I came back straight after work. Didn't sleep around. And it's like, okay, Grandad.
yeah. Exactly.
I've got no kids, I've got no life, I've got no friends. I've got a picture of Hitler on my mantelpiece.
Because they lecture women like me, like, for not having kids. And by the way, I do want kids. Like, I do want them. I'm not one of these, I don't want children people. It's just, life doesn't always pan out how you think it's going to pan out. But like,
sometimes life gets in the way of your of what you want.
We don't breed well in captivity.
No, and like I never thought I would be my age, and I just assumed I'd be married with kids by now. But like I say, things don't always turn out that way. But
always get what you want.
But like a lot of these people who are going around lecturing people, it's like, well, okay, but you're not married with kids either, so why are you having a go at me? Like,
12 years old, they don't have it,
Well, look at Rouge V. Rouge V spent all of that time flying to all these countries, and then he becomes like a monk.
Well, yeah,
now
he's like, basically now Rouge V is anti-Rouge V. He's become he's Armenian Orthodox, and he said he's now not going to have sex until he's celibate now, and unless he gets married, he won't have. He basically saving himself for marriage. So he's just like done a complete 180 from going around sleeping around the world and doing like all these events where he would do pickup artist tips and all that kind of creepy stuff. He's just completely disavowed his own lifestyle and said, "Oh yeah, I was." I don't agree with how I behaved, and now I'm the opposite. It's like,
what do they say about Anglin? Like, Anglin likes Asian girls because like a white girl let him down in high school. That's why he went to Asia.
God's sake, it's just, yeah, he did, because he live in the Philippines for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think Borzoid did as well. A lot of these people lived in, they go to Korea, they go to China, Japan, and it's just like...
Where the girls look very young, might I add. Like, they look very young. Even, yeah, it's a bit creepy.
It's
questionable. Yeah, but that's because once they get past 25, they look like little old ladies. They don't age well.
No, maybe not.
Maybe it's different in the UK, but in America, like, Chinese they don't talk to us. Like they only stay within their own community.
Yeah,
Well, that's the same here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know many
Those cheeky babes.
Outgoing chicky babes.
Chicky
yeah.
babes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually know many Chinese people, I'll be honest. Like there are some in the takeaway near me, but I don't know them
That's it.
personally.
That's where we see the chinkies.
Yeah. King Kong, King Kong.
Ni hao.
Like they're always very polite and everything, but
You
I
never
don't.
see them, but cats go missing in the area, so you know they're around.
Yeah.
Cat farm,
Tell
very
you what,
tasty.
though.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, I've never seen a homeless Chinese person though, or a homeless like like Oriental person. Isn't that weird?
Because they look after their own. Like
yeah.
Us and Africans are probably some of the only people that have kind of stopped looking after our own as a people. Like we put our old people into care homes. Like we've got a generation of people out there that don't know how to parent, and
like we've been kind of persuaded to like almost looking after our own is a bad thing, and that to do that is wrong and selfish and whatever. And
why would you want to live in a multi-generational house? That's like, where's your freedom?
It's like, well, actually,
spend money and go on holidays and blah 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 blah.
But you've basically got live-in babysitters if you've got a multi-generational family.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was talking to some like MAGA Trump people, and they were saying, "Oh, what's wrong with Caitlyn Jenner? Like, what's wrong with trannies? Like, what's wrong with the child consents?"
Everything.
Yeah, it's like they're just libertarians. Like, it's just really sad that most of America is libertarian, like cummies. They want to do drugs, smoke weed. Fucking
well,
have
if they're
sex
so
with
libertarian,
trannies.
how come Ron Paul didn't win in 2012? Because I mean, I don't know, but Ron Paul was like proper libertarian, right? It's just like my gay marijuana plant's protected with machine guns.
Do you mean Ron Paul?
Ron Paul, his father.
Yeah, Ron Paul, is dead.
Yeah.
Libtards are infuriating, to be honest. Libtards like, as long as you're not harming anyone. It's like, shut up. Yeah. It's like, the thing is,
non-aggression principle.
But some of the things they say, where they say, it's not harming anyone, you're like, well, actually on a societal level, it is, you know?
The levels of cope that they go to say that it doesn't actually harm you. I think they're basically pinning it down to if it doesn't physically harm
Bay
you,
Ray in the
then
chat
go
says...
for it. It's like,
Was Bay Ray coping?
No, Bay Ray says good parents don't get sent to homes. I think there's an element of truth in that. So some of them
Hi, Bay Ray. Sorry, I wasn't being a dickhead.
Yeah.
I don't think it's quite that easy when you're like fucking 80 years old and you don't have the strength that you once did. What are you supposed to do?
I go around and like help my granddad out a lot, like because I don't want him to go in a home. Like we moved. He used to live in London. He's moved up to north now, so he lives near us. To north, and he's in a bungalow now because he just can't handle the stairs and all that kind of stuff. And he lives close to us, and it's like, I would sooner have him move in with me than put him in a home, really.
Yeah.
Unless it was so serious that he needed like round the clock, like serious health care.
Yeah,
like
you weren't able to give.
Yeah, that I'm not qualified to give him, but like, I don't. It's just so wrong because I love spending time with him. So I'll go around and we'll sit and we'll chat, and like I'll find out so much cool stuff about our family and like the family tree that I didn't know.
It's nice. Your granddad's still lucid, I take it.
Yeah, he is, thankfully. And
mine's
he like I went round the other day and he dug out a load of certificates and new marriage certificates, birth certificates, because he knows that I'm quite keen on, like, I've been doing loads of family tree stuff on Ancestry for like the last few years, and he knows that I do that, and he found some files in a box and he got them all out for me, and we were going through it all and like filling in dates and filling in the gaps, and he was like, it was just like all this information that would be lost, like if someone didn't take an interest in it. It's like he's like an encyclopedia almost of a whole generation of information. And yeah, I'm close with my granddad.
Ray's been a fucking insult in the comments, by the way.
Oh,
yeah,
is he? What's he
Flossie, you
saying?
should be encouraging the next generation to not be degenerate like you and get married early.
Get
Yeah,
married
they're-
early. Average
I mean, just-
wedding in the UK costs £20,000.
He's saying you should be encouraging young
Floss,
women.
don't get
to
offended.
should be going to church instead of bars. That's what he said.
Why?
I'm not claiming to be a role model, Ray. Like, at what point did I say that women should follow my lead? Like, I've never said that.
We've never said that we're role models. If anything, we've told people don't fucking look to us for advice because we're the 37, mate.
Well,
And also, Ray, there's a very good reason actually that I don't have children, but I'm not going to tell you because it's none of your business. But there's a serious like health issue that I've had, and you don't just assume that I've been like dicking about my entire life, and that's why. That's not the case.
Basically, if you see someone in the movement or whatever and they don't have children, mind your own fucking business.
Yeah, don't assume it's because they don't want them. Don't assume that because
we're products of our
I
culture.
don't have to go into it really because it's not really any of your business, Ray. But I really would like children, and it saddens me that I don't have them. Like that's my issue to deal with. And I'd say to like other younger women, yeah, if you meet someone nice and you want to settle down and have a family, yeah, of course. But I'm not claiming to be some like female leader. Like I don't have a stream or anything. Like I'm just talking about my life. I'm not talking about other people's lives.
You see, Flossie, you're part of the culture, therefore you're part of the problem. So I'm part of the culture.
Ray, do you
I'm
just
part
come
of the
and
problem.
chat to like bust people's balls? I mean, I don't have any balls, but if I did, you'd be busting them. Like what? What do you want me to do? Go back in time? Like what do you want me to do?
Yeah, what's the solution to this, Ray? I too would like to know.
You don't need to explain yourself to Ray.
Yeah.
Flossie.
If he comes on the show, then he can talk.
Yeah. You don't
Hey,
need
why
to
don't
explain
you come on
yourself
any
to some
streams?
Australian.
Do you have kids, Ray? Are you married with kids?
Probably not.
John
Help
McNamara
next
says you shouldn't have
generation.
kids if you're not in a position to support them. I mean, I keep
Precisely.
Yeah.
I think
agree
about
with
my
that.
mate in the way, like, I think he shouldn't have had kids. He's got
No.
two of them, but
Ray doesn't have a wife and kids. Sorry to interrupt your habit. Just throwing that out there. There you go.
Oh,
I don't have wife and kids.
No.
I mean, I'd like it, but I've come to the, accept that might not be a thing in my life, and it's just like, okay, what can I do in the meantime?
Speaking of gay, Royal Oak is in the chat. Hello,
Oh,
Royal Oak.
hello, Royal Oak.
Female Jordan Peterson when? What the fuck does that mean? Is that aimed at me?
I don't know. It just sounds like...
What does the NRX tell us to do about women there, Royal Oak?
I don't
Tell
know.
me, please.
Flossie, I'd say if anything...
Anyway, what about it? Just get elected.
People like
What's the matter with getting
to
elected?
pick fights with you. I'm not sure why.
Am I really that bad? Don't answer that.
You're North
Yeah,
and you love fighting.
because you're not an 18-year-old Aryan waifu with 400 kids. That's what you have
I'll
to
tell
do.
you what, right? Like they criticize women. Okay, I'll go a little bit personal on my life. I was with a guy. We had plans to get married, and we were planning to get married and have children. And you know what? He fucked me off because he decided he wanted to go back to uni and he wasn't ready to settle down. So, like, he wasted like 4 years of my life doing that. So, You know, that's one thing, and there are lots of other things that have resulted in me being in the situation that I'm in. And you know, like, what do you want me to do? I don't have a fucking time machine. What do you want me to do?
Invent a time machine, go back in time, obviously.
Clean your
join a high Tory gang.
Clean your jewelry or some shit.
You need to listen to these
Royal
18-year-old high Tories, though. These 18-year-old high
Yeah.
Tories who've never sniffed pussy before are the experts on women.
Yeah.
They know
Yeah.
everything they do.
Yeah.
I mean,
just-
like, I've got two sisters. Like, one of them's pregnant. Actually, she's due next month. So it's not like I'm from a family of like women who are like, oh, I don't want children. Like me and my sisters, we've all wanted children. It's just my life's ended up how my life is, and my sister, bless her, you know, she's pregnant. She's huge. She's about to she's about to drop. So, and you know, like I would encourage women to settle down. But
I think we've attacked Royal Oak unnecessarily, but we should still call him out, even though he was saying he
wasn't
yeah,
talking
Royal
about
Oak,
you
why are you
laughing my
rimming a
ass off.
curry's
Well,
bumhole?
Fuck you, Royal Oak. Why are you simping for a fucking Indian? What you doing, man?
pick a side, Royal Oak.
I mean, do you like
Pick
the
a
tandoori
side.
masala that much? You have to lick out of his arsehole.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys realise that our ancestors had these rules for it? It's all very well talking about what people should do, right? But you live in the actual fucking material conditions that exist right now. And if you're an 18-year-old male or an 18-year-old woman, you can't have these unrealistic expectations where you think you're going to be fucking married. It's fucking insane.
Yes, you
And
can,
most people-
Phil. Don't you understand autism?
Yeah. well,
If
I should
the
do, yeah.
reality doesn't conform to my will, then cope again.
But you don't agree with what he said, Royal Oak, that you don't need a plan or an ideology. You don't need plans or ideology. You just need to just win elections, Royal Oak.
Yeah.
Win
A Goldman
elections.
Sachs banker who has 5,000 names of people in nationalism who went on Delingpole and admitted that he infiltrated groups. This is who you want to hang out with. It's
Phil.
probably a Fed.
Phil,
come on.
I mean,
Oh, Bayer said if morons like Nordic and Phil can have kids, then practically everyone can. Not you though, Bayer. You
What
Yeah.
I like about Bay Ray is
As
because
morons,
women in
you've got kids and you ain't got shit by a race, so
Well, he
let's
said-
joke on you, pal.
Yeah, he said because women in their 30s, even if they get married, have a far smaller chance of having a healthy family. And also, very few men want to marry women in their 30s. Well, I mean, I'm not blowing my own trumpet here,
Oh,
Ray,
shit.
but I don't, I don't struggle to get with people if I want to. Like, I'm not with anyone at the moment, but I'm doing all right, thanks. Like,
These internet retards are
Alright,
absolutely hilarious.
Royal Oak said his interview on Darlington was good. Listen, he talks about how to win elections and shit, but he's a retard because he's like, oh, I trust Dominic Cummings. He's gonna trust the plan QAnon. Fucking Dominic Cummings is gonna save the white race.
Dominic
It's fine.
Cummings.
None about.
based.
Fucking trust the plan, everyone. Just all we need to do is win elections. That's it. It's that simple.
Well, yeah,
just win
yeah,
an
Phil,
election.
it worked for Xanu
Then-
PF. You saying it won't work for NRX?
Win an election. That's all you need to do.
You bigots.
Oh,
Win
you know that
election.
NRX is written by a gay homosexual Jew, right? Mencius Mulbug, whatever his name
Yeah,
is.
that wants a society where we have neo-feudalism, but we have based capitalists that are in charge of the entire fucking planet.
What could
we have
go wrong?
microstates. What could possibly go wrong with that?
Like, speaking of
Fuck's
which,
sake.
isn't that similar
Imagine my
to...
shock a Jew advocates for fucking neo-feudal capitalism. What a fucking surprise.
Yeah.
Similar to the
Mind
Zeitgeist
blown.
movement, where they're
That's going to
talking
work
about
out so well.
a resource-based economy where they had a central computer allocating all the food and electricity you could have in your life.
Sex and marriage is very different, Floss. What? What do you mean?
Really?
Oh, you don't say. Like,
Problem is that people can't afford to get married by a rate. Like everyone's saying, oh, people should get married at the age of 18. People can't fucking afford to get married because we live under capitalism. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna hijack the conversation.
The cost of families is a cope, Phil. Oh.
can I just say though that Bay Ray has admitted he's not married with kids. So I'm sorry, but you don't have a leg to stand on.
You'd be married to socialism by Ray, definitely.
Practice what you preach.
Is it like, I've played Hearts of Iron, therefore I understand geopolitics. I've played The Sims, therefore I understand family matters.
You'd have a wife under communism or socialism by Ray. You'd have a based Chad Soviet wife.
I feel like he's implying that I'm just like going around having sex with people, but you can't force people to marry you, Ray. And I don't think it's very attractive for a woman to be like, "Oh, will you marry
You can
me?"
in Uzbekistan, and look how based Uzbekistan is. They've got a thriving economy.
You're not attacking me, okay? Well, fine, but just like.
Quick, John Kelly, get your transit man.
Yeah, but Royal Oak, you're 19 and childless, but I don't want to blackpill people, but everyone's like, oh, people should get married. You're probably not going to get married. Well, I'm sorry.
You're not going to get married, mate. Like,
I am going to get married, and I'm going to have kids. I am, because I say so.
It's going to go in a Catholic church. Proper
I'm
marriage
technically
unto
married
God.
because my wife didn't get a divorce. I think she did. I don't know.
He doesn't know if he's married or not.
I don't know. No, I am. I don't know if we had a divorce or not. Also, I remember signing some papers, and that was like the end of it.
Well, can you find out, Phil? Otherwise, we won't be able to get married.
You can get married. We don't have to. Well, I don't know.
Convert to Islam.
You'll just be a bigamist.
I'll be a bigamist.
Flossie can become your second
that
wife.
Royal Oak with your fucking no wife. I was married at 21. I was married at 21, Royal Oak. You got fucking 2 years. You got 2 years. Fucking on my maths good. Got 2 years.
By the time I was Royal Oak age, I already had my first kid on the way.
I've probably got loads of kids I don't know about because I'm a degenerate. No, I'm only kidding.
I haven't had anyone knock on my door yet and go, "Oh, I've got your kid from like 15 years ago. Here you go."
Somewhere in Uzbekistan, there's a hyper-communist fucking.
Yeah. There's some ball knock on my door. Say, I'll just say I don't speak English. Me no feliz. Bye.
What's right? What's better to get married just to say that you've been uber trad at like 20 or whatever and have a kid, to then end up divorced and a single mom and potentially have kids that are raised in a broken home and are very unhappy? Because my parents split up and that wasn't fun. That was not fun for as a kid. Like, or is it better to wait?
It looks like saying, "The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want." That's just fucking God cooking you, saying, "Yeah, you don't need pussy, Royal Oak. Just follow me." It's like, fuck off, God. Give me a wife.
It's like in the chat.
You're just gonna go fuck a priest then? Yeah.
Oh, that's what it is.
Go a rave, Royal Oak. Go a rave. Find some bird called Angel Moon who's got blue hair and no shit, and fuck her, man. In a trap.
Like, I'll get you laid, mate. Come spend the weekend with me. We'll get you laid.
Do you want to rephrase that, Nordic? I'll show you. I'll show you the fucking faggot, mate.
I'll fucking show you, faggot Royal Oak, mate.
I'll show you what your arse is for, Royal Oak, mate.
I'll fucking be
Oak, if you just share your Iron Duke podcast, like once the girls hear Iron Duke and you talking about GK Chesterton, like they're just gonna come in their pants, dude.
They'll think their water's broke, won't they?
Yeah.
Tip
for Royal Oak: if you want to get a girlfriend, stop doing streams with Iron Duke. For the love of God. For the love of God.
But the cheeky girls.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
no,
Flossie says she'll
Royal
fuck you if you stop doing. Flossie says she'll fuck you if you'll stop doing shows with oil.
Not me, but maybe somebody more in his age range.
I don't know. I think that was I think you've offered him.
That was an offer. That was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that was definitely an offer, Flossie.
It wasn't an offer.
It
was a suggestion.
Get it himself busy. Look, we've got to help him out. You know, it's team effort.
Tomcat will give him a hand, you know.
Right, be right.
What you do, Royal Oak, is you find 4 or 5 mates in real life, preferably some you have some history with. You go out on the piss with them, end up in a nightclub, and that's how you do it, Royal Oak.
You're 19. You're allowed to be degenerate for a bit. Be degenerate.
Yeah, find some fucking mates. Go to a nightclub.
Bay
Get
Ray.
tasked, enjoy yourself.
Bay Ray said, "Oh, just don't get divorced because marriage isn't a business contract." No, I agree. People should make more effort to. People give up on marriage far too easily. But what if you find out what if your husband's beating the shit out of you, or vice versa? Or what if you find out your husband? You know, there are lots of different things that would be a very good reason for you to leave
Mark
them.
Collett.
Yeah, what if it was Mark Collett? What if you found out your husband was a bloody serial killer or a paedophile? You're
What if
supposed
you
to
find out your
stay with the
husband leaves
men?
bowls of half-eaten cereal all around and you're a paraplegic?
Yeah, I think the right to divorce was a very important thing that was brought into society, because like you would be stuck with someone for the rest of your life that, you know, was potentially
But just we've grown apart. That's no excuse to fucking.
That's vast majority of
divorce,
divorces.
though, is it?
It's not domestic abuse, because most domestic abuse cases they're still with the fucking guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
It's just bullshit.
There should be some circumstances in which divorce is allowed. Like,
yeah, but
I'm
you
not
used to have
saying,
family just kicking the shit out of him if you ever fucking did that, and then just forced him to fuck
you
off.
shouldn't like, if you get married. I think Gavin McInnes said, like, you know, you should be able to, if you get married, like, and you have a bad year, like, that doesn't mean you need to get divorced. Like, you can have a bad year, you can have a couple of bad years, like, you just have to weather the storm. But there are some situations where, you know, like, you can't be expected to stay with someone who is, like, incredibly abusive. Like,
for instance, let's use an example. What if you got married to a man, Flossie, and it turned out that one day the police come kicking your front door in and arrest him because he's touched up a kid or something? Do you not think that's what would you do?
Force it. I'm not going to be with a nonce. Like, Jesus Christ.
Divorced, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It's like, and it's
to
like,
say you can't divorce is stupid. Like, that's how women end up dead. That is how women end up dead.
Let's give him the death penalty, so then she's a widow, and then she can just move on without the paperwork. There you go. There's a better solution.
I do agree though. Like, just growing apart or some bullshit. That's not a good reason for a divorce.
We
like,
fell
try
out of
harder.
love.
Yeah, try harder.
Like Daisy
Try
said.
harder.
Daisy said herself. Like, you know, it's not always fucking. You can't have like the first flush of love go on for 50 years.
It doesn't work like that.
You know, it shows how immature people are, because that's not what a fucking marriage is all about, is it?
No, it's not always going to be happy. Sometimes it's going to be shit, and you just have to, like, get through it. Like,
sometimes you're sleeping on the couch. Yeah.
Yes. Sometimes it's not going to be fun. You're going to argue. Like, you know, it's hard. It's not meant to be easy. So I don't think people should just give up on it. I mean, like I said, my mum and dad split up, and I kind of wish they'd fucking made more of an effort to stay together, really. But I do think there are certain circumstances where you should be allowed to get a divorce. And I don't just mean just because you've grown apart, or like you've not been getting on for the last few months or some bullshit. That's just stupid.
One of the problems that I've sort of noticed is these divorce solicitors. They are desperate for that money, and they will try their hardest to get people to divorce.
Yeah,
a lot of
billboards.
There's a statistic I heard. Apparently, if you have like a women's friend group and one of them gets divorced, you'll usually find that a couple more will get divorced as well in the friend group. So, but then again, if you make the whole thing so easy, then that is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they're all making a fortune. They're turning men and women against each other, like, and the only people who are profiting out of divorce is the divorce lawyers, because they're making an absolute mint.
See billboards around my town, like, advertising like fixed price divorces, like, you know, like saying get your divorce now, fixed price, blah 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 blah. It's just like, whoa. Like, advertising divorce is, I don't know, it just seems a bit weird. Like loads of my friends are married though. None of them are actually. One of them got divorced, but the rest of my friends are all married, and like you know, they might not always. It might not always be sunshine and rainbows, but that you know they're not the kind of people that give up on it. But most of my friends, you know, aren't the kind of people that would just give up on things like that, and they do go to church and get their kids christened and stuff like that. You know, just because I used to go out drinking when I was younger doesn't mean that you know, like me and my friend group haven't like, you know, moved on, and like
Well, this is
we
good.
do go to church and stuff, like.
And once you've outed God that you're
That
with
makes
someone
any
until
sense.
death, then you're with that person until death. Well, Barry, what if some girl wakes you up with you know, pointing a gun at you, you know, and she
Yeah, but
smokes some
shouldn't we
PCP,
stop
you know?
with the what ifs? You know, it's a very liberal thing to do. Well, you know, what if like these extremely rare set of circumstances line up? I mean, what we should really be attacking is the we've grown apart shit, rather than like,
Yeah, that
you know,
I agree. That is bullshit.
Shitty stuff does to happen in marriage, and we know there are shitty people about. But shitty people, if somebody's pointing a gun at someone or they're abusing them, they're breaking the law, which is obviously completely different.
But should you be allowed to divorce them?
No.
Is there some
No, it's
what
actually
about-
Donnie was doing what aboutism, and I think I just think the
But you do need somewhat about
domestic abuse and stuff like that. A lot of this stuff is stuff that it's they're societal problems, aren't they? Because society doesn't really sort this shit out anymore. Like I don't know, was it Ian A just said like the wife's family would normally go and kick the shit out of him. They can't do it anymore, but they can't do it anymore, can they?
We've not taught people how to deal with adversity and how to deal with stress and anxiety. All we've done is teach them how to give up at the first hurdle.
Well, these are the consequences of the everybody's a winner culture, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. Medals for participation.
Yeah.
You do need some whataboutisms, like otherwise you have to make if you're making a law or like making some sort of like change to whatever system to allow for divorce, that you do have to have whataboutisms, because you have to think, well, okay, potentially what circumstances could we allow for
John
divorce?
McNamara says this reminds me of the Brutus in marriage thing.
Brutus in marriage.
I think the bar's been set too low on criteria for being able to get a divorce. The bar needs to be really fucking high as to why you're trying to get a divorce.
You have to have a really good reason, I think, but I do think that some people do have good reason, and
yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
but like you always get the majority of people that get a divorce because they actually need a divorce. They're overshadowed by this loud minority of people that get it for selfish reasons. It's the same with abortions. There are people who get abortions because they have genuine reasons for it. Either
no fault divorces were absolutely designed to undermine the institution of marriage, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were. I can agree with that. What about adultery? Do you think that's grounds for divorce?
Yeah.
It's quite difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's quite a difficult one, because there's the one-off, but then again, you know, if the institution of marriage was seen as something more important, you'd probably have less adultery, because adultery is a disrespect of your marriage, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly. It's like you say, if it's a one-off, but what if they've been like having an affair with someone for like years or something?
Yeah.
Or they have a kid.
It's kind of weird to sort out the adultery problem. You'd first have to sort out the respect for the institution of marriage, because I think at the moment people don't really respect the institution of marriage. So then adultery is seen as something that's not that important. Whereas, you know, if marriage was seen if marriage was seen as being something more serious, then I don't think you'd have half of the adultery that you'd have.
Well, it's a society problem. It's, you know, you look at our society and it's a symptom of the disease that's plaguing sort of Western culture. Like, we've become very detached from the spirit and from the Bible and from God. And I think a lot of it has to do with each other. Like, if people were far more religious in Western society, we'd probably have this far less.
The fact that
I mean, it's the other thing is, like, adultery is a very selfish thing to do as well, isn't it? So adultery is part, again, I think a lot of this stuff goes back to the everybody's a winner culture, isn't it?
Yeah.
That everybody's important, and people are almost told these days that, like, you've got to be constantly happy. If you're not constantly happy, there's something wrong in your life.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Again, like we said before, the adversity thing. You know, you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days. Like, feeling down one day is because shitty things are happening to you is completely normal, and this is what kids need to be told, don't they?
Yeah, it's not normal to be happy all the time. That's not normal. Like, you are gonna have days where you feel like shit. You're gonna have days where you're happy. It's like you can't. It's like you will be on a bit of an up and down throughout your life, depending on what happens, and you know, sometimes you just wake up in a bad mood. Like, you know, you can't be happy all the time. It just doesn't work. And I think with marriage as well, like, people now when they get married, they think, oh well, if it doesn't work out, I can just get a divorce. You know, they don't see it as a permanent thing. Almost, they don't realize that it's like meant to be a permanent, you know, till death do us part.
I mean, do any of them actually read the vows properly? Like, to, you know, sickness and in health till death do us part. It's like the first bit of adversity and I'm off seems to be the new wedding vows, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, yeah, I would agree with that.
I don't remember atheism being a big thing until, like, the whole, like, 2000s, Bill Maher, you know, that whole fucking scene happened.
Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, like
yeah.
Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris.
Richard Dawkins.
Because I remember when I was at school doing, like, RE, it was just assumed you were a Christian unless you said you weren't.
All right.
Yeah, same.
Okay, I'm back now. I just been outdoors because it's like my shovel and my screwdriver are missing. Oh, I know where they are. So they're outdoors, completely undisturbed, just a few drops of rain on them. And I was like, well, according to my family, they should have been nicked by now. I think they're a bit more paranoid.
We're just talking about marriage, Hobbit.
Love and marriage, go together like a horse and carriage.
That starting a family is too expensive, it's just a cope, and everyone should get married and nobody should get divorced.
Well, if he had a farm and everybody if you're self-sufficient, then it is cheap.
Well, that's the thing.
If you're in a
it's
city,
all well and good and saying I'm going to get married, but it's like, okay, where's your house? Oh, I don't have one, can't afford it.
You're forgetting that the first thing you got to do is find a decent woman.
Yeah.
It was as damaged as you are by modern living.
Thing is that you have I don't want to say the word, we have a certain economic system, right?
The economic system that won't be named, is what you're saying?
The one that makes me cringe, to keep saying it. That system.
Phil, I can go one further, but we don't breed well in captivity, and we are captive.
Yeah.
We've made a society that is based on making people get as much dopamine as possible. They know
the fairy tale wedding.
Well, not only that, the bean counters have taken over society. I can't remember who said that or I heard the phrase, but I think it's...
In regards to marriage, right. We all admit that it's not all sunshine. It's not all like Disney princess, and there's a lot of times where it's hard. But they don't want a society like that. They want people to treat other human
you
beings
say
as
that.
disposable.
Have you seen the weddings where they're like, I want a Disney princess wedding, so they just like they have their fantasy fulfilled.
See, this is another thing. This is another thing, and that falls into the category of the system that won't be named. But the weddings that cost thousands, hundreds of tens of thousands of pounds for them to have this magical princess day, so this woman can feel like she's a princess and like rock up in a, I don't know, in a horse and carriage.
I was going to say, don't get me wrong. If I could afford it, a horse and carriage wedding, that would be ideal. Quite.
But when they have like loads of guests though, and it's like really showy, and it's like they spend a fortune on it, and it's just like it just goes beyond what's necessary. When really you could, if you wanted to get married, you could just go to the registry office and get married.
Yeah, it's ostentatious.
Yeah,
my aunt's wedding was like that, and it didn't last long either. She married a drunk bastard. Her kids are all right though, and I can see where they've taken some of the dad's good stuff, and the other thing is, well, it's like they actually drink, but they don't drink in. Like, whenever we're over...
do you remember it used to be custom for the woman's family to pay for the marriage? Like, that would have been better, because you can go, you want a fucking Disney princess wedding, your mum and dad can fucking pay for it.
It was the wife's father that traditionally paid for the wedding. But listen to this, right? Phil's going to have a heart attack. From MoneySavingExpert.com, the 29th of March, 2021, experts estimate the average wedding now costs anywhere from $18,000 to a heartbreaking $32,000, but there are ways to cut back. This guide has a host of tips.
I would like to see a cost breakdown.
I wouldn't spend $5,000 on that bullshit.
I'd like to see a cost breakdown.
Do you remember when in the good old days the family used to make the buffet, didn't they? But that's like, I don't suppose you can have a buffet at a wedding anymore. I suppose it's verboten, isn't it? 'Cause it's you got to have McDonald's cater for it or something. Do you remember some of those stories where the woman wants McDonald's to fucking cater for her wedding? That's fucking crazy, isn't it?
I've watched a TV show. I don't know if any of you. I can't remember what it's called, but like there would be 4 weddings, and like there'd be 4 brides.
Oh, when they get the useless husband to do the wedding, that one.
There's that one, but there's also one where like there's 4 weddings, and the brides each attend the weddings and like mark them out of a certain amount. So like, woman X is getting married, and the 3 other women who are due to get married, they'll attend the wedding and judge it, basically. And then the next woman will get married, and the other 3 will go and judge that wedding. And like, there was one woman who got married, and they got married in like, I think it was like a registry office or something. And then they just went to some like, and like, I'm not shitting on like, pubs or like whatever, but they just went and they just had like it was just like it was rotten. It was just like this like shit hole where they just had like all the food looked disgusting. It looked like prison food. It was just awful. And but she was loving it. She was like, oh yes, best day of my life. It's just like, okay. So yeah.
Do you ever get invited to a wedding and it's like abroad, like Jamaica? Like, oh, we're getting married in Jamaica. It'll be like $500 to come down, stay at the resort, and then,
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
My sister got married abroad, but it was actually kind of magical. So, because they got married in Lapland.
The only way I could think of getting married abroad would be Las Vegas.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I mean, for me, a wedding would be. I mean, there's not any particularly one church I'm attached to, so that doesn't matter. But Catholic church somewhere, and horse and carriage to the hotel, and then the honeymoon. Yeah. You're not going to see us for a month because we're going to be busy starting a family. Oh, and there would be mead at my honeymoon as well, because that's why it's called a honeymoon. You drink mead.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Bay Rate, I forgot to read this out. Bayray said, where's the comment I was going to read out? He said, look, if you ever think to yourself that being degenerate in your youth isn't an issue, never forget that the wages of sin is death.
Oh.
All right.
It's
Well,
like,
here's news for you, pal. Nobody makes it out of life alive.
Right.
Who
Yeah,
said
you're
that
not
about
gonna.
the wages of sin is debt? Oh, fucking hell.
Brimstone Ray.
How can you be a Bible thumping libertarian? Does that work out? Phil, you're the ideology expert. Can you tell us how Christianity and fucking libertarianism mesh?
Bayray, the fun police.
excusing child molestation whilst moaning about degeneracy.
Hang on.
Yeah. Oh, you robot in, Nordic.
Robo.
You robot in.
We got Robo Nordic.
Oh, by a race in, he's not a libertarian. He's like, oh yeah, I'm not a libertarian, but I just chill for fucking fucking
What are
libertarian.
you, Bayray?
Australian.
I'm not
He's
a
a
libertarian.
proper-
I just think
he's
we
not-
can
I'm not a libertarian,
cooperate
I'm
with
a
capitalism, the
propertarian.
very thing that destroyed relationships. Fucking spot.
It's like the
But I've already
Orthodox.
been baptised. I've already been baptised in the
Okay,
Church of England,
we're
so would I
back
have to
now.
get re-baptised?
I just realised that the chat was deafened as well. Mumsy had to speak to me. We're talking about my granddad, and so.
Oh, okay.
Hope everything's alright, dude.
Yeah.
Not particularly.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't get too much into it, but let's just say that not everybody likes Grandad as much as I do, and they object to me feeding him cake, which I've made. I'm like, but you buy him biscuits, and you're saying the cake I've made with love is unhealthy when you buy him biscuits. Fuck you. He's having my cake.
That aren't made with love.
Yeah. Oh,
we were just talking. You might know this, Hobbit.
Yeah.
If you're a Protestant and say you're a Protestant and you want to marry a Catholic.
Yeah.
How does that work? If you were to could a Catholic marry a Protestant in a Catholic church?
Yeah, that's not a problem. My dad is C of E, and he married my mum, and they said, "Well, you're having it in this church where we've always been," and it's like, "Yeah, okay," and it's a Catholic marriage. Yeah, all right. I'm C of E. Is that a problem? No, it's still the same God and Jesus and all that. So
like, because I was christened like a C of E, and when I went to like C of E, when I went to church as a kid and like Sunday school and everything was all C of E. I went to C of E schools. So if I met a bloke and he's a Catholic and we got married in a Catholic church, they wouldn't be like, "Ew, no, you're not a Catholic."
No, there's no problem with that. There's no requirement for you to convert either. It's just when I was old enough, I went to Roman Catholic school, and I actually said to the priest and the head mistress, I want to be confirmed as a Catholic. And it wasn't any like, oh yes, I feel the call of Jesus upon me at 8 years old. It was like, how come they get to have like wine and bread and I don't? Oh, well, they're Catholic. How do I become Catholic? You want to become Catholic? Well, you need to get confirmed. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead with it.
Oh, and then my grandparents came over from Belgium, and I was acting as translator for them, and they were so proud. It's like, oh, our grandson, our first grandson, and he wants to be Catholic. And it just, how do you explain to them? It's like your 8-year-old grandson wants to have wine and bread from the church because it's boring, and it's a bit of excitement to have a bit of food and drink.
It looks fancier. I know that's a really sort of kind of like vacuous thing to say, but I do prefer like the aesthetics of Catholicism, because like I've seen some Church of England churches where it's like the priest is a fucking hippie, doesn't wear any shoes, and they've got rainbow flags and shit. It's just like, what?
I mean, I've been to like there's a church my mum like. It was a Catholic church because it's called St Mary's, and I'm like, that. No Protestant believes in St Mary, so that's Catholic, and it's 500 years old. So it's before King Henry VIII said, "Yeah, I want a divorce." So I'm going to invent divorce now. King Henry VIII, inventor of divorce.
Chad.
So
Chad Henry, whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, so what's the thing? We go there, and it's a lovely church. I really do like it. I'm just going to rename this from Cypress Street to Turn in the Road Lane. And I think I've got too many vehicles coming here. There's just a huge queue of traffic all coming to these grain silos. But yeah, it's just, I've been to here's the thing, I've got nothing against C of E, and if you look at like the traditional C of E, it's all in English. It's not called Mass, they call it, what do they call it? Like, just Sunday service, I guess. And
yeah, Sunday service.
It's the liturgy is fine. I've got no problem with that. It's from the King James Bible, which is the one I've read, and the hymns are a bit, they're all right. There's nothing in Latin, which I think's the only thing that's bad about it. There's something to be said. Like, I will actually say the sign of the cross in Latin, because Pater Noster, I can't, unless I've got it in front of me, I can't do it. I have to do Our Father. But here's the other thing as well. I always used to think like when I was growing up, like, oh, actually I'm a Protestant because I protest against the Catholic Church, and then I went to Malta with the beautiful Baroque Catholic churches, and I'm like, screw being Protestant. Like, fuck, I don't need to wear a fedora. No, these churches are beautiful, and you know what? I'm glad that they used all the peasants' money to build these churches, because they are gorgeous.
What do you think of the Orthodox Church?
I mean, this is the thing. I try to find one, and somebody who understands Russian Orthodox might know. There's a church in St. Petersburg, and the interior is filled with mirrors, and it is like, I saw photographs of it, and I thought that must be a psychedelic experience going in there, where you're seeing just a myriad of reflections everywhere.
I plan to go there when I visit my uncle. Sorry.
Yeah, just ask your uncle. He says, is there a church somewhere in St. Petersburg where the interior is full of mirrors? Like every column, it's got these beautiful mosaic tiles, which is all mirrors. Because he goes, oh yeah, it's St. Basil's on Vodka Street. Then yeah, I'm sure it'll be a St. Basil.
He'll know, because he's always sending me pictures, because he's like, come to Russia. He's like full on Russia gang,
Well, I'll tell you what, ask him if he's heard anything about Anastasia, Ringing Cedars of Russia, and Kin's Domains, because that's one of the reasons I'd love to go to Novosibirsk and see some of like Vladimir Mega's Kin's Domains, because that's how I want to live.
Yeah.
I want my wooden house, or wooden stone, when I get enough stones for it. I'm going to have my little banya, or a sauna, as to you and I. and I'm gonna have my hectare of land, and 1/3 of it's gonna be trees, and then 1/3 of it's gonna be my garden, and the other third's gonna be I don't know what, a mud puddle or something. But
I'd love to go to Russia. I do. Like, he lives in St. Petersburg, but you know, I mean, Russia's such a massive country. Like,
hey,
you'd have to start with St. Petersburg, like, for one holiday, and then maybe another holiday go to Moscow, and then another holiday go to, like, what's it called, Sochi, maybe.
Ask him if there's any old folks in St. Petersburg that still speak French.
Oh, well, I will ask him that. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yep. Well, it was a thing amongst the aristocracy, like, because, like, LOL, Russian culture is shit, let's all talk in French just to flex on the peasants.
Oof, Phil won't like that.
No, he won't. He's... I mean, you get... the term bourgeoisie is French, so, you know...
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Have you ever seen Red Dr. Zhivago? Because they did speak French in that. And a lot of
them,
when they left Russia, they went to Paris. So that's how a lot of them escaped from the revolution. They went to Paris because there was a large Russian enclave from Paris. And yeah, a lot of the rich did speak French.
Nice. Nice. Very nice. You know, I wonder if... have I unlocked enough... No, I only got a population of 35,000. I was thinking of making, like, a couple of, like, beach houses, but that's a main road, so let's just have it pop off of the little tower blocks.
Очень хорошо, товарищ Bayare.
I'd love to have some sturgeon caviar again. That was lovely. I've not tried beluga caviar,
good.
so I can't say.
Would you have it with sour cream?
No, I had it on I had it just on some Melba toast, and I thought this was delicious. It reminds me a lot of cod roe, but even nicer, if that makes sense. It's like, wow, it's like creamy fish, but it tastes pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't had caviar in a while.
No, you got to have caviar with some dill pickles and some doctor sausage.
There's one. Okay.
And then some condensed milk for afters.
I think I've figured out why Bayray doesn't like Phil.
Why? Are you actually a Christian, Flossie?
Oh, is he a Ukrainian? Is that
are you
it?
saying that?
You actually
he's Orthodox. Orthodox.
What do you mean by practicing?
You actually go to church and do all that shit.
Well, considering they've been closed for God knows how long.
Alright then, before the lockdown then.
No, probably not. No, not as much as I should. No, but I would go occasionally. What about you? Do you go?
Nah.
Well, there you go. So, are you a Christian?
Nah. Don't know. Maybe.
I go to church.
Why
really go
are
to
you hating? Why are you hating on me, Marco? Why are you hating?
Just hating me.
Is it because I'm not a Latina?
Because I'm the devil, man.
Well, I mean, like, I believe in God and I pray. Like, I mean, it doesn't actually say in the Bible, does it, that you have to go to church?
Hey, Marco, here's your fedora. I think you left it on the doorstep.
Cheers, mate.
What, me?
No, Marco.
Fedora.
Marco. Yeah, get your fedora on, Marco.
Mate, I'm that. What's that thing Phil says? What's Phil again? What was he? It's not an agnostic. It's the other one.
Atheist?
No,
deist. You believe in God, but you don't know
Ponzi. Yeah, that Ponzi thing.
Just
like basically that.
You don't want to like be part of the football team.
I don't know. I'll say I'm more leaning to Christianity, but really
it's like you're not willing to pick Swindon over Oxford United because you're not sure what team God supports. So you just like, oh, if I say I like football, but I don't care what.
Oh, you know what God supports, mate. You know what team he supports.
Yeah,
got bigger fish to fry than football.
God
I
supports
reckon.
Rome. I don't know what the Rome team's called. Sorry.
I'm actually an Orthodox, but yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you're not. You, Marco, you're such a fucking troll.
No one English
Hello.
is Orthodox. We've got no history of Orthodoxy in our
Niall's
country.
an Orthodox, mate. What are you on about? He's English as me and you.
Niall's a fucking
What about
dickhead.
Catholics? How big is the Catholic thing? Is it regional?
I think it is. I've got a Catholic church within walking distance of my house, but I think it is kind of regional. But like going back to the family tree thing I mentioned before, when I was going back through my family tree, they were all Catholics. Like, well, I've done the paternal side of it, and they were all Catholics on my dad's side of the family. So it's obviously only recently that we've become C of E sort of thing.
Oh, my family would like you.
I'm sorry?
My family would like you. It's like, elle est catholique. And it's like, yep, Catholic through and through.
Yeah, they were all. I looked at, like, most of them were farmers, but they were all Catholic, and it seemed in that area of the country that they were living in, that I'm not going to say, was that there were a lot more Catholics in that area. So yeah, I think it might be regional. But there's interesting things like there's quite a few stately homes and things around here, where they have priest holes. If you know what a priest hole is, it's where they'd hide Catholic priests.
Oh yeah.
When people came, when they were going around killing all the Catholic priests and burning down the monasteries and all that sort of shit, they would have they'd have like hidey holes for the priests so that they didn't get taken away and murdered. So I've seen a couple of those. In fact, there's one in the village where my mum lives. It's a really old house. Not her house, like a different house. Is like a really grade 1 listed farmhouse, and that's got a priest hole in it. So
what's the difference between grade 1 and grade 2?
I think it's just I think it's age, also cultural and historical significance. I think I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
There's a textile factory in my town, and that's grade listed, but I don't know if it's 1 or 2.
I know the farm, the old farmhouse near my mum's is grade 1, but I'd have to look at why. There must be some reason why. Maybe it's because it's got maybe it's because of the age of it, and because it's got all these things that they want protecting, like, for example, the priest hole, because that's kind of
Dimitri, England sort of did stay Catholic. I mean, the C of E is far less Protestant than Lutheranism.
Yeah,
that was the fall of England as well.
It's basically just like, hey, Catholic Church, can I copy your... Yeah, copy, but change it a bit so it doesn't look obvious.
Yeah. I'm going to look up the difference between grade 1 and grade 2, because now you've made me...
I've activated your autism.
Yeah, now I need to know.
Yeah, because I didn't understand why, the further north you kind of go, in Ireland, there'd be more Protestants, and I know now, but I'm like, okay, that makes sense now.
Yeah. The
more north you go in England, they're more Catholic.
Yeah, basically.
Because of the Irish immigrants and Scots.
Oh, okay.
Well, Irish Scots anyway.
Oh, Irish Scots.
Because I guess the Scots-Irish there were Scots who went to Ireland, and that's why, it's not like a very Irish name, if you get my drift. It's more of like an English name.
Anyways, fuck Catholicism.
Why?
I'd just like to throw that in there before I...
You just do...
No, I actually don't like Catholicism.
How much is Jeff paying
Why
you
not?
to be a dickhead?
Why not?
What's your
Because
beef with
what's the point of
Catholicism?
it, mate? You might as well just be an Anglican.
What do you mean? What does that even mean? What's the point in it? What's the point in Anglicanism then?
Because it's based in English, mate.
But
Nonsense.
right, it's because it's Anglican, it automatically is based.
So you think the Queen is is God?
No, I
Do you
think she's
know-
the devil.
Yeah, because the Queen has literally gone to like druid ceremonies and shit. Like, have you ever seen?
I wouldn't
those
call her
pictures?
Christian. Let's be honest. She's a fucking demonic
It's a
slag.
reptile.
Yeah. But like, what is your beef with Catholicism? Like, in all seriousness, because that was
It's not the religion. It's more the people who follow it who come down here, foreigners.
what like Hobbit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're slagging
exactly.
off Hobbit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
Slagging off my pal of it.
but,
Yeah.
like,
I mean, come on, mate.
basically-
It's not. They're not converting us. It's just
Come on,
foreigners
mate.
flooding it. It's bullshit.
Anglicanism.
I'm
Okay.
against immigration, and I'm against the religious influence of immigration. As well.
So, well, yeah,
the only reason
Unfortunately, we had Christianity when they started coming in, but hey, I
we
don't
only
want
have we only have Anglicanism because bloody fucking Henry VIII wanted to marry some floozy. That's the only reason we have it.
In
he
addition
started
to
it,
that,
but then
he
it
wanted
started
to
developing
seize all
into
the
more
wealth of the church, because the monasteries owned 1/3 of all land in England at the time. And so, yeah, he wanted to divorce his wife, but also it's like, Catholic Church has got a lot of wealth. I'm going to have that.
And they're just going to burn them all down, steal all the riches, kill all the monks.
You know
Bish,
what?
bash,
There's so
bosh.
much about like the story of King Henry VIII, which is way more interesting than what I was taught in school, because they just did about his wives, and it's like, I don't really care about his wives because I'm a horrid homosexual that's not interested in women.
You're coming from this from a historical point, which was not my point.
The bit which I like.
What is your point, Marco?
My point is the immigrants who bring in Catholicism, which I don't like. It's just a form.
You mean the Romans?
The Catholic immigrants. Who
The
do you think?
Romans.
Do you think any
Polish?
Irish? It could be fucking.
You do realise we've been Catholic for 1500 years, and now C of E.
Basically anywhere out of the north.
Nah, I'm calling bullshit on that. It's a fucking shit take, mate. We've been Catholic for
That's a shit
1500
take.
years,
Oh,
and then you
bollocks.
C of E afterwards.
Yeah, and look at the people
Slav
bringing it
hatred
in.
is
It's
getting out of control,
not Slav.
But what do you mean
Just
people
come
bring
on.
in? So, all right, so you've got Mexicans coming
It's
in, and
immigrants.
they're Catholic.
Yeah, and
as
look
well.
at America. It's become more Catholic because of the Mexicans coming in.
All
That's
right.
probably
And
a good
that's
thing.
what I see from here with the Irish and the Polish coming in, all those lot.
Okay, but what?
So
like
it's
the
not
Irish and
like
Polish,
again
you're
nothing is.
Mexicans?
I don't care about Catholicism like religiously, like baptism.
So,
But it's again, it's just a foreign form.
Catholicism. You just don't
It's a
like
foreign
Polish
form
and
of
Mexicans. All right,
It's a
that's
foreign
fair
form of
enough.
religion that would be based around them. That's my point. I don't. Yeah, it's mostly against the immigration, but if we do become more of a Catholic nation, it would be based around their point of view, not ours.
Would it? Why would it? Why wouldn't they
Why wouldn't it?
adapt it for themselves?
Because they're the most Catholic people there is. We're not religious anymore. That's the thing. They're the dominant.
Well, speak for yourself,
religion,
mate.
if you know
Some
what I
of
mean.
us do actually.
Same with
accept
Islam.
Jesus
You've
as
got
our
to be-
Lord and
I mean-
Saviour.
Yeah, fedora tip. Get your
You know
fedora
what I mean?
out,
It's not
Marco.
fedora. It's look at Bosnia for Christ's sake. That's just it's more liberal Islam than it is, but it doesn't matter. It's just it came from a Paki point of view, and it's now look at it. It's changed it completely in the spiritual sense, and that's what I see with Catholicism.
Well, I would have to agree to disagree with you there, Marco.
All right.
You just don't like the
You don't know.
Irish there,
I'm
boy.
surprised as well because your Latinas are going to be Catholic, probably.
Catholic.
It's what you're going to
I
do
wouldn't
about
call them
that?
Catholic. I think I've seen a documentary. They're not even really Catholic, are they?
The problem with all those
What is it?
mestizos is like they tried to Catholicize them. It didn't work. They've just like they've taken the
Animist.
they've taken the ostentations about, oh yeah, let's have like a runway with some kinks in it. That's a good idea. Yeah, land
That's
on
what
that,
they do all
you
the blacks
bitch.
do, isn't it? When they get caught, they all become religious.
But you know, actually, there is one thing I will say in agreement with Marco is that I went to the Catholic church I used to go to as a kid, the one I got confirmed in, and when I was there, it was Stations of the Cross. And I was like, yeah, I'll do this Easter thing. I've never really done Easter properly before. And so I went to do Stations of the Cross. Actually, I didn't even realise it was Stations of the Cross. It was just like, I want to go to the church for a bit of private prayer. And there was a whole bunch of people there. And they were doing Stations of the Cross. And I thought, yeah, sure, I'll do this. And it was quite a nice ceremony. He brought out his censer. He had frankincense going on. And we all had to pray about Jesus on his way to, not Gethsemane, Golgotha. And but there was Mexicans there, and I was talking with them afterwards. I'm like, "You're Mexicans? What are you doing? My town's so north, right? It's got a cake named after it, and there's a listed textile mill. That's I'm like, I'm in the north of bloody England, and you're like, you what?"
Whereabouts north?
Well, it's still Oxfordshire, but it's the southernmost extent of the north. Because you know you're in the north when there's a town with a cake named after it.
Like Eccles.
Yeah. There's Dundee, Eccles, Chorley.
Mind you, Eton mess.
But that's not a cake.
Does that count?
No, that's a pudding. That's not
yeah.
cake. Yeah.
You see what I mean? Buyer knows what's up.
What do you want then, Marco? Do you want what? Return to paganism?
No, return to Anglicanism.
But
An English form of Christianity.
That's like.
I'm not going to go.
It's relatively new, though, isn't it? In the grand scheme of things.
Anything can be seen as relatively new. It's just the thing is, it's our perspective of it. That's the point. It's not bad. But it is. Of course, it is because you don't see it anywhere else but England. So how is it not an English perspective of it?
Because it spread. The Protestants became the Puritans. They spread out everywhere.
Right.
You've got Calvinists. You've got Lutherans. Oh, cult or whatever. And all the pilgrims that went over to America, like the Puritans, they started off as the Protestants here, and then they spread
and then it
that
changed,
over.
and then they changed it to whatever the fuck they do now. What do you call it?
Oh yeah, things change. Like no shit.
Yeah, it does change, but the thing is, we got our own thing. And the Catholic, I'm saying the Catholic influence in England won't be the English people doing it. It would be foreigners doing it. I mean, can you prove me wrong, please? Like, prove me wrong, because I'll tell you now. It's like Scotland. Scotland is half Protestant, and look at the people who are Catholic. It's Irish people. It's not the Scottish. It's the Irish, and it's the same over here. You can talk about what you want.
You just said we've got our own thing, but what is our own thing?
Well, we can at one point.
Druids.
Before we had Catholicism, what we had in Britain, in this part of Western Europe, we had paganism. Then Catholicism took over, and then when Henry decided he wanted to get a divorce against the Catholic Church, he then split it up into the Church of England, which is the Anglican Church, as you seem to think of it. I don't know what you think you're going back to, Marco. Like, if you want to,
go back to it. It's our thing, and it's obviously a good thing. It's a good thing. Yeah, I am a fuck off Polish. Fuck off Polish, fuck off Irish.
I didn't say Polish. I said Pope, you mong. Henry VIII.
No, fuck off Pope as well. Again, Christ. You're doing a historical point. I'm not even arguing history. I'm saying if we were to become a Catholic nation, it wouldn't be through English people converting. It wouldn't be that. You know what I mean? No, it would be through foreigners. That's what I'm saying. I don't want your cope about history. About
Catholicism in their heart.
Henry VIII. Henry VIII did this. Henry VIII.
That's just a fact.
It's not cope, though.
It's an unavoidable fact.
No, because you're using the historical point to
You're
try and
saying
prove
about
my
converting,
opinion
but how can you convert?
No,
it would be English people reverting, because Catholicism is in our hearts. C of E is Catholic. It's not Protestant. It's not.
It's
Catholic, but they don't answer to
what
the
way?
Pope. In fact, I've actually spoken with
So then it's not Catholic,
C of E priests who have converted to Catholicism, and I said, "Well, why have you converted to Catholicism?"
You're saying it's not Protestant because one big thing, which is not following the Pope
I have
or the institution.
spoken with vicars that have converted to Catholicism, and I said, "Why?" And they said, "Well, we can become Catholic priests if we accept the Pope as the authority and not the Queen, and we do that because that is the ones which have done it, disagree with having women vicars." And I was like, you know what, that's fair enough. And I said, so hang on, is it Protestant or is it Catholic? He said, it's Catholicism, but it's English Catholicism. And I said, yeah, but wouldn't that be answering to the Pope? And they said, well, that's where it gets a bit confusing. And I said, yeah, Yeah, it does. But you're saying about converting because like Mexicans or Polish should come over here and convert to it. But I'm saying that the English people, the ones which are God-fearing and have God in their hearts, they would revert back to Catholicism. Because we've always been Catholic.
Like me.
We were Catholic before the Romans were Catholic. Did you know
Revert
that?
or whatever.
We
it
was
would.
Catholics. We was Catholics and shit.
We was Catholic.
pagan.
Yeah.
I want to revert back to paganism now.
You know what I'm going to do? All right, there's a Catholic church around the corner from me. I'm going to convert to Catholicism now just to fuck you off, Marco.
Oh,
just
do
to
it,
piss
mate.
you off.
Flossie.
Hey, you're moving to Russia anyway, so it's not my fault.
I'm not moving to Russia. I said I was going on holiday there.
Flossie,
God knows when that
if
will
you get
be.
your
Yeah.
confirmation, can I come? I want to be there in your conversion.
Yeah, you can come, Hobbit. Yeah, Catholic gang.
Yeah,
It's
Catholic
just,
gang,
you know,
gang, gang.
again, you're not
Ave
seeing
Maria.
my point. It won't be through the English people. It's not convincing them. It's just through.
What you're saying?
domination.
Flossie's not
That's what I'm saying.
English.
I'm more English than you, Marco. Don't
No,
even go
no,
there.
you're more British than me, but not English. So that's different. Different. Pull out your DNAs, mate. Let me see.
Get your DNA out.
Get your DNA, mate.
Get your DNA out for the lads.
Get your DNA and meet me at the Morrison car park. Let's go.
Home base, rather back of home base.
I see the Church of England as not being a true religious authority because the head of the Church of England is the monarchy and the head of Catholicism is the Pope and God. You know, isn't that how a religion's supposed to be? Or did Henry VIII just chop and change things that he didn't like about
Jesus did
Catholicism
say
and make
that
people-
don't walk behind me, I may not lead. Don't walk in front of me, I may not follow. Walk with me and be my brother. So Jesus was saying that you're supposed to be your own leader and your own authority on that. And I always took that to heart. I thought that's good. That Jesus actually, even though he's the Son of God, he says you're an equal, even though you're a sinner. And I'm like, okay, that's a lot of respect.
It's a bad day of the week, Marco, when the pagan laugher knows more about.
You don't know. You just told me. All you told me is that we used to be pagans or whatever. That's. It's not like I didn't know about it. You know what I mean?
Marco's teaming up with Bay now. Fucking.
I think England should be a Catholic country like it used to be.
Yeah.
Those
were the days.
You know what? You know what? I'm not against that. I'm not against. If Catholicism was truly the truth or whatever you want to call it,
yes, it is.
I won't be fine. I'll be fine with that. But it wouldn't be under the enlightenment of the English people. It'd be under the foreign. That's all I'm saying. And you're all swagging out over it like I'm going, oh,
We're just having a
conversation.
We're all just
wanted to
let's have some bit of logical conclusion here, right? So let's assume, first of all, that Catholicism is the truth, the light, and the way. It is the ultimate truth, and that's why you're Catholic, because you believe that. So you're saying it's more likely to happen from foreigners than English because the English have lost their way. So you're saying that the foreigners are more righteous than the English people. Do you not like the English people, Ian? Eh?
No, what I'm saying, mate, is
we're the most righteous force on earth, mate.
Yeah,
we say, and
I believe that.
Anglo gang.
But the thing is, mate, it's not through. Again, I said it's not through convincing someone. It's through domination. You know what I mean? And I don't want my country to be dominated by foreigners pushing their shit. So I don't want Pakis doing it. That's what I'm saying. Again, it's from an immigration standpoint more than a religious one.
Well, what you're arguing is
and I don't know why you. And are you against that?
Influence.
Let me tell you. No. Let me revert on you, Hobbit. Would you want
No.
Catholic...
Let me barge in here. Knock
Right.
some bottles over. Let me tell you the hard truth.
All right.
Marco.
Yeah, let me tell you the hard truth.
The hardcore
Would
truth.
you want all these Catholic countries flooding England?
From an immigration
Changing
point
it.
of view,
Changing it.
Yeah, but
You know
you
what I mean?
say that. But the thing is, we were Catholic before the Romans were. We taught
It
them
doesn't
how to be
fucking matter,
Catholic.
mate. We're not that anymore, mate. And it's, let's be
Well,
honest,
you
Anglicanism,
say
as you
that,
said,
but
is similar to Catholicism, but
The
it was through the
backbone
English
of our
way.
country is Christian faith, and that was Catholic for 1,500 years. And C of E is basically Catholicism, where we don't answer to the Pope.
It's Catholicism light.
And in fact, if you really want to get really esoteric and spurgy about it, actually, we do answer to the Pope, because there was something about William of Orange, and when he took his vows, with the vows which all the monarchs have taken since then, they pledge allegiance to the Pope. So we are, in fact, we've been Catholic since Jesus set foot in Cornwall at the age of 3 weeks old, or whatever age it took, like, to get from Egypt to Cornwall. We have been Catholic. And in fact, there's even some pagan.
I deny that. And so
there's even some pagan law saying that Jesus was actually a member of the Bards, and that's why he was able to talk the way he could. That's why he would not be seasick, because he was used to the Cornish waters, and he could walk into the middle of a brawl and escape on the other side without a single hair on his head being messed out of place, because he was a bard. And I'm like, you know what? I'll go with that. Jesus saw the truth, the light, and the way. He's the Son of God. And then he came to Cornwall, and that's where he mastered his way of speaking. So I'm like, yeah, that's right. Because we are always God's chosen people. We are the true chosen people. I'm like, that's absolutely fine. I am quite happy. Not there's any Belgians listening to this, but Colin, we all know Anglos are the best. So yeah, it's I'm not. This is something which I know some other Catholics and Protestants and pagans would disagree with, but you know what? It's fine. I don't mind.
Some pagans are just larpy as fuck and think that England
like
and
Marco
Britain should go back to being 100% pagan, and it's like, well, the pagans weren't strong enough in their beliefs to be able to defend against an emerging religion at the time. So, you know, how do they think that they're going to use that in the 21st century?
Well, they converted just to trade.
A lot of pagans now are very
we've
atheistic, aren't they?
We've discovered today that Marco is actually a low-key pagan. So, you know, we've got
Nordic gang, pagan gang, Nordic.
Nordic gang.
I've been
to. It's just the pagans, though. Why I don't like about the pagans? It's just because you could tell they're just anti-Christian. It's not even the might is right or anything. You know, like Red Eyes, they're actually pretty good pagans. But you get the vague ones, it's like, oh, Christians are basically kikes and fucking want to kill everyone. Do all this.
A lot of the pagans.
Like, you're not convincing me. You're just insulting like the vast majority of Europe. You know what I mean? It's just calling us kites. Like,
a lot of the pagans I've seen, Nordic accepted, they are like Glastonbury type hippies. That they just like.
You know my opinion on hippies.
Yeah, I know. And I've met a lot of them. I've been to 2 out of 3 of... Actually, I've been to all 3 of them, but I've drove through Avebury. I've been to all 3 major stone circles in the UK. I've been to plenty of dolmens. I've even been to the dolmens in Belgium. And I've not been to Karnak, by the way. It was too expensive, so I thought, fuck that, I'm not doing it. And the one thing I got from my pagan ancestors is that venerating your ancestors is important and acknowledging them, because like the things they did is how you're alive today. And I was like, yeah, and at one point my ancestors decided, yeah, Catholicism is the truth, the light and the way, and that's what we are going to be now. And it would be an insult to my ancestors to not acknowledge what they've done, and what they did was convert. Or, well, I say convert, it's more a case of, oh, hello, I'm Roman and we're here to teach you about Catholicism. It's like, alright, what's the tense bit? Well, it's this and that. It's like, oh, what, you mean what we've already been doing all our lives? What do you mean? Yeah, mate, we were doing that before you did. Oh.
Well, like, for the larpy pagans to be like, Christianity's a Jewish religion and everything, they're discounting the teachings of paganism that go into Christianity, to our form of Christianity, like the dates, the numerology around it. I know I said I don't really like numerology, but when you look at paganism and Christianity, the dates are very similar on purpose, and that was to make it a lot more palatable for people that were converting, because, you know, at the time, giving up the old gods for this new new singular God, you know, that was asking a lot of people, and some of them converted by the sword. You know, they weren't having it.
You say that's a lot for them, but at the same time, I think to myself, even with the pagans, like if you read Herodotus, it's like even the Egyptians, they say, because like Herodotus talks about like and they got this god called Ra, and I believe that's their name for Zeus, and they sort of understood like, yeah, there's all these gods, but Ra, Zeus, is the main god. Like Odin is the well, they say Odin's the main god. You can argue about
Odin's the father.
Odin and Tyr or Chu. Like with the Greeks, they could argue, is it Zeus or is it Kronos that's the All-Father? But they all had this concept of like there is the one Father God, the one God from which all originates from. So that wouldn't have been an alien concept to pagans.
Yeah, there is the All Father, which is Odin, and you know it's staunch Odinists that really hold Odin in high regard and sort of don't really pay attention to the other gods. But like as a pagan, you're encouraged to pick your god, to pick a god and to worship that one in particular.
They even have a similar thing with the Catholic faith where you can pray to the saints instead of praying to God directly. And or like you say Hail Mary when you want her intercession. And personally I think to myself, yeah, you can do all that, but you could just pray to God.
Yeah, usually you just invoke Odin when you really need it. Like Odin is the All Father. He watches over all of us.
All Father, one-eyed, terrible one.
Yeah, he gave his eye for wisdom.
Yeah.
And hung for 9 days.
Well, I mean, he did a sacrifice, and so did Chu. I mean, Chu is the one-armed one because they're like, someone's got to stick their hand into this wolf's mouth. And Chu's like, I'll go on you pussies, I'll do it then. Stick the chain.
Odin hung himself for 9 days from the tree to gain the knowledge of the runes. And obviously the runes are seen as very important in Norse paganism because, you know, that's the language of the gods.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think Catholicism would have had the power and endurance if it doesn't have truth in it. And you know, I'll say straight away, I dislike this Pope. He's not my Pope.
He's a Jesuit.
Well, someone said it, and it's probably some internet spurg, but I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. They said, yeah, Jesuits is just the Jewish sect of Catholicism. It's like, yeah, I'll go with that. There might as well be.
Guy Fawkes was a Jesuit, wasn't he? Tried to kill the king.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I liked Guy Fawkes. He was the last man who went into the House of Commons with honest intentions.
Yeah. Well, that's why I always tell people that Guy Fawkes isn't the hero that you think he is, because he was a Jesuit.
He is set up to be the fall guy. So I remember with the anonymous stuff and the Guy Fawkes mask, it's like, oh, what, you're setting yourself up to be the fall guys, and it's like the symbology on that's not lost on everybody, I think.
Understand jokes. Like, does he not get me and Marco just like almost play fight?
No, he doesn't. He actually thinks I'm serious.
He's like, why is he taking it seriously? Yeah, call me a liar, Flossie. He's like getting serious.
She does bully me. She does bully me. She thinks I'm a woman.
I don't bully you. I'm lovely to you, Marco.
Well, she only bullies you because you're a weak-willed faggot who needs bullying.
Stop
Swallow a spoonful of cement and harden the
Ray
fuck up.
doesn't understand humour. Like, but is it because you're Australian? Is it because you just like an eternal online shit poster? I don't know, and I
don't believe that Australia exists.
Australia is a conspiracy. It doesn't exist.
Are you saying I need to do a 40 words about Australia being a
yes.
Australians aren't white.
Yeah.
Australia not real.
Like, we did send our worst people there. Don't forget that. We sent our criminals.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
you know,
but we also
they're not
sent
as
some
good.
of our best people there with the £10 poms. I mean, this is
Not
some.
necessarily. I
I
think the
don't
best
like
of us
the.
died in
Yeah,
fucking-
but I mean, like Nordic. I mean, yeah, sure. In the 19th century, we were sending criminals over there, but then the £10 poms were people who volunteered to go there, and this is one of those like historical revisionism about the Windrush generation. It's like
Yeah,
we
they're the
didn't.
ones we didn't want anyway, Hobbit. We didn't want them ones anyway, so, you
No,
know.
what the £10
Nah,
poms?
we didn't need them because look at the country that we've built like without them. Did we need them? Nah, did we? Fuck, mate. Go on then, fuck off to the new world for a tenner where everything kills you. Oh, look at this lovely, pretty spot. Oh, I'm dead. You know. Look, the sun's here.
Was New Zealand some sort of like tax fraud fucking prison or something for the rich?
New Zealand's strange. It doesn't have nearly any of the poisonous creatures that Australia's got. It's.
I know, right?
It's got 200-year-old lizards though, which are interesting. The tuatara.
Oh, okay.
Fucking hell, Donnie, that guy.
That's weird.
Say.
Yeah, it lives to like 250, sometimes 300 years old.
How do you know these things? Like,
I'm
You
an
get
amateur
stoned and watched
herpetologist.
I was going to say you get stoned and watch Animal Planet, like in
yeah,
Dude, Where's My Car?
Get
Yeah.
stoned and watch the Animal Planet. That's what it is. Yeah. For me, it was Discovery Channel and how it's made. I used to get so baked and watch how it's
Wouldn't that be a great pet though, like a 300-year-old lizard? My friend had a caiman. He kept like this little baby crocodile in the bathtub, but the cops took it away because the neighbors complained.
Yeah, he did that weird calling thing, doesn't he?
You got special love.
Yeah, they croak a lot.
I would love to keep a base kiwi, little fucking duck thing.
Yeah, platypuses are venomous, did you know
Yeah,
that?
only the males or females. One of them. It's males, isn't it?
Is it koala bears?
Yeah, they got like these
Like,
spurs.
STIs or something.
Oh yeah, koalas can give you herpes.
And
Yeah, they're
chlamydia, I
dirty.
think.
Oh god, watch
Fuck
out for the
koala,
koala,
man.
mate.
Is that how Woe's got it then? He's when Australia's
He tried to fuck a koala.
Oh, watch out for them koalas, mate. Oh, you know. Oh, you don't know where they've been. Oh, koala.
Researchers who work with both species note that koala chlamydia looks strikingly similar to the human version. Yeah. Don't go near koalas, folks, unless you need to, explain to your missus how you magically got chlamydia. I was at the zoo and they had some koalas.
And then I fucked a monkey.
The koala said no, but no means yes.
50 no's and a yes mean yes, Donny.
No means harder.
Yeah. I bought Grand Theft Auto 5, lads. Let's see if my toaster can run it.
Oh, but yeah, it's 10 years old. Your PC will run it, no problem.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I should at least be able to play it on medium settings.
You'll probably be able to run it on high settings. It's probably got a benchmark tool saying, because it's surprising seeing what Grand Theft Auto 5 will run on. I've been watching the Budget Builds official channel and all the stuff he manages to get running on.
If you watch Toasty Bros as well, they do some pretty good builds.
I watch Gamers Nexus, Budget Builds official, and Random Gaming in HD.
I remember you saying that. There's something about Steve from Gamers Nexus that just kind of like sets my autism off.
Oh, you mean the Tech Jesus with? He does like his mail. Yeah, I know that. There is a way about...
It's kind of like the way he talks, Hobbit. It's like he's pushing his word out.
Guys, this is really bad. I know what you mean. But at the same time, like the I can't fault it on the night. I had this same thing about Linus Tech Tips. I mean, they do a lot of content, and what's nice about it is that most of the content's done by. I like the really fat one, Anthony. He does like some really good stuff about things I'm interested in, so I can forgive the fact that he's morbidly obese just because he's got good content.
I'm not sure what I think of Linux.
I'm back.
Linus, or
Sorry, I
whether
just had a
his
phone
name-
call.
Oh, my favourite
Sorry.
thing is Anthony
Interrupting.
introduced Linus to
ETFO.
Linus, yeah, the second most famous Linus after Linus Torvalds. But Anthony introduced Linus to Temple OS, and they even sort of briefly mentioned that. Oh yeah, Terry Davis, he's a bit of a trouble genius. I was like, that's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
He's dead though now, so you know.
Bit of an understatement of the century.
Rest in peace, Terry Davis. The world was not ready for your genius.
I don't know what it is about Linus. I just don't like him.
He's a lot less of a dweeb than what he used to be.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah.
He's got a chinky missus and he's got some half-caste children.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But before he
I
was
knew
in,
there was something I didn't like about him.
before, like, it sounded like he was going through late onset puberty. Like, hi guys, I'm welcome to my new video. To review the CPU. The problem is, a lot of these tech channels, there is a lot of like autistics in them and Asperger's, and unfortunately that means there's also a lot of trannyism as well. There's one I really like actually called Phil's Computer Labs, and he's doing content which I don't see anywhere else, but he's an Australian, but he sounds almost German. Like, hi guys, and welcome to my video where I'll be taking this 16-core Opteron from 2011, and it only cost me $19 US, so let's go try it out on this thing now. Phil's Computer Lab. Oh, and whilst I recommend, whilst we're on about tech channels, explainingcomputers.com with Christopher Barnett. I mean, that guy is actually a professor of computer science at University of Nottingham, and his content is good. I like it. He did one which I thought was really fascinating about making a Raspberry Pi based weather station and running it on batteries, because say you're going to have it in like a remote site, like up a tree somewhere, and he was showing like how long it would last on the power pack, and then he tried it on a 12-volt motorcycle battery, and one of the Raspberry Pis lasted over a week on a single charge, which he says would be absolutely ideal. And he's shown like using a buck converter to tame down the 12 volts to the 5 volt supply the Raspberry Pi computer needs. And I thought it was pretty cool actually. I've got a Raspberry Pi, I should do something interesting with it.
What's this Gamers Nexus video? Even more NVIDIA GPU variations. RTX, LHR GPUs reduce mining rates. Are NVIDIA trying to fuck the miners over?
Oh, well, this is the thing actually. Because there's been a lot of disappointment that NVIDIA's released new cards, but you can't buy them because the miners and scalpers buy them all up. They've released a new variant called low hash rate. And the idea behind low hash rate is it's not really good for mining because they've crippled it, but it haven't crippled it in terms of gaming. So you can still have at it. In fact, I'm using an NVIDIA 2070 and I'm hashing as we play this game. And I'm getting like 18 FPS, but it's absolutely fine for what I'm doing. So I'm making Bitcoin, although yesterday I had about £80 worth of Bitcoin, and today it's worth £71. So thanks Elon Musk for that pump and dump.
Cool. There's a RTX 3080 going on eBay for. Is that $2,000? Jesus Christ.
It's silly money, it really is.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
They're
But
taking a piss. I can't find any in stock. Like, I had a look on Curry's the other day at GPUs, and not a single RTX in stock.
well, the guy I bought this graphics card from, he says when he was at work, he had like just a minute. Gotta go. Just a minute.
Yeah.
You seen the sticker thing that Hemming's posted on Discord?
No.
You know those stickers you put on cars, right? The like honk if you want. Yeah. There's a gay porn thing. I love gay porn kind of shit, and
buy it, Hemi.
oh man, I've got to buy some, mate. That's fucking.
Put it on the.
Oh, it looks like Flossie's gone. BTFO'd Flossie. BTFO'd.
BTFO'd.
I'm streaming in a minute and called Catholic cold takes versus the Chad. Oh no, man. Protestant hot takes, whatever. I can't. Fat man, I don't really give a shit, man. I don't know what's up there. I guess I'm gonna find out when I die, right? Mate, Phil, you're wrong.
Yeah, Phil.
You will starve again and no iPhones free healthcare.
We must seize the means of iPhone production.
I like how Phil just skips over the 20th century. Like, socialism wasn't bad for the white race.
Agree to disagree. Not getting into
yeah, let's get into it. Let's get in it, Nordic. I don't know what socialism is, but let's get into it. BTFO.
I imagine I know what Phil would say, and that was that the 20th century was a massive gay up fuck you, Master.
No. To quote Paul Golding, why are you skipping over the 20th century? The whole entire time.
The Soviet Union was gay up towards the end. It was the strongest it ever could be under Stalin. And you can't really say
under Lenin was the peak of Soviet Union.
No.
Yeah.
After Lenin, when Stalin took control, I don't think Lenin could have led.
What happened to Lenin again?
In World War II.
He wasn't he wasn't one who got ice picked, was he? Was that Trotsky?
No, that's Trotsky. Lenin died, but there's speculation over whether Stalin poisoned him or not.
Stalin was a Chad, space bank robber, and
Leninism wasn't the way that you wanted to take socialism. Like Lenin's Marxism was classical Marxism, the sort of the gay bullshit, stateless, classless society, which is impossible. You know, there'll always be a state. The minute you try and have a stateless society, i.e. Catalonia, you're begging for the Soviet Union to give you money within 2 weeks. So you can't have a stateless society. It's impossible. You'd have complete and utter anarchy.
Yeah.
So it's difficult because no matter which sort of political ideology you throw your lot into, someone's always going to find a fault with it.
Yeah.
Like, people pick holes at me and Phil for socialism, but then me and Phil will sit here picking holes for days at capitalism. So, and liberalism. I need some more coffee. I'm fucking tired.
I don't think Phil knows what capitalism is, anyway.
Capitalism.
What is
I
capitalism?
don't even. To be fair, I don't even think capitalism understands.
So
what
socialism is when the government does stuff, and what's capitalism? Is it
Capitalism is when private entities do stuff
all money does
and
stuff?
have everyone beholden to them. Like our government isn't beholden to our government. Our government's beholden to the people who pay their donations and pay for their parties and everything, and sort of finance their lifestyles.
Right.
Under a socialist government, it would it would be sort of different. Like Stalin wasn't beholden to anyone. Stalin was beholden to Stalin, and if you tried to tell him what to do, he'd throw an ice pick into your head, a la Trotsky.
That is a Chad maneuver. Not gonna lie.
It is a Chad maneuver, but that just sort of proved how much disdain that he had for for Trotsky, because like ice picking someone, that's not a nice way to go, man. That's fucking brutal.
Yeah,
Most
that's
people
not
got a
instant
bullet
kill
in
thing, is it? That's a fucking.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, most
people like
people
hope that
got a bullet.
Varg is not some like sociopath, like psycho. Oh, he just stabbed him like 100 times. No, it's
Yeah, he only stabbed the fella like 100 times and fucking burnt a church down. But yeah, carry on.
Hey Phil, socialism, socialism and communism has only killed billions of people. It's not like they're fucked up.
It's the same with capitalism, though. Like if you can't afford to get a job, or you can't get a job because capitalism prefers to bring in cheap labor from abroad, and you get kicked off of benefits because they don't see you as having a valuable excuse, and you die, then capitalism has killed you. There are deaths associated to capitalism. It's just a little bit more, you really have to do the research to be able to pin the deaths directly towards capitalism. But everyone can sort of pick it. They can point at the Ukraine. They can point at various famines and say, "Oh, well, that happened." And it's like, yeah, but shit happens under capitalism too. We just have we have the what's the word? We have the benefit of hindsight. We've gone past these things. We've lived past it and actually gone, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. But at the time, you don't really think about what negative ramifications it's going to necessarily have for the future, do you? You sort of you do what's best in the moment and hope for the best. And it's only truly under hindsight that you can see whether it was a good or a bad thing to do.
Yeah, I'm not one of these faggots who go, "Oh, if a politician that's like fucks up, he did it on purpose or anything like that." I'm like, mate, the pressure they have to go through, man. Just one fucking policy can fuck up an entire nation.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a politician.
You know what I mean? I can understand that. I'm not gonna,
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess so. I guess they're only human, right? They may be smart people, but they're not prone to.
Yeah.
Not mistakes.
We're all human. We all make mistakes.
Well, speak for yourself. David Icke would have us know the real truth. We're not human.
Good old David Icke.
Good old David Icky.
Yeah, David Icky. I do love that every time something's going down, they wheel him out with some mad fucking conspiracy theory.
I'm surprised he's not been in more trouble.
Yeah, I am actually. Like, you'd have thought he would be in a lot of trouble for some of the stuff he said. It's it's alarmism.
Well, the other thing is like he said stuff about Ted Heath killing children after he was done raping them and disposing them in international waters. Now, you can't say lies about that about someone in England. They can take you to court and have you really done quite severely for that, and yet it never happened.
I think they let him get away with it because everyone knows Ted Heath was a fucking pedo.
Well, that's it. I just think to myself, like, if it ever got to court, there'd be some very embarrassing details coming forth.
Yeah. Well, I think David Icke is another sort of Alex Jones character. He has the controlled opposition. He's been given the information that he has, as long as he doesn't, no fear of prosecution.
Yeah,
as
but
long as he doesn't.
how plausible is that? Because I mean, they call them gatekeepers, but after a while, you get bored with them and you go out looking for more information.
Yeah, but these people will always have their sort of niche little cult-like following that sort of will go to the ends of the earth for them. Otherwise, how would he survive behind all of his paywall shows and everything?
I met a David Icke groupie. Well, say David Icke groupie. She was a lesbian, and she said she quit when. So at first she knew him like right from the start in the early 90s when he released his first book, but she quit when this man came in. She told me the name as well. And he was feeding David Icke information about reptilians. And then she's just that's when... And I just thought, that's fine. Everybody's got their limit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, if these people were as outspoken and as, controversial as they claim, then they wouldn't have these paywall shows. They wouldn't have none of this stuff. Like Bob Lazar going around telling everyone that he worked at Area 51 and he saw all these aliens and he saw all of this secret stuff. It's like, well, why haven't you got a bullet in the back of your fucking head then, mate? He's so powerful.
Do you think that's why they throw like wacky stories in just to throw off the scent?
Well, that's what I think with David Icke. I think the talking about reptilians just is to disarm people and go, oh, he's harmless. He's just a crazy coot.
Just that crazy reptilian guy that talks about the Queen being a fucking giant Komodo dragon.
Oh, the Queen Mum.
Yeah. That's the one. That is the one. You tell any normal person about David Icke, and the first thing they say to you is, "Oh, what? The one that said that the royal family are a bunch of lizards?" And you're like,
Lizard people, shape-changing reptilians from planet Dagon.
Is this why you and Hemi are racist then? So throws you off the flat Earth theory. He's flat Earth, but he's just racist. Humble racist. You know what I mean?
Nothing against globe Earth, just don't like it.
Yeah, just don't like it, mate.
I am a flat Earth respecter. That is true.
Would flat Earth really change a lot in society then if it was exposed to say that?
Yeah, because it's like, oh, it's flat Earth, so what? It's created by God, and we're children of God. Yeah, and the devil's trying to teach us there's no God.
That would be proof of God's existence. If the Earth was flat and everything's been a lie, then that is the literal proof that everyone goes, "Hey, prove God's real. Prove God's real." There you go. There's the fucking proof, mate.
Well, I mean, I saw proof that God existed long before that, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm not being funny, but the theory of God is a lot more believable than nothing exploded into everything.
I'd say the globe is more God thing. It's more. It just looks better, doesn't it? If it was flat, it would look shit. I'd probably believe in science more if it was flat.
What? So it has to be around Earth, so it's aesthetically.
It kind of looks good, doesn't it? It looks like an actual home. It's flat. It just looks like. What is
that's
that?
your autism play.
That is my autism. That I don't know. Oh, but if you was God, would you make it flat?
Yes.
Say,
Simple as.
Why?
Because I'd be able to see the whole thing.
Yeah, but if you're God, you can see fucking everything, mate. You see me on the one.
Yeah, but God made it flat, so end of story. God made the world, and he made it in 6 days, and he made it flat. And everyone's saying, oh, but it'd take longer than 6 days to make, it takes millions of years. No, he made it in 6 days. It's just because he made it look like it's millions of years old. Like dinosaurs. Dinosaurs aren't real. That's just a conspiracy theory to cover up about dragons. I'm actually no longer ironic about that.
You know what? The dragon thing, I actually do believe. I'm not there's too many historical, like cultural things leading to dragons and all that crap.
Well, it's like you find old maps and there's like bits that are scrawled on it that say "Here be dragons" and shit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the dinosaurs, mate. Spooky.
Well, the dinosaur stuff only happened in the 19th century when a lot of historical revisionism was going on. I mean, that's when we had, like, in this country we had evolution and the origin of the species, and in Germany and then eventually into Russia you had, like, Das Kapital, and there were all these like, wrong ideas which fucked with people's heads. Sorry, Phil and Nordic, but communism ain't good.
It's not communism. They never achieved communism.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Phil isn't a communist. He's a socialist.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying I don't like communism, and I don't like Das Kapital, and I don't like Karl Marx.
Communism is just a theory that is impossible to enact in practicality, because there will never be a stateless society, because within 2 weeks...
Well, it's fundamentally flawed, because this idea that we're all comrades and there's no difference between us, I'm like, okay, you're a man, get pregnant.
Well, it's like everyone calls Phil a communist, and I'm like, Phil's not a communist. He can't be. He believes in race.
Oh.
He believes in gender. He believes in a state.
Stash,
That's, you know.
Sorry, Clown Neck sent me a DM the other day. He said, hey, that Phil, is he a commie?
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah.
Everyone
It's
thinks
meant to be the end goal of socialism, isn't it? But it's never actually, it's never actually ended up that way. I don't think communism could ever work.
I like that King of the Hill bit where Dale and Hank go up to this cult, and then they say, "Are you the cult? Oh, we're not actually a cult. We're blah 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 blah." Yeah, this is it.
Sounds so.
It's the utopian goal. Like, capitalism's utopian end goal is free market capitalism, where we're all just numbers on a spreadsheet instead of having our individual personalities and stuff. And their plan is just
like
as
a really shit goal.
It is. It's just as ludicrous as fucking communism. But, like, these people don't understand that until, they're actually doing it. Like, the capitalists know that their dream of free market capitalism won't happen. But that's how they sell it.
Yeah.
You always sell something with the utopian sort of outlook because it's more aesthetically pleasing to people.
Speaking of aesthetically pleasing, I think I need another way to get in and out of this motorway because there is a big queue forming up here, and I'm hoping I can unlock like the square here, and then just build a motorway going there.
You need to build a giant magic roundabout. That's what you need to do.
Ah, yeah, but you want quick ways of getting in and out of a place, so I've got to have a think about that. What?
This is probably the most I've talked in the stream.
First, I'm going to be
pretty
eating
chatty,
my dinner.
Pretty chatty.
Yeah.
Oh, I noticed you just called me a good sport, Marco. Thank you. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
I was lying.
Oh, you're horrible to me.
That's kind of the good thing about over here at the 37 is we don't, as much as people like to think we live in an echo chamber, we fucking don't. We have countering opinions all the fucking time.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like, people like disagree. We always make up again. Apart from
in a way, it's a bit like
flag.
university because, okay, perhaps the debate isn't as vigorous as university, but there are times where I'm like, I'll be talking with Phil and Nordic or ENA and say, your idea's bollocks.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you just like because they'll just come back at you and be like, "Oh, your idea's bollocks." It's just a conversation, isn't it? It's like nobody cries over it.
Oh, there's conversations, but then there's debate where you're talking about something because you want to get to the truth of the matter. So you've got to have a debate where you state your opinion, and then someone objects and offers a counter narrative.
So
Yeah.
when I'm saying what someone's saying is bollocks, then I offer a counter narrative, and they can
Yeah.
either agree or disagree with it based on how truthful it sounds.
Yeah.
Well, it's like if me and Phil were in the Discord talking to all you lot and we were talking about socialism and you all just agreed with me and Phil, like, you know, it'd be pretty fucking boring.
Yeah, it would be boring. I do like the fact that there's like lots of
It's why I'm
Well,
a
it's
troll,
why I
mate.
keep trying to get
you
Phil
are a
to
fucking,
read.
you are a troll. You're a massive troll. You're king of the
Yeah.
trolls.
The
That's
biggest
why I
troll.
tried to get Phil to read The Ringing Cedars of Russia, because it was like, mate, look, here's like a practical solution. This is how the Russian people have responded, and this is what they want to do. And I think their ideology set out in those books is a way we should live. We need to get back to the land, and we need to do a lot more for ourselves. And because we're too divorced from nature, and because of that, we end up neurotic messes. I'm happiest when I'm scooping up cow shit and I'm feeding them, not shit, feed them food.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, once you start, I'm going to sound like a liberal now. Once you start labeling things, you know, before we had all of this bullshit in Britain, we had a form of socialism.
Well, we
had
still
socialism.
do.
It just didn't have a name.
Well, it was the right thing to do. Like,
It was just taking care of your own, wasn't it? Like, just looking after your own people.
Exactly. Well, everyone has the concept of family, and that was what was important. You understood that your village were, in effect, your family in an extended way.
This is Marco's real ideology.
Well, it's like when you look at this is one of my arguments against capitalism is trying very hard to divide the family, divide you from your roots. It wants you to leave your village and seek the city.
Well,
and
you see, this is where I don't like the sort of the false dialectic of socialism versus capitalism, because to me they both sound like mechanisms. Like the fuel pump and the air intake are both things you need for an engine in order to run. If you don't have either of those systems, you're not going to get anywhere. It's not going to turn. So you can say, yeah, it's done all these things which have isolated people. I would actually go so far as to say the way our towns have been redesigned and the car has done a lot to isolate people. But in addition to that, there's plenty of examples in socialism where it's isolated people and it's destroyed family units. But that's the other thing as well. I mean, it gets, especially when it gets to talks about economics, or just like, yeah, okay, I'm really bored with this. Economics is, put it this way, I'm pretty sure people aren't as interested in the history of processors and socket types as I am. And I know that it's such a niche subject, I don't even talk about it. But it seems that the spurging about like socialism and economics is like, it's just the same as me spurging about like PCI interconnect bandwidth interfaces. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's really interesting. Well, what we need, you see, is a unified architecture where system RAM could be used simultaneously by the graphics card and the processor, and blah, and that would make a more efficient system. And it's like, okay, that's great. How does that affect me? And it's the same when people talk about like, we don't need a resource-based economy because modern monetary theory means that you can just print money out thin air and it works somehow because it's LOL, it's magic. It literally is magic and it works. In fact, that's the only bit I'm interested about economics, the fact that we've got this magic faith-based currency and it somehow works, so we don't really need gold.
Well, it works off of the taxes collected. Like, you can't just print unlimited money without counteracting the back.
No, Nordic. No, that's not actually true. I looked into it.
Well, that's how you cause inflation. You cause inflation by not
But it doesn't.
incrementally increasing what you take in as opposed to what you put out. That's why America's now headed off of a very steep cliff, because they spent last year just printing unlimited amounts of money.
Yeah,
They're in
but
a
I
lot
heard
of
the same
trouble.
thing in 2008 with quantitative easing, and that didn't happen.
Well, to be fair, Hobbit, loads of people lost their jobs and killed themselves in 2008, mate.
Well,
Like, you know, we had a double dip recession, one of the worst ones since, you know.
yeah, I remember I was working in 2008. I lost my job, but that's yeah, it was a bit shit. But it's one of those things where it was just like, in 2008, they printed more money than ever been in circulation before, and it didn't result in Weimar Germany levels of hyperinflation, and I thought that was very interesting. Then I looked into modern monetary theory, and I realised that, especially when you look at things like the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, there's like, this is how you know these governments are a criminal system, because one of the things they say, how are you dealing with a mafia? Well, they have two sets of books. They have the set of books they show the auditors, and then have another set of books which is the real, like, this is what we really are taking in and how much we're spending. And the US government does the same. I'm sure there's a name for it in this country, but I don't know what it is. But in America, they have the annual budget for a state, and that's how much taxes they've taken and how much they're spending on their services. But then they have the comprehensive annual financial report, and that's what their wealth really is. And that's a completely different set of books to the budget books. So taxes, ostensibly we think, oh yeah, you pay your taxes and that's the budget the government has to work on things. No, it's not. No, the government has a budget set by the Treasury.
The taxes never get spent. When the government spends things on, we're giving 32 million to the NHS, they print it, and then they put your tax up every year. Like, well, they do it every year.
That's the thing. There's not any cause and effect between taxes and the budget. These are two different things, and that's why I realised that all the taxes serve is just social conditioning. It is social engineering. I was like, oh, well, that's fascinating.
It's to offset inflation. You can't just print unlimited amounts of money.
Yeah, but
without
I've heard all these things before, and I'm thinking that's not what we've seen. That's not the thing. And so I didn't want to get proper spurgy about economics, because it's like...
That's what we're witnessing right now with America. They spent last year printing unlimited amounts of money without increasing the tax twofold, and now they're paying the price for it.
Well, yeah, you've already said that, and I've said they said the same thing in 2008, and we've not seen Weimar America yet. So
no, but that's because they've learnt the lessons of history. The banks bailed people out. Well, bailed people out.
Yeah, but Nordic, I've already heard all this stuff. I'm not interested in it. What I'm interested in is the fact that the budget and the taxes have no correlation between one another. There's no correlation or causation between budgets and taxes. And I thought, great, okay, so where's the wealth coming from? How's it actually spent?
So because everything doesn't turn instantly into Weimar Germany, that means it's not because of inflation and recklessly printing lots of money. That sounds like a bit of a joke, to be fair.
Well, one of the things which is interesting about that is Germany had, under Weimar Republic, it had lots of payments to France under was it the Vichy government? So in fact, France was taxing Germany, and they were when you tax the more you tax a country, the more you tax a person, the less productive they are. So in other words, it was a tax on German productivity because they didn't want Germany to recover too quickly, because then there'd be a threat again. And so the idea behind the taxing of Weimar was just to crush the German spirit so they wouldn't be a threat. Now, since then, we've had, I think his name was actually Milton Keynes, where we got Keynesian economics, and we have modern...
His name was Milton Keynes?
Like, The town
the
Milton,
place.
the town Milton Keynes is named after Milton Keynes, the economist.
Really?
Someone in the
I
chat
did
tell
not know
me
that.
if his name is actually no, it is Keynes, but it's not Milton Keynes. But anyway, he made the theory of modern monetary theory, and that's how economics works these days in the USA and in the UK, and I'm sure in most European countries. I don't know one which is different. And we've been on a fiat system since, I don't know when we were no longer pegged on the gold, but I know in the US it was done since 1971. I think that's when they went off the gold standard. I think we went off the gold standard a lot longer. And then I just realised, like, well, of course, you don't actually need to peg your currency to a rare commodity. You can just say, well, look, I say your labour has this value, and then you get a token for it. And that's why this fiat currency is faith-based. You have faith that the £10 in your wallet will buy you £10 worth of stuff. And we all have faith in that. And because we have the faith in it, that's why shopkeepers don't drastically change their price week from week, or in the case of Weimar Germany, every afternoon.
I think Weimar Germany is a very.
Do you not think we need Phil?
Well, no,
I think Weimar
it's
Germany
what I
is a
said.
very
I didn't want to get into it. This is the thing. We've gone on to it for like half an hour now. And all it was is a throwaway remark saying that I don't like the spurging about economics, because I realised the only interesting thing about it is that we've got magic faith-based currency. Isn't that interesting when people say they don't believe in faith and magic? And it's like, well, you got faith that the £10 in your wallet's worth £10. And that's based
when really
on
it's
faith.
just digits on a screen. Like it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, but it's like it's like when you start looking into it, what's the worth of it? I mean, it's you got faith that it's worth the same amount, and it's not going to change the next day. And because you got faith in it, because everybody's got faith, that's how we have a stable market.
Well, that's as long as all the banks don't, all decide they're just going to fuck us all at once, like what happened in Weimar Germany.
Well, except they won't do that.
Who controlled all the banks in Weimar Germany, Hobbit?
Yeah, and they can do that with us. I mean, for example, the taxes is one form of social engineering, and I think a famous example for that in Switzerland, in Sweden, your maternity leave I think is 2 years. So that's why there's often a 2-year gap between children, because the mothers have like a kid every 2 years, and that way they could just live.
But Sweden's also like literally globo homo central.
Yeah, they're very much into social engineering, and they use heavy taxation to do that, because it's one of the most effective tools on the macro level to do social engineering. Television is another one. Schools is another. So these are the tools the government uses to make the population behave in certain ways. Carrot and stick. Or except as Hemi said when he was earlier, we in this country we don't really have carrot and stick. We've got stick and barbed wire stick.
Yeah, we've got barbed wire stick that you shall be beaten with severely.
BioRay says, I prefer if we had deflation because it would help the poor since their reserves are always cash, whereas the rich have their money in assets. Yeah, I've heard this before, but if you reduce the cash flow, well, it turns out then like the poor have even less cash. I think what you're trying to say is you would like there to be a bit more fairness in what people have, and so that their work has value.
Question: Do you believe the theory that they are going to take money away?
What, with negative inflation like they do now?
No, that they are going
not
to
negative
take our
negative
money
interest rates.
Away. No, that they're going to take our cash money away from us, and they're going to put us on some form of digital currency, a la cryptocurrency. No one
Oh
still
yeah,
knows
I
who
mean, I
made
don't believe I'm ever going to see a state pension. There's not going to be any of that when I get to the age to get it.
Basically a cashless society, so we don't have actual physical cash.
We're getting there already, and like the earlier adopters are sort of being rewarded with the Bitcoin and the pumping and dumping. Thanks Elon Musk, loan scum.
Oh, yeah, I've already opted out of my pensions, so there's no point getting all the money back.
Yeah, no point, is there? Your state pension was spent about 10 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. 2066, I'm due my pension. There's no fucking way money's going to be.
Isn't that the date that we're supposed to become a racial minority?
We'll be in our well before that. We'll be in the minority well before that. See, like I forgot to. They changed the pension thing, didn't they? I'm starting to think I might as well just opt out of my pension and just be like, fuck it.
Try and cash it in. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a way you can get refunded some of it or whatever.
I just think, like, what fucking point?
Exactly. So, like, I'm getting an extra 80 quid on top of my wage a month because I'm not paying into my pension pot.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that now.
And the 80 quid makes a big difference, actually. That's like, it might sound small to some people, but, it's not in the scheme of things. Like, I can pay for. That's like filling my car with fuel twice.
I just did it on calculator. It's nearly an extra grand a year.
It's what,
a lot of money.
Interesting.
That's money going into stonks, mate.
That's 100 million Shiba coins right there.
Fucking stonks.
I've actually bought some crypto. Hang on, what did I buy? It was cool.
I'll sell you some crypto. I've got Bitcoin.
Nah, fuck Bitcoin. I bought 4,755 smooth love potions at 15 cents each.
Is that a joke? Is that a real thing?
Yeah,
that's crypto.
Tyrone's the 37 financial advisor,
mate. Mate, I'm making a bit of profit on it already. I'm like 30 quid up. Fucking result.
Oh,
I don't understand all this crypto shit.
It's a load of bullshit.
Never,
it's all speculation, Flossie. It's like I said. The only reason I'm interested in economics is because, hey, look, people are actually practicing magic, and they say magic doesn't exist. But they can say magic doesn't exist, but their actions disprove their words. They have faith. They've got magic. It's real.
Okay. Yeah. I don't have faith. I don't have faith.
No, you say you don't have faith, but you've got faith that your money's safe in the bank, don't you?
No. Do I fuck Hobbit? You think I'm a socialist, Hobbit? Do you think that I have faith in the fucking bank?
Do you have money? Do you have money in your bank?
No.
Oh,
what do we do? Like, do we like stash it under the mattress? I mean, what's the alternative?
I still stash mine under the mattress.
Got a lot of my money.
What? You don't have a safe?
No, that's giving capitalism money, Hobbit.
You've seen the Sopranos scene.
You need to get a fancy one where you get you have a picture on the wall and it's hidden behind a picture on the wall. That's what you want.
Like
in the films.
Turkish and Snatch, when he goes back to get the money out of the safe and just pops up the picture.
That's where you keep the shit up.
I know you come back to open the
Turkish,
safe.
sweet enough.
Just got these polished.
I don't take sugar, Turkish. I'm sweet enough. Oh, shit. You sure, Bricktop? I think you could do with a couple of sugars, mate. More like 50.
They go through bone like butter.
He's an underrated actor, that guys.
I got it somewhere.
Oh yeah, his best film was Cockneys versus Zombies.
Yes.
That was wank. Man.
Killing Floor, the movie.
Yeah, literally.
I thought that fucking Snatch was, because that was just, that was such a fucking legit story. You could imagine absolutely everything happening. Some dickhead pikey hasn't taken the fall when he was supposed to, so he fucking shoots you up.
As one does.
Yeah. I fucking hate pikeys.
No, he doesn't.
It's not quite English, and it's not quite Irish. It's just fucking pikeys.
They're just like a sort of like
Reminds me of a
mongrel
bunch of pikeys.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm baking. 200 milliliters of
You're
water.
the getaway driver. Of
I
course
made a
am.
cake today.
What are you getting away from?
What kind of cake?
Vanilla sponge. I put some chocolate chips in the middle, so I think it'd have a lovely molten chocolate there. They all floated to the bottom.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's just like the cake batter warms up in the oven, gets. I think that's why it took a bit longer to cook than what I was expecting, because they normally say you should melt the butter and then give it 40 minutes. But I gave it 40 minutes, and I was like, oh, it's still wibbly wobbly. And it's because I didn't melt the butter. I was just lazy and thought, well, I got a food processor, so stuck it all in there. Oh, I'll tell you what, when you mix flour, sugar, and butter together, you get shortbread. Oh, I actually ate quite a bit of it before putting it into the cake tin. That's why I make cakes. Oh, and the other thing, I meant to put like 3 grams of salt in it. I ended up putting a bit. I put 7 grams. So I was looking at it and it's just like, all right, give it another little shake, another little shake. Oh, that's 7. Okay, taste it. Okay, that's still pretty tasty. So yeah, about a pound of a pound and a half of flour, butter, and sugar, 4 eggs. So I guess that's not too much salt, really.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Some people don't put any salt in their cakes, but they're wrong.
Oh, salt's great. Salt's so underrated.
If you don't put... A Ponzi scheme looks great until it collapses. It always collapses, however, for everyone was saying. Yeah, but this is the thing. This Ponzi scheme, which is our modern monetary theory, has been going on for like 80 years now, so... I don't know about you, but to me that sounds like a sustainable system if it's going on for 80 years. I mean, what you're saying, well, if it doesn't last for 8,000 years, then what, it's shit. But again, like, I literally just wanted to say, hey, isn't it interesting how we got magic and we got faith in our world when we're not supposed to have these things? And that's it. Didn't want to get into any other thing besides it, because like I said, it is an autistic Spurgfest, and if we can have an autistic Spurgfest, I want to talk about how Intel's better than AMD because they don't have pins on their processors, yet AMD does everything better, so I wish AMD would make a new LGA-based processor. Yeah? Yeah, we'll do some proper autism hours, alright? We can talk about Infinity Fabrics and PCI Express and why isn't SAS available for motherboards? Why have we got all these ridiculous like M2 slots when, come on, we've got like connectors here based on PCI Express used in enterprise servers. Why can't we have that on commercially available motherboards? Why have we got this ridiculous thing where we plug storage into the motherboard where it overheats and therefore you're limited on transfers when you could have it in its own separate enclosure, connected with a cable, and have it going fast speeds because it's SAS, but we don't do that. So yeah, I can do autism, see?
Because it'd take up too much room, Hobbit.
Yes. What do you mean take up too much room? It wouldn't take up any... No, you have a 2.5-inch drive enclosure, that's... I mean, yeah, I know there's some modern cases which they're trying to get away from those things, but I mean, I still use 3.5-inch drives in my computer. This is the thing, I've got a case, and it doesn't have any room for a 5.5-inch drive, so I've bought an external DVD writer. I actually bought it. That way I can still burn CDs.
Fuck this.
I burnt my granddad a CD.
Burning CD?
Yeah,
in 2005?
Yeah, I burnt my grandfather a CD of me playing music so that he could listen to. He says, "Oh, that's beautiful. What organ is that?" And I showed him the synthesizer and said, "Well, it's not an organ. It's this, but I play it like an organ." Hello, Alphabet Cat. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I mean, PPP gave you guys like 10 hours of methamphetamine-based content, so here's my 6.5 hours of I'm playing City Skylines. No methamphetamine.
Wait, you've been going on for 6 hours?
How long have I been streaming for? Let's find out. 6 hours, 11 minutes, 45 seconds.
Fucking hell.
I know. I give you guys value for money, that's what I do.
Are you just as sweaty as PPP? Or like, you know?
Well, no, because I've not been drinking, I've not been doing drugs. I have eaten some dinner now. So there is
Yeah,
that.
Hobbit doesn't smoke meth, so he doesn't sweat all the time.
I keep up with all these PPP streams. They're just too long, and it's like I'm not going to sit and watch a 10-hour stream. Like, it's just too. I just want someone to just give me the highlights.
You're not committed to the Kino, Flossie?
Obviously not.
No.
I just want the highlights. Like
One thing I've noticed is... Sorry, Flossie.
No, it's alright. Like, what's the deal? So Chaggett's a paedophile apparently, and Bates Alaska is a fed. Yeah, so apparently Chaggett said that he shagged a 13-year-old girl when he was 18 after getting her off her tits on drugs and alcohol.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I did. From what I gather, he was spazzing out at Bates Alaska while they were driving or something.
No, he was asking random people on the street if that is pedophilia or something.
Oh, right.
And they got kicked out of a restaurant for it.
Oh, fucking hell. See, I just couldn't make sense of it.
Chaggett is.
But then, like, I did see a little bit where the police were there, and like, Bates Alaska had that stupid text-to-speak thing on, like going niggers, nigger, and it had like, you know, fuck the police in the background. And
But
there was
of
just
course.
like this boomer cop there, just like, like I was just like, this is just insanity. Like, how is Bates Alaska still allowed out in the wild? Like, shouldn't he be away somewhere? I don't know.
He did a plea deal, didn't he?
He's a fed.
Oh,
yeah,
God,
he's a fed.
He's a fed. But you've got some sympathy for Chaggett. I know that, Hobbit, because of his
no, that's the thing.
childhood.
When PPP read out the story, I'm just like, his dad's a monster. Chaggett was doomed from the start. Chaggett's a monster as well because he's like father, like son. They're both monsters. This shouldn't be Canada or North America's problem. They should be Israel's problem. That's where they need to go.
Yeah.
Look, we gave you that country. Now fucking well go there. Go there and speak in Yiddish so we don't have to listen to what you're saying.
Israel isn't a real place. It's called British Palestine. Get it right.
No, British Palestine's a cuck term. It's the Holy Land.
SARS, motherfucker.
Yeah, but we gave it up because we weren't willing to deal with Jewish terrorists killing our soldiers.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're like, no, we saw what the
do you want Israel or do you want to live amongst us? Like, it's one or the other. You can't have both.
Oh, but they do have both because that's how the parasites work.
Yeah, I know, but if I was in charge, which obviously is never going to happen.
Oh, I wouldn't even give them a choice. You're going to Madagascar. End of story.
Well, that was the original plan, wasn't it? Wasn't that what's his name?
Stalin gave them the Jewish autonomous
Theodore
Oblast.
Herzl. Well, they were originally planning to send them to Madagascar, and then that didn't happen for whatever reason. I don't remember. Now they're just like, you know.
What was that? What's that Australian comedian's name? He did like he did a thing called Israelia, where same climate, both live in the desert, both got a history of oppressing our native people, and blah. Jim
Jeffries.
He's kind of looks like a heavy metal guy. Let's see if I can. Steve, Australian comedian. Let's see if I can find. Oh, Steve Hughes. That's his name. Steve Hughes talks about gays. Well, if we can see. Steve Hughes, Israel. Steve Hughes, Israel. Can I play this?
Israel.
Flossie, can I ask you something? Have you ever had anything battered? You know,
I'm sorry?
meat's usually battered. You ever had battered food?
Do I eat battered food?
Yeah.
No.
Because you don't eat meat, so I'm guessing like do about like I don't know.
What? So you don't even have like battered kale crisps?
No, I don't. That's a. Yeah, I've never even thought about that. But no, I don't think I do ever eat anything battered.
So you don't have chips and gravy? Well, no, you wouldn't have the gravy, but you don't have chips.
You can get vegan gravy. I like vegan gravy. It's just without the beef extract. But I do, you know, I make my own chips. You know, just make my own nice chunky chips, and I will have
You
like.
should get a battered Mars bar.
Gravy.
Oh, and they're not vegan, are they?
I wouldn't have
battered
battered
Oreos.
Mars bar just on principle. But
That's a lush, mate.
but no, I can't think of anything that I would have battered actually. No, that's a good question. No, if I think of something, I'll be sure to update you.
Battered cake.
Flossie's gonna DM me. Yeah, I just tried battered cucumber. Brilliant.
just battered some salad.
Just had crispy battered rabbit. It was delicious.
Hey, shut up.
So, I'm sorry, but I've actually had fried
Don't
rabbit.
you dare.
Yeah,
I'm
look,
standing with
if
my
God
bunnies
didn't
right
want
now
us
and
to eat these
cowering.
creatures, Flossie, why did he make them so delicious?
To test how kind you are, test your heart, and you failed.
And that's why I killed them quickly.
Well, I'm standing with my bunnies right now, and I'm looking at them, and I'm thinking.
Oh, well, there's a difference between pets and food. I mean, I'm not going to eat your.
But they're still the same animals, aren't they? Like, if I went to like a rabbit meat farm and rescued a rabbit, it would become my pet. But if I hadn't rescued it, you could have eaten it.
Yeah.
It's still the same animal.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Flossie turning up at a bunny farm dressed in all camouflage and everything?
Oh, I'd be there, AK-47, right? So let's clear out this rabbit farm.
No,
maybe
you'd
not the
be there
AK-47.
with
I'm
your
not a
air
third person. I
freshener
don't have
cans
any
and
guns.
some fireworks.
Yeah, I don't have any guns. Just
You've been reading the Phil diaries.
Yeah. I don't have any weapons. I'm not violent. I just love bunnies. Okay.
Well, you say you're not violent.
Not from what I've seen that in the stream.
You say you're not violent, but God, I mean, poor Nordic. I mean, that was pretty much a war crime what you did to him.
Yeah, I know, right? That was against the convention.
Like, you can't.
Nordic was Czechoslovakia and you was Germany.
I mean,
he was totally innocent.
I wouldn't be surprised if you've been summoned to The Hague next week.
Fucking hell. Don't start piling on me. Don't set me off. Don't set me off.
Yeah, don't set her off, lads. I'm barely recovered.
Like, I don't know, there's just like this, I don't know if it's a northern thing or what, but it's like a switch that clicks and like I'll go full northern and
it's a northern chimp out, is that what you're saying?
Northern chimp out, that's it.
Oh,
yeah.
It's not a chimp out, it's a...
So that's why
you're a northern monkey.
I'm not a northern monkey. It's a northern, like...
So that's why they refer to you as northern monkeys, because you chimp out.
No.
Yes.
No, you refer to us as northern monkeys because you're just jelly.
Well, yeah, well, you can call us southern fairies because, you know...
I will.
Yeah.
And I will. Yeah.
The fairies are cool on the 14 words when they talk.
Yeah, we know about the power of fairies. All hail King Oberon.
What do you monkeys do? Right, 30% of the population. What's that about?
I'm not rising to the bait.
You're just jealous that you're not a fairy, Flossie. That's why.
I'm a northern fairy. No, I'm not a northern fairy.
You're a northern
I'm a northern bunny. I'm a northern bunny.
There we go.
Northern bunny.
Oh. Okay,
But,
that's
like,
not no. That's
Isn't it better that I like at least I stick up for myself or have a go than just like burst into tears and cry on your streams? Like,
well,
at least that's more entertaining, surely. If I was just there sobbing, you'd be like, oh gosh,
It's
a bit of a
admirable
downer.
that you can stand up for yourself, which is what every creature should do.
Well, yeah.
It'd be like, how she survived this long in our Discord?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've survived. You've got more of a backbone than Top Cat and Sojo. They couldn't cut it.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, like, with it being the internet, you kind of do have to develop a thick skin because people give you shit, and I've had a lot of shit. Marco gives me shit on the daily. I'll let me admit.
Yeah, he does.
Marco bullies me. He bullies me all the time.
No, you're not Biaki. I bully Biaki, not you. You give me more shit than I give you.
I don't give you shit. I've been well nice. I kept saying today, I don't hate Marco. I put hearts in the chat. I mean, come on, what more do you want?
That's what all serial killers do, don't they? Before they kill the victim. I'm just doing it for your benefit, you know.
God's sake. Can't win. Can't win.
Don't worry, I'm gonna get a fucking pipe to the head, mate. You know, she's gonna do it for my benefit, apparently.
Marco died in the pool room with a pipe to the head. Who was it? It was Flossie.
Wait a minute.
Tell you what, though, right? Like, one day you will find your little 37 pit bull useful. So, yeah, just saying.
Yeah,
one
the
day
next time
you'll
Pip comes along, we'll need Flossie.
I have a bunch of
I did destroy
students
Pip.
here in orange jumpsuits, and they're visiting the prison, and they're walking in the air over where the motorway's flooded. That makes sense. Yep.
Yeah, Pip. After we discovered Pip and her antics, yeah, it was unfortunately I had to. It wasn't even hard. Like, it's not like I went like sneakily and found stuff about her. Like, I literally just did a search on her name and like found all this shit just there. It wasn't even well hidden, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is easy." And then like the more you found, like the more like just like one thing would lead to another, and eventually I just found all this weird stuff, and I was just like, "Well, you know, here you go. This is what a freak she is." And she's a liar.
Byron
and
Ray
she's
doesn't
a
know
journalist.
who Pip is. Pip is, she was kind of trying to do like a TV Times, but for nationalist podcasts, and she was saying like, we need to be nice to Dangerfield, and we need to play nice, or otherwise we'll be shunned. And like, all right, jog on, bitch.
Need to join Second Life and live it. Do you know what if you know what Second Life is? Because I had no idea what it was until she said it. Because I was like, what's Second Life? And she said, oh well, it's you know, literally a Second Life online where you have a. It looked like
it's a magical place where you can do anything, and it's
where
not gay. It's totally okay. It's called Second Life.
You can pretend to be hot and successful and all the rest of it.
Look at my virtual Ferrari, which I've spent real world money on.
Just cope. It's just cope. It's like, yeah, my real life shit, bro. I'll make a new one online.
Yeah,
fucking
but
bullshit.
it turned out, because she always made out to me that she was like in her 40s, but then I found out to other people, like, she'd been saying, oh, I'm 39, I can't believe I'm going to be 40 soon, and then it turned out she's actually in her 60s, and like she lives this fantasy life online. And she was trying to get me to join, and I'm like, I don't get it. I think it's weird, and no thanks. And then I found out that she'd been trying to get unwashed. She paid unwashed money, and she was also trying to get him onto Second Life. She's like, oh, I think you should move your whole show over to Second Life, and you can be a Second Life DJ, and then you'll have like a whole Second Life following. And
yeah, we'll fully embrace.
That's a
fully
step
embrace
from
the fucking
Washington.
incel stereotype.
That is
Yeah,
a step up for unwashed. Yeah, to be a DJ and
she was like she had like a actually you've seen the videos where they're like they can have sex on there and stuff. It's all very odd, very strange, and no, but I'll send you the video where it's so fucking creepy, and it's got like the graphics are so shit. It's like really old like GTA graphics.
But then again, fucking hell, when I was a teenager, fucking Laura Croft with a fucking triangle tits, that was fucking hot stuff. That was. You know what I mean?
Well, then you'll like Second Life, Phil.
Oh yeah, fucking.
Maybe
I can remember being like 12 and I'm looking at like Laura Croft's triangle tits and I'm like, yeah, fucking she'd get it.
This bloody like.
It depends what you're used to, doesn't it? Graphics wise, like no, I couldn't do that now.
It's like fucking Vice City, mate. Vice City graphics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I watched Vice City gameplay the other day, and just like, wow, their heads are literally just cubes.
You ever seen WWE graphics? They all look like Downies.
Downies, mate. That's what happens when you fucking bang each other's heads.
I did say to her, I said, oh, it looks a bit like GTA, like it looks like a really old GTA game. And she was like, no, it doesn't. The graphics are amazing. And I was like, oh, okay, lady. Yeah, but
the graphics weren't even that good back in 2003 or whenever it came out.
No, they weren't actually, were they? It's been like it seems like the last few years they've kind of just gone. Like more and more detail and quite as... What's he said now?
He said, just like Phil, he gets bullied by his daughter, that's why he fantasises about being a commissar.
Commissar Phil?
Exactly, by Ray.
Hey, do you like... Have you got a bit of a thing for Phil? I mean... Just...
Rages, don't they?
It's just a new Top Cat Charlie relationship. By Ray.
He's an Australian, that's what Australians do. Always ignore Australians, they're always up to no good. They're always shitposting, they're always causing trouble. Just don't trust Australians, they're
oh my god, I think I'm Australian.
The Australian question.
Well, Ian, Marco, do you have petrol?
Yes.
Because only truthful Australians
Pip is English, Ray, by the way, yeah, she is English. She's also a pathological liar and a complete nutcase. So just beware if you come across any pips online. You know, she might try and buy you.
So show him some more respect. Commissar Phil is, quite high up, mate.
I wouldn't even send him gulag. Do you know what, Ray? I'd keep you around to show you how well fucking socialism works until you fucking top yourself.
Do you mean you're a manservant? He could be your manservant.
You mean under a socialist regime you'd have him supported and cared for?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, that'll show him.
Yeah, Barry, here's your 20 mistress today. See how socialism's bad now.
Yeah, you'll get a fucking socialism pussy. Socialism pussy's the best pussy, Barry.
Dinner.
Socialist waifu.
Yeah.
Here's your state-appointed wife, your state-appointed house, and your state-appointed...
You'll fucking farm the wheat fields with you.
Your state-appointed television. You got to watch your state-appointed Eurovision.
There's only one channel.
You will have everything, and you'll love it.
You'll fucking love it, yeah. And then as soon as you accept socialism, then I'll send you the gulag.
No. Once he accepts
when you love it, then you'll get sent to the
Phil,
gulag.
once he accepts it and goes, oh yeah, I've seen the truth, the light and the way, you give him the invoice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, gulag.
He's alright, Byron, he's... I like the back and forth idea.
Yeah, it'd be boring if he wasn't in the chat most of the time.
I get suspicious when everyone says he's alright, because I'm thinking, yeah, but Top Cat says that just before he's about to berate you.
Yeah, but Top Cat's a special case. Like, I mean,
Are you saying he's a special needs case?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. Wasn't he commenting on your 14 word stream last night? like slugging you all off.
I don't.
Because I was out at the time. So I didn't catch any
I wasn't
of it.
paying attention to the chat. To be fair, I was playing City Skylines like I'm doing now.
No, that was Jeff, wasn't it? I thought that was Jeff doing all that shit.
Oh yeah,
maybe that is
Jeff,
Cat,
Jeff was saying some stuff, but I wasn't reading what he was saying.
He called your mum Bigfoot. That's what he was saying.
Jesus.
All right. Oh well, we were talking about Bigfoot because because Hemi was like, is Bigfoot real or is it like a supernatural creature? And I was thinking, because I think Bigfoot. I should have said it in the show then. I think Bigfoot's
an
not
American. It's just an American.
It's not like one of those supernatural. I mean, okay, maybe it is a supernatural creature, but it's not like a demon or a fairy. It's.
So what's the difference between Bigfoot and Sasquatch then?
Well, I think
Sasquatch is the same thing.
Chinky one on it.
Well, I think like that's the Yeti. I think the big feet are just like a homo, not Homo erectus, but they're like a hominid, which is different to us.
What's between a Yeti and Bigfoot then? I thought Bigfoot was a Yeti. I thought they were sort of interchangeable.
Yeti's in like Tibet and China, and Bigfoot's in North America, and in Australia they've got Yowies, and in Canada they've got Sasquatches. Sorry, I'm not Bubbles. Yeah. And I think even in our country, back when we had far more forest than what we do now, we had the Green Man. And as far as I can think, the Green Man could be an allegory.
Scandinavians have trolls and all that.
Oh, I like that. That lorry thought, you know what, I can't wait here anymore. I'm just going to carry on driving down the motorway. The motorway that's flooded. Well, you're not driving anywhere now, are you, Mr. Forest Forwarder? Forest Forwarder. No, you're not going forwards, you're going back, you're going sideways. You're going down,
wait.
you're going to drown.
You believe in flat Earth and evolution at Fremen on the Sand? No, Hobbit has questions.
I believe in the Hyperborean myth. Evolution's for fucking
You
retards.
believe in evolution and flat Earth. I don't believe in evolution. I believe in species adaptation, but that's different.
Yeah.
That's different to evolution.
I believe in evolution.
I mean, return to dish and fuck a chimp.
Exactly. Monkey gang. Return to monkey.
Return to monk.
I mean,
Jupiter was right all this long, mate. She's tried.
Maybe your granddad had sex with a chimp, and that's how you came to be. But I know that with my ancestry, it's just humans all the way back.
Yeah.
So look at that Punk's just said in the chat. Mark claiming he's debating Wake Up UK tomorrow. Ha!
What Mark Collett's debating? Oh God.
What do you mean? He's just talking really slow.
Yeah.
What he's doing.
Yeah.
Hello.
And
Hello.
welcome to my show.
Here's my entropy.
For Super Chats, press 2.
I don't even get why they invited us, Phil. Like, what do they want to fucking talk to us for?
Oh yeah.
Just what a friendly sit down.
That's it.
A friendly sit down chat with
Balls. I don't know.
a friendly sit down chat with the police.
You're a Nazi. It's like, yeah. In the past, because when I used to talk to her, I was a proper siege tard. I was like full on fucking. We need to on this. We blah blah.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, making blueprints and shit.
Actually, can't you? But
Jupiter. Like, I don't know anything about her.
She's just the woman. She's got a fucking jaw like a refrigerator. She's fucking big lass like. She'll fuck you up, Flossie.
Oh fuck.
Fucking well. It's a big fucking beard like.
Is she
more masculine than me?
Engaged in Congress with a monkey?
You may be a pit bull, but she's fucking Godzilla, man.
She is, yeah.
I can't compete with
Fuck off, you fucking slag! My bloody African boyfriend don't tolerate.
I'm literally like 5'1", so yeah, she'd kick.
Her husband's like 5'1". He's like he's a little pygmy, little African pygmy.
I'm just a small girl, but girls and men would be smaller.
You get the feeling with her husband as well, but
It makes the
with her
girls
husband,
portable.
with her husband, Jupiter's husband, you get the feeling that he can't leave, like he's too scared to leave. That's the impression you get. But really, if he could escape, he would escape. But he's been trapped by a big fucking refrigerator of a woman.
He threatened to leave her once, and she said that if you do, I'll eat your legs.
The only reason Jupiter's got a black fucking husband is because no white man actually fucking wants her.
I wouldn't poke it. I'd feel horrible after that.
I wouldn't
Really
even
horrible.
poke her with your cocktail.
Could you not even do it after like 20 pints?
Probably, yeah, probably could.
I probably couldn't though, Phil. Like,
After 20 pints, I just fall asleep anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Can't
I'll
do
pass
anything
out
after 20
after
pints.
No matter how drunk you are, that jaw is still massive.
Yeah.
She'll fucking choke you, she will. She'll be the kind of bird who'll fucking strap on fuck you, she will. She'll peg you. Jupiter will peg you, you know.
Yeah.
Peg the shit out of you.
Now I want her, mate. Now I want her.
Oh God. Oh jeez.
Fucking hear me, what's all this fucking Latino shit all over my fucking laptop?
She'll be like.
She sounds charming.
She's a fucking beast of a woman. Beast of a woman.
I watched the
Literal
friendly
beast.
chat you had with her.
Oh yeah, beast of burden. These people. Oh yeah, Alphabet Cat said. Now these people.
Now then, these people then.
Is neuro-linguistic programming is fucking mint.
Yeah, that's what fucking what's his face does, isn't it? Fucking like
Thomas Biden, he tries to do it as well. He tries to do NLP, but it doesn't work because occasionally he throws in like a schizo remark and it breaks the program.
Occasionally, like most of the time. The thing is, NLP just seems to be people talking really slowly.
Talking slowly
at
your level.
Yeah, it's just I can't listen to it. It irritates the fuck out of me.
It's patronising. Patronising?
It is completely. It's condescending. It's just like, just look.
Posse, you are right.
Dickhead.
Here we go again. Marco bullying me.
You are
I'm glad
right.
this is being
Also,
recorded. Because bullying I get from Marco. It's just intense.
Drinking dragon soup.
Dragon soup? What are you, a clanger?
I'm a what?
You know the
clanger.
clangers drinking the dragon soup?
Yeah. It's raspberry and raspberry.
No, it was green. The soup dragon gave you one flavour and you were grateful you got anything.
Yeah, you are a blue flavour. Blue flavour.
You're a blue flavour.
Yeah, I am. That's why I went to blue flavour. I still like real flavours. It's like when I go to McDonald's and they say, "Do you want tomato sauce?" And I say, "I'll have red sauce because it ain't fucking tomatoes." Don't fuck around with me. It's red.
Never seen a tomato.
Pops then? You get blue raspberry flavour.
Blue raspberry. It's not raspberry. I fucking hate the Southerners. I do. It's like, raspberry.
Raspberry and
Right,
you want some blue
look
raspberry?
here.
Do you want some blue
raspberry.
panda pops with your
Raspberry.
cheeky Vintor?
It's
Raspberry.
You're gonna go have a
It
bath
is
afterwards.
Raspberry.
Look here, Phil. Read a book. It's raspberry.
Have a look at these filthy fucking Southerners. I had to have a bath to get the filth of their language out of my ears.
Here, Phil, though. I'm northern and I do say book. I don't say
Whoa,
book.
lordy da. It's because you're part of the bourgeoisie, Flossie.
Posh Northern.
Sam got
Part
arrested.
of the bourgeoisie.
Because you say book. That's a key red flag.
That's the qualifier for being part of
Yeah.
the bourgeoisie.
But you've got a toilet. Lordy da. The fucking husband's got a toilet. Lordy fucking da.
I'm trying to tell you that Sam got arrested again on Wednesday.
Who did?
Sam, Laura's husband.
Oh, what for? Same old
Dawn raid
shit.
on Wednesday morning.
They're desperate to find something, aren't they?
We'll find something in his NPA. All he's got to fucking do is look at his PDF list.
Or they'll just, or they'll plant something because they do want to get them, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, if we can get him on that 100-handers stuff, he's done for.
What is the 100-handers? What did they do? They just put loads of
Stickers.
stickers everywhere.
Yeah,
The
it's just
stickers is
stickering.
terrorism,
Ooh.
didn't you know, Phil?
Well, it's inciting racial hatred, isn't it?
It's terrorism.
Unless you put Black Lives Matter, that's not
Yeah.
inciting racial hatred. You can put a Black Lives Matter sticker up, but not a White Lives Matter sticker up. And Dems the rules.
Dems
But
the
yeah,
rules,
he basically, I think he was the one that started it all up when they had like templates of stickers, and then people could like download them and print them off. But then you'd have to buy like a special printer that wasn't identifiable or something.
Yeah,
and,
it's a label printer.
yeah,
No
it just
one
seemed
gives
like
a fuck about stickers
you
though.
know,
The
quite
thing
a-
is, it's like, oh, we'll put a load of stickers everywhere. No one gives a fuck if you put a sticker up. They just look at it and go, oh, okay.
You're arrested now.
yeah. Like I have loads of Extinction Rebellion, like graffiti all around the parks near mine, and I doubt anyone pays any attention to that.
Yeah, they're fucking everywhere, aren't they, man?
Yeah.
Fucking,
They always do
fucking
the
graffiti where,
grimmest place.
graffiti where I live, they can't even fucking spell. They spelt fucking night, KN. They said good night, but KN. I was like, oh, for
Well, maybe
fuck's
they're
sake.
talking
You're gonna
about
be
the good
graffiti
nights of
artist,
your
at least be fucking literate.
I mean,
Maybe they were talking
someone's
about a
gonna do,
night
like,
that was dead good.
Hey, but maybe they're going to do like a tag later on showing like a knight on horseback.
Yeah.
Good night, white knight.
Yeah.
Good night, what night. Yeah, I love the graffiti around here. It's all shit. We have shit graffiti. I'm gonna graffiti everywhere. Fuck 'em.
I like drive it. If I ever drive up, like if you ever drive up to like Wigan, not that you probably ever will, but you get loads of pie graffiti. So it would be like Wigan the Pies, because they're renowned for being pie eaters in Wigan.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
oh,
they
it's all,
do
it's all
decent
pie.
pies, to be fair.
Yeah,
Who ate Aussie
Wigan.
pies?
bastards.
Who ate Aussie pies? It's your fat bastards. Your fat bastards. You ate Aussie pies.
You don't even eat pies down south. You eat quail, pheasant.
You say that, but
Foie
we've got.
gras.
Well, I'll have you
Yeah,
know.
quail.
Well, this just goes to
Quail
show I
on-
do truly live in a northern town because I've got a pie shop in my town, and he makes good
Oh
pies. he
fucking
does.
hell! You lost your
Fucking everywhere, mate. We got 3 Gregs like 2 feet away from Sharon Town Centre.
What's your
I'm not
pie
talking
then?
about
What's your
Greggs,
local
I'm
pie?
talking about an actual pie shop by a man who makes pies.
But are they proper pies though?
They-
That's
they-
the question.
Fucking,
Yeah, fucking
fucking Northerners coming over here making their pies.
We all everywhere in the north. We have our own cake and our own pie. The fuck have you got
Yeah.
down south?
Mate,
Fuck them.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm in the southernmost extent
Oh,
of the
the
north.
cockney comes in.
Oh, Ash Gazer.
Got pie and fucking eels and fucking
Jelly
No, what?
deals,
Jelly
yeah.
deals, mate. What's wrong with jelly deals?
fucking weird. Don't eat eels. Who the fuck eats an eel?
I'll tell you who eats
Why
eels.
why
Proper
jelly 'em?
Englishmen
Why
eat
jelly 'em?
whales. Whales.
Making it worse.
Eels.
So I've got an eel. That's already horrible. Let's fucking jelly.
No, it's not. It's
No,
meaty.
don't fucking jelly.
Oh, and you
Bit in
you
a
say you
fucking
like
pie.
seafood, Phil, but oh, I don't want to touch eels. That's what that's foreign muck. That is.
It is.
No, it's just gross. Like, why would you want to eat an eel?
Oh,
Further south you
miss,
get, the more
I'm a
weird
vegan.
it gets.
I don't like meat. I
Well,
don't think eels are very nice. Well, how would you know? You don't. Eat...
It's a fucking eel. It's a slimy thing. I don't like eating slimy things.
Well, what about cod roe caviar? I mean, that's nice and that's slimy.
It's not nice, really. It's just
Yes, it
'cause
is.
it's posh.
You say you don't like caviar.
No, I know as a
Phil
slab I
on
could
board
like
with
caviar,
caviar.
but I don't.
It's not, mate. It's more of a statement thing, isn't it, of it? The caviar.
Well, look, caviar is just an expensive version of cod roe, and I like cod roe. And I've had
I
caviar.
don't even know what cod roe is.
I've had.
So
Yeah,
what?
what's cod roe?
It's the eggs from
I
the
eat. Do you know
cod.
what I eat as a northerner? I eat potatoes and meat. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what kind of meat it is. It's just meat. It could be anything. People, cow,
Horse.
I don't know. Horse meat. Could be anything.
Probably
You
horse.
get what you're given. You get what you're given up north. Get what
and
you're
you
given.
appreciate it.
So you get a bit of meat and a bit of fucking bread.
Apart from me.
And they're
I
fucking
don't have
grateful
meat.
for it too.
But, oh, what kind of meat you eating? I don't fucking know. It could be any old bullshit. Fucking horse. Fucking dog. Anything.
I have eaten horse before and I liked it, but then again I would because I'm a
Horse milk
foreign.
is
Oh God,
nice.
I eat meats what you don't eat. How terrible! Look at the funny foreigner eating his funny foreign meats.
Right, I went to a chippy down south, right, and they didn't even have mushy peas. They didn't even have fucking
Well,
mushy
it's not.
peas.
It's not a true chip shop because every chip shop I've been to has had mushy peas.
Yeah, you got
I
mushy
thought it was-
peas.
And I do.
If you don't have mushy peas, you're not a chippy. I think maybe they've started copying us because they realise the mushy pea is a delicacy.
Yeah, some of them don't even have gravy on the chips. They're fucking weird.
I know.
That's grim, mate.
Yeah.
Curry sauce.
What do you mean
It's grim, mate.
You got curry
Get
on
breed.
chips is fucking amazing.
Curry
sauce.
sauce
On chips.
Yeah.
Curry sauce on chips is fit.
Yeah, that is good, but what the point is that they don't eat gravy down south.
There you go. King Edward said working class people eat eels because it was all they could afford.
Yeah, well, what do you mean it's all you can afford? You can't find a fucking eel. Where did eels come from anyway? They come from
Thames, mate. All over
France
the
or something. This is French stuff. They get you eating snails.
It
and
comes from the River Thames.
Escargot.
The
Well-
river. Oh, no.
Mate, gravy's
Well, when I
disgusting, mate. It's just used to cover up rotten meat.
There's the man who eats eels. What
I don't
about
eat eels, mate. I'm not that self, mate. I'm a fucking Wilshire bacon gang, mate.
Eels
Eat fucking lizards. This is what the South is like. They'll eat lizards. They'll probably eat people. Given half the chance, they'll eat a person. If you can eat a lizard, you can eat a person.
Marco puts fucking ketchup on his steak pie.
Oh, I don't even like pie, mate. Some self I am, mate.
You don't like pie without Nutella,
Nah,
can it?
exactly. Yeah. Pork pie gang.
Admittedly, though, the more north you get, the more weird it gets. Like Geordie land, they're fucking weird. They batter everything, don't they? I live a battered. That's Scotland. I don't even like the Geordies are weird people. They're a weird group of people.
It's because they originate from fucking Danes, didn't they?
They've got they never wear t-shirts, be it rain, snow, summertime.
They don't
They
wear coats. They don't have coats.
can't afford
They don't
coats.
have coats. Yeah.
They don't have coats. They don't have t-shirts. They speak weird and foreign. They probably eat shit in Geordie land, don't they? They probably lick shit off a dog's arse. That's what they do in
But they are Northern film. We've got to show a bit of solidarity.
Yeah, but the more north you get, it gets wrong, doesn't it? There's a point
So
where it
how,
gets
how north is too north? How north is too north? We're asking the
I'd say
hard-hitting questions here.
anything above, fucking hell, I'd say
Careful now. Careful.
Sunderland, they're sort of okay. Yeah.
Right.
But
Yeah,
anything above
Sunderland's
that,
good right now.
that's wrong. Middlesbrough, maybe. Middlesbrough, I think anything above Middlesbrough is wrong. Wrong people. We shouldn't trust them. I don't know what's happened with them. I don't know if they're. I don't know if they're not Scottish and they're not
They
English.
might not even be white.
Not white. What? Geordies aren't fucking white. Geordies are Geordies. Their own race, aren't they?
Yeah.
The thing is, Geordies are that backward. You'll never even see them online. When was the last time you spoke to a Geordie on YouTube or anything?
That's a really good point.
They're never anywhere. They're not on the internet.
Apart from Morgoth. Like, Morgoth's the only
Morgoth's
person
Irish,
I
though.
can- Is he?
Because they're different.
No, I
Bush
think
is
Geordies
equal.
are worse than the Irish. Definitely. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, the Geordies. You never see them online. I don't know what they do in their spare time.
They go out without a shirt on and just,
drink
like,
Nuki
do
Brown,
some-
don't
Have you
they?
ever seen Geordie? Have you ever seen like Geordie Shore? It's just like that.
Vaguely,
like,
yeah.
Why, man?
Well, yeah, like, can I have some Nuki Brown, like? So they are, aren't they? They drink Nuki Brown all day and fucking beat the misses up. And worse than the Irish, they're like a fucking
I should have a degree in pulling, right? Hey, your bro used to watch that all the time. What cringe that show is.
You'll never
Geordie
meet a
Shore.
Geordie.
Yeah, mate.
Funny.
It's true though. You never see Geordies online, do you? Ever?
No, not in. Certainly not in like these circles.
Too much for them. They can't deal with politics and stuff like that. Anything a bit more, anything above fighting, drinking, and being fucking scumbag. Anything above that, they don't know. There's no way they can comprehend that at all.
At least they're not Australian, though. At least they're not Australian.
Well, yeah, Australians are the scum of the fucking earth. Australians are fucking scum, absolute scum. Shit posting libertarianism in the he probably doesn't even believe in it. I bet he doesn't believe in it. He's just being a dickhead, just being an Australian.
He said he's not a libertarian.
Fucking is.
He said he's not one. He said he's a social conservative.
Okay then. Australia. Never trust Australians. Never trust Canadians. Never trust Geordies. Well, no, Canadians are all right. But Canadians, they're like I said before, they're the opposite. They're always online. Canadians, you'll always find a Canadian everywhere, even though they've got like a dead small population. Doesn't make any fucking sense. They're overrepresented on the internet.
So it's too cold for them to do anything.
Hobbit having a stew or something, someone said. It probably is. Hobbit's like this. Hobbit eats dead fucking mint food, Hobbit does. He lives a lifestyle we hope to live. You know what I mean? I'd love to eat food like that. I can cook. I cook. Okay, cock. I can cock. Is that better?
It's cook. It's just cook.
Look at my cookbook.
You say it like it's cook.
I can cook food.
Cook.
I'm very good at cooking.
I'm not cooking. Cooking? Yeah, you're good at cooking. You say, oh, I'm going to cook something. What do you mean you're going to cook something?
Cook.
A cook? It's double fucking O. It's double O. O.
You're not saying cook. You know, you go cook.
What do you say? Oh.
Cook.
If I put O next to each other, what would you say?
Ooh.
Ooh, exactly fucking ooh.
Yeah. Cook.
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 Luke Book. That's what it is. These people.
What do you call jalapenos? You call them jalapeno as well.
Jalapeno, Japolinos, yeah. Japolinos, yeah. I'd say Japolinos. Or say like my dad. For a muck, that is. My dad would eat anything for it. Anything. If it wasn't, he'd be like, that's fucking.
Just to answer Alphabet Cat, I did have cake. I made some cake and gave some to my granddad as well, and saw him.
Cool. What cake did you have?
I made a vanilla sponge. I had this idea, right? It didn't quite work out. Where I was going to make a vanilla sponge, and it was going to have chocolate chips in the middle, so that when it cooked, it would like make a molten layer in the middle. It didn't. Okay. All the chocolate chips, they floated to the bottom.
You're good at cooking, aren't you? Cooking.
Yes,
you're really good at that.
I like to cook foods, and I had.
Well, that's weird. Sorry to interject, but you said food. You didn't say Ford.
Fod. I like to have my fod. Fook a Duke. Gary gave a stack of ribs. Fook a Duke. That's right.
Being bullied on people online. I'll fucking spaz out in a minute. Oh, what Top Cat?
Yeah, that's right. Look at Phil pronouncing his words differently to a southerner. How dare he? Exactly.
Yeah,
it's not on. We need to bully him until he complies and speaks English like a proper person and not a savage.
Captain Cook.
At least I'm not a Geordie, though. We can agree that Geordies, they're.
Oh, well, Geordies aren't English. They're Vikings.
They're not, no. What are they, though? Are they Scottish?
No, they're Viking.
Yeah, they could be.
They are. They absolutely. Yeah. If you listen to a Geordie and you listen to someone from Rotterdam, exactly the same accent. It is uncanny. It's so.
Iron Duck. That's why he became. It'd be Iron Ducky.
I had homemade vegetable soup, which isn't as fancy as it sounds, because all you do is you put vegetables into a pan with water, and then you cook it. And I had homemade bread with it, and I just learnt today that if you put sugar in your bread dough, it makes the bread crumblier, which is something I might carry on doing, because I've been making bread that's far too tough. And I want nice soft bread for a soft as shite southern fare.
What's the worst accent then in England? Is it Geordie?
Birmingham.
I'm not sure. Between either Scouse, Brummie, or Dudley, really. And
Dudley, I fucking hate people.
Dudley.
It's like the black country accent. It's like Dudley, isn't it?
The blacks say they haven't got an ethno state.
King Edward saying use of flour with less gluten rather than adding demon sugar. Yeah, but the yeast likes sugar.
Brummies. I think everyone's agreed that it's Brummies. That Brummies are the worst.
It is a terrible accent.
It fucking is. I hate them.
I was talking to a Brummie, and I didn't realise at the time, because I hadn't heard him speak, it was about how Birmingham's a shithole, and the most miserable place I've ever been to is Digbeth. And he's saying, Yowls is clousing for a blousing, and I was like, well, where do you live now? Oxfordshire. So, why did you move out of Birmingham? Because it's a fucking shithole. He just started laughing. It's just like, why did you leave?
Where did you say? Digbeth?
Digbeth, yeah, it's where the bus stop is.
Oh, right.
Which is the worst place in the country then? Which is the biggest shithole?
Coventry.
I was just about to say that, Coventry, yeah. Coventry's fucking terrible.
There's a reason
really
why,
is. It's depressing as fuck, isn't it?
Like, for example, Top Cat and Brutus have both been sent to Coventry. Is what we would have said in the olden days.
It's really horrible. Like, when I went to Coventry, it's fucking incredibly depressing. The architecture is horrible. Absolutely fucking horrible.
When
Obviously
I went to
anything.
Coventry,
it's fucking depressing as shit. Coventry is, Lassie. Like, the architecture is horrible. Absolutely fucking terrible.
When I went to Coventry, I was upset that the Luftwaffe didn't finish the job.
It's all concrete, as put by spot, but it's an horrible cut. They've put no fucking imagination into that city at all. It's fucking terrible. It's horrible. Even in the summer, like you walk around in the summer in Coventry, it's still fucking horrible. Really horrible place.
Yeah, it's almost as if like all that concrete is not not good for you.
Pump Spardo said Stoke is fucking bad. Like, I don't live in Stoke, I live in Newcastle under Lyme, but Stoke is fucking terrible.
Is that close to Stoke?
Yeah, but I live in the white area next to Stoke, like Newcastle under Lyme. And Stoke is filled with smackheads, Indians and blacks, and it's terrible. It's when you go into Stoke, it's noticeably different. Like, you feel depressed walking in Stoke.
Is that like where you can go to a Packy corner shop and get like 8 tins of 8 Ace for £1.89?
Yeah.
You seen that Viz comic about 8 Ace?
Yeah.
And usually, like, I remember there was one comic strip where he shit himself, so his missus gives him £1.89 to go to the laundrettes to clean the shit out of his tracky bottoms. And instead he goes into Abdul Patak's shop to get some 8 Ace instead. And he's drinking them and he shit himself yet again.
Stoke's bad. I
think cunt, mate.
I think it's true that the north has got the worst places though. Like, down south has got more beautiful places.
Oh, don't be doing this now, Phil. What's going on?
Fuck off! You're from what, near Manchester, Warrington. Warrington's fuck.
Don't me. Jesus Christ!
We are streaming, Phil.
Yeah, just by your voice, Manchester way. Manchester's fucking terrible. When I went to Manchester, I think I've told you this before. I was a child, and a teacher told me that I needed to stay close to the bus because a fucking nun had been shot.
A
Yeah.
nun?
Okay, well, I've never known a nun be shot, but Lake District, Peak District, like Cumbria is beautiful for a start, and there's
Yeah, but
loads of nice
that's
places
more
in
nature,
Chester.
isn't it? That's more nature than
Nature doesn't count because
civilized bit.
Where I live is fine. I've never known a nun get shot where I live. I don't live in Manchester, by the way.
Okay. Well, Manchester's fucked. Well, it's not fucked. I don't know. I wouldn't like living in Manchester, to be honest.
The thing about Manchester is it's been taken over by fucking student types.
It is.
Yeah.
It's filled with hipsters, gays, and
Yeah.
fucking criminals.
Well, we've
Mate,
got something. There's
go
something
Bristol.
called because I obviously I've been. Manchester is not that far away from me. I'm not saying where I live, but like they've got something in Manchester called the Curry Mile, which is literally like a mile just of curry houses, like just Indian restaurants.
Oh yeah,
What's the
Luton's
best?
fucking
What's the best
shit.
part
Yeah,
of
I agree
England?
with
Then?
that. I hate Luton.
I think the best part of England is either Norwich. Like I've been Norwich. It is fucking nice. Or Devon. Devon's fucking amazing.
Cornwall. Cornwall's nice.
Wiltshire's good, Devon's good. Apparently Pembrokeshire's really nice. Apparently Pembrokeshire's like Cornwall but nicer, and I'm not sure about that.
Norfolk's men's. I like Norfolk. I've been Norfolk.
Kind
a
of
few
feel
times.
like you're turning. Feel like you're turning South Gang now, Phil. I'll be
South
honest.
Gang. I'm sorry. Okay then. Well, the best part of
He's woke, mate. That's why.
woke I am.
You betrayed me.
The
Okay,
North is a
okay.
capitalist area, man.
Fuck yeah. Well,
It's not.
okay. Where I live the best because it's got the right balance. I live in nature. I live in Newcastle under Lyme. It's natural. It's all villages and shit. There's no brown people. Perfect. Brown people.
No
aren't
brown people yet.
Yeah, but I'd like to see them come in. If they come in this area, there's about like where I live in this street. There's Ant, who's a fucking psychopathic skinhead, and he's not trying to be horrible. He's just horrible by his nature. Like even when he's trying to be friendly, he does fucked up shit. Like like 2 years ago, he fucking skittled a car. Like he was coked up off his head, and then he flipped the car over in someone's garden, and then tried to act as if it wasn't him. Like I was there watching the police interviewing him, saying, "You need to come to the station," and he was like, "I haven't even done anything. I don't know what you're on about." And they're saying, "Your car is skittled in someone's garden." And he's like, "What the fucking me, mate? What are you on about?" And they're saying,
It was
"We've
like
seen
that
you on
when I
camera.
got
It
here.
was definitely fucking you."
Nah,
It was
mate, it
definitely
was like that when I
you.
got here. You can't prove
Yeah,
it.
he was like, "What? I don't know what you're on about. That wasn't even my car." That's what he said. And they said, "Well, we fucking know it's your car because it's got your fucking license plate on."
That could be anyone's license plate. You can't prove it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's it's like a benefit though as well because I can't imagine a brown person living next door to him. They would move out because the shit that they would have to deal with.
So
it's
what
like a
you're saying
defense.
is, if you become ungovernable, they won't want to live there.
Yeah, they'll be like, I don't want to live near Ant anymore. He's a fucking knobhead.
So it's almost a case of like, so all you got to do is just shit so much over the walls, over the streets. Yeah, no, that won't work because the Indians be like, oh, it's just like at home. We can shit in the
Yeah, they
streets.
start doing the same.
Proper ding.
You need to move an underclass person in your neighbourhood. Ant's kids are fucked up. Like his son is that naughty at school that the school have negotiated with him that his kids should only come in for an hour a day. It's fucking meant that is. Like they've literally said, oh well, fuck it, yeah, don't let him in anymore. Aching Finance, who the fuck is that? Hello Phil, top crypto giveaway. Oh, is this John Calley? Yeah, fucking John Calley spamming me with. No, I'm only kidding, John Calley. It's just some crypto. I always get their shit, I joined one fucking group about cryptocurrency, and I get messages every fucking day from random people trying to sell me this Dogecoin bullshit.
What
I
the
don't
fuck
understand
is
it.
Dogecoin?
Do you make money off this, ENA?
No, I haven't. I've lost
It's all
money just
black.
there, but again, I only put 100 quid on it. It's just maybe one day it go up.
Yeah,
That's
just
fine.
don't sell it. Just hold it. You're not
Yes.
going to lose.
It's all confusing. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a pump and dump, and you gotta watch the fucking Ethereum market. Oh, it's in equilibrium.
Yeah, don't. There's no point being a nerd at it unless you're like very wealthy, because you know.
Unless
If you're putting 100 quid on it, you might as well just gamble. It's more fucking gambling than anything.
It is gambling.
Investment. It's the most manipulated thing I've ever seen, man. Let's say it's
You
not
can't
much.
understand.
I'd say this.
You can't understand it unless you've got severe autism. Like, most people just pretend to understand it. They go, "Oh yeah, it's gonna fucking go to the moon."
I don't get
Elon
it.
Musk
I don't
fucking
understand
on
it
it.
at all.
Yeah,
Goes
Elon Musk
completely
was
over my
basically
head.
just like, LOL, if I start talking about diamond hands and to the moon, people will buy this shit. And then I can pump and dump. I mean, it was so fucking...
Hello,
like,
guys. Invest in Dogecoin.
it was so fucking callous and shit with the way he was just like, oh, guys, you can buy cars in Bitcoin now. Bitcoin goes up. Takes a bunch of Bitcoin, cashes all out. Guys, I just found out that Bitcoin is, like, costs electricity to make. That's bad. So I'm like, you can't buy cars in Bitcoin anymore. LOL. Now Bitcoin's down to 27,000 per Bitcoin. Thanks, Elon.
Is that Jolly Deals forever blowing bubbles?
Yeah.
Jelly deals?
Yeah.
What? What about
Probably eat that. I like cockles. Cockles are good.
You don't have
what-
to have
what
jelly
cock-
deals, by the way. It's just there's loads of gelatin with them. I mean, you can just have like fried eel, and that is nicer than lobster. I've had lobster and crayfish and crab, and I frankly I think that is overrated meat. It's not good.
Cockles. Is it cockles that I'm talking about? It's in the seafood section. It is cockles. I think it is. Mackerel.
Smoked eel, yeah, that's.
Do you mean mussels?
Mussels. It's got to be cockles.
Oh yeah,
Well, cockles,
mullers and
yeah.
frites. Yeah, I'll eat that. That's good stuff. I like oysters. Out of all the seafood, oysters is my favourite.
I like salmon. I eat salmon every fucking day. I do. Don't ask me why. That's
Don't you
just part of
get
my
bored of
routine.
it?
Yeah, I like salmon. Salmon's nice. And
the
tuna.
hell?
I like tuna.
How can there be a queue for blimps?
Tuna, mate. It's tuna.
Tuna. Hey guys, you want some tuna? Fucking baseball. Let's play the baseball. Hi, my name's Pat, and this is my wife Pam.
I'm from Bitterboy. I'm from Bitterboing, Ohio.
Yeah.
I'm from Budley Boyne, Ohio, and this is my wife.
That's from Harry Enfield, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's funny that.
Budley Boyne, Ohio.
That's how Americans are so positive.
They really
about
are.
everything.
But then again, if you had as many hours of sunlight as the Americans do, you'd be positive too, Phil. You wouldn't be such a sad bastard.
Well, that's how English people are. We are sad bastards. Like, their attitude's dead positive, and ours is dead sarcastic. And it's like, oh right, yeah.
Yeah, but
Mr.
we
fucking
live
positive.
somewhere where we don't get any sunshine. I mean, I looked like south of France, same amount of sunshine as Washington State, and I'm like, you're fucking kidding me, right? That's not on. That's not fair. Where's my sunshine? Why do I have to... I'm so glad that I'm not Swedish.
Someone's stolen your sunshine, I bet.
We
what-
get an accumulative 3 weeks of summer.
Yeah, and everyone goes mental like flowers. They're all outside. Quick, get outside! The fucking sun's here.
Well, you got to. You got to do it, because if you don't, it'd be like, oh, I missed the summer. It was like 3:30 on Tuesday on July.
Where I'm antisocial. Everyone's like, oh, get outside, Phil. It's like, fuck, that's boring outside. Oh yeah, the sunshine. You can sit in the
I
garden
want to
for
sit
no
in a
reason.
dark room.
Wait, you're telling me you don't want to be outside with a can of Kestrel and a ciggy?
When I'm outside pissed up, Hobbit, it's not a good idea. I get in trouble. It's better to stay inside.
Yeah. It's like when you tie a werewolf to the lab floor so that it can't get out every full moon.
Yeah.
You're not.
I like inside. And when I was a kid, that's how I was. I remember being a kid playing on my PlayStation, and my mum would say, "Oh, fucking, I'm the same man who's a fucking psychopath." Yeah, they'd say, well, answer the door, you can go out. And I go, no, fuck that. Tell Ant I'm not coming out. I'm playing on fucking Tomb Raider.
I don't want to get in a fucking fight today.
No, they'd say, oh, go outside, it'd be better outside. I said, fuck off. What are they doing? I'm playing Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider's way better than the shit they're doing.
Yeah.
I used to like just going out on my bike. I was just out on my bike all the time, like a boy. To be honest, like just
I
making
went on the
dens.
I did random shit when I was outside. We destroyed a chicken factory, like a fully functioning chicken factory.
Jesus, Phil.
Yeah, that's what we did. We went with baseball bats and fucked it up. It was a laugh.
What did you do with the chickens?
We didn't touch the
Break the lot
chickens.
of
We
them.
just fucked up the building and then threw chicken fat at each other. That's what we did. Just like there was a big fucking barrel of like grease of some sort. I don't know if it was chicken fat. It was just grease, and I just threw it at each other. It was good. That was.
And that's what we do in the north for fun, guys.
Yeah, that was fun as fuck. We'll get chased by an horse. That's what we used to get chased by an horse. There's this horse in a
Well, I
field.
got chased by cows. Told you that, didn't I? I got chased by cows.
I
That was
chased
scary,
cows.
that. I nearly died that day.
But now you can get chased by a cow. Cows are so fucking docile. They'll wank.
No, Daisy confirmed she got chased by cows too. Daisy said she also got chased by cows. Not just me.
They can smell.
What you have to
your
do
fear.
though is you have to go in the field and you have to go, on you bastard! You have to intimidate them straight away. As soon as when you intimidate them, they're fucking gone. They're wank.
Are you suggesting that I'm a cow intimidator?
You're not. They know, they can sense your fear. As soon as when you have to fucking puff your chest up and just run after them. That's what you have to do with cows. Don't show any fear, Flaccid.
I was about 10, like I was on a caravan trip with my mate, like we probably were being daft and giggling and stuff, but these cows just weren't having it. They were just like moo, and they were just like fuck off, and we shit ourselves. We shit ourselves. I remember her dad was there. It was me, my mate, and her dad, and he's like, "Run." So he went and bolted for the gate. Oh, he died a day, nearly died.
Fucking awesome.
What are you doing now?
Me and Marco are racing.
Oh, no, go on GTA, you nerd.
What?
Go on GTA, mate. See you on it.
I'm on it at the minute. I've just got to go through the prologue, obviously.
All right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They should let you skip that, shouldn't they?
PC as well.
Fucking hating computer games. Oh, they don't let you skip the
I've got as
prologue.
far
There
as I
should always
want
be an
to
option
with
for
this
that.
game for now because I'm getting confused with my blimps and the air travel. So I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna end it there, and I'm gonna say fuck off to the audience.